Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Hova, Sucher. Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, das war.
Wocha. Auwa.
Heise, das war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Bereite.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Das war
Ja.
Heise.
Flickmann.
Das ich soll.
Bereite.
Ja.
Geboren.
Das war Heise. Heise. Das war Heise. Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Streete. Sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war
Flickmann.
Bereite.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war das ich soll. Das war
Das ich soll. Heise, dass ich soll, das 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 ich soll. Rete,
Ja.
Es war, ja, es war.
Ja.
Geräte,
Du wäre, es war, ja.
Fischere,
Ja.
Jägere,
Ja.
Fischere, Jägere,
Das war das ich soll. Das war
das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
das ich soll.
Ja.
Hey, ja,
Ja.
das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
Ja,
Ja.
das ich soll.
Ja. Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Stürme.
Hey, ja,
Heise.
Hey, ja.
Sa.
Bereite,
Hey, ja.
Streete. Ja.
Gebure,
Das ich soll. Das ich soll. Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heise, dass ich soll, 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 dass ich soll.
All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat, I'm buying stone. I'm like, he's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90, is so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, pass the H bastard. Just feeling so good. Oh, So here he is, and he sees my Fatoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Fatoria is nice and snug in the back of my face. He's like, wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Fatoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. And there he is, converting my Fatoria. Hello, guys. Good to be back. Welcome to round 2 of TTL. Actually, it's like we didn't officially finish round 2 because we needed to do Viper Vivy. Viper Vivy will be later on today. It's technically round 2. I saw some questions about that. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly why. Maybe we only have it set up for 3, but our schedule scene is only showing the first 3 sets. There will be a 4th set at the end of that, for those wondering. This is me modeling. Whoops. This is me modeling the merch right now. All right. I also got the mugs. The quality is fantastic, honestly. The mugs looking dope. I love how you got the black on the inside, the coloration on the handle. We also got the gold mug as well. I think we have silver as well. I didn't get a silver one. Sorry, silver guys. And then of all the merch we have, I will say the mouse pad, depending on how big of a gamer you are, may not be the best. I'm just going to be straight with you because it's very tiny. It's very like a homey mouse pad. But like for me, I've got this gargantuan mouse pad that covers like half my desk because I'm a sweat lord. But the mouse pad's nice too. You know, all that stuff's on the merch site if you guys want to check it out. We had merch on Teespring for freaking, I don't know, 6 or 7 years. And the quality was all right. And then, like, the shipping became a real pain. And then people couldn't get it from certain countries, blah, 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 blah. The overall quality of everything is much better with Fourth Wall. I'll tell you that. All right? So, welcome in, everybody. We've got a lot to get into. Hello, YouTube chat. He says, in time for the T90 QVC segment. It's not what it was supposed to be. I could do a QVC intro and a QVC voice if you would like, though. I could maybe dabble at that. What's up, Twitch chat? What's up, Arbase? What's up, Bohm? What's up, Arts? Hello, Hordes. Hello, Ducks. Hello, Reese. Hello, Frenchie, Haswell, Dark Paladin, GND. Welcome. But yeah, 4 sets today as we officially kick into the next rounds. Hello, Emp. Is Viper Vivy Rex? Are there 2 Vivies? I don't know what you mean by 2 Vivies, but Viper and Vivy is Rex. Viper and Vivy, they played yesterday or something like that. I'm not entirely sure what time they played. I know when we're covering it. But all the other sets are going to be live. Sam, thank you for the 2 years. Appreciate it. salutes to you. Grath, thank you for the 3 years. Damn. Tunnel Vision, thank you. Appreciate it. 10 Table, Wretch Tub, and Spawnler. A Hot Cow. Audio Head. Lapoy. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for the kind words in regards to the family situation for me as well. As I'm sure you guys probably heard, it was hope for a couple days with family. So, but yeah, it's all good. We can distract ourselves with some good old Age of Empires too, you know? What's up, World Masters? Welcome. What's up, Military First? Welcome. I did get to talk to my uncle, and last night I recorded another uncle episode after that conversation with Unc. We were talking about AoE 2 at the funeral. And he is so funny. Like, he was just like, he comes up to me with a smile on his face and he's giggling and he's just like, I want to talk to you about how I keep getting my ass kicked. And then I look at his profile and he's not really getting his ass kicked. Like, it's kind of back and forth. But he's a true addict just like me now, which is awesome. NJ says, T90, do you know what YouTube hype points do? Do they help video suggestions for others? Hype points is something I've completely forgot to talk about with my YouTube audience. Apparently, it like boosts it for the algorithm. And everyone gets hype points. I don't exactly know. I don't know if they're in the testing phase still or what. But yeah, like it helps the videos basically. So if you have hype points and you ever drop them on one of my videos, that would help. But I actually need to maybe do a bit more of a deep dive on that and then let everybody know how that all works. But yeah, that's my understanding on it. Bohm says only smaller channels get hype points. Okay, so do you guys get hype points when you watch my channel? Is that YouTube saying I'm a small channel? I don't know. But yeah, that's generally speaking how it works, from my understanding. It'd be on the extras channel, yeah. I don't know, like a YouTube channel with 393,000 subscribers on YouTube, who's counting? That could be considered small by YouTube standards these days, right? By the way, no Age of Empires channel has ever hit 400K. So I've been keeping a very close eye on that. No Age of Empires channel has ever hit 300K followers on Twitch either. So but that feels like it's a little bit further away. We're at like 393 or 394, I think, on YouTube, which is pretty cool. So T90, it's not about the size of your channel. It's about how you use it. Oh, well, thank you. Very, very helpful advice. Very helpful advice. Thank you. Babu, thank you for the 26. Welcome back. I got a new mouse. I'm charging it right now. But it's basically the same mouse that I was complaining about. So hopefully I don't have the same issue. But my scroll wheel will finally work, which is great. So the scroll wheel was really annoying. I don't know how obvious it has been to you guys. But when the scroll wheel is bugged, sometimes when I'm trying to zoom in on something or zoom out in the game, it like kind of goes the opposite. So I'm so overjoyed, like, because I keep bracing and expecting the bug. And I'm like, it actually works. I'm like, oh, that's quite nice. That's quite nice. So, thank you, Aleph. Says T90 has a Razer mouse confirmed. Can neither confirm or deny. But yes, scroll wheels are a pain. So, all right, let's start to talk through results a little bit. Draft should be starting any moment now between these two. So, we'll look through the results. I'm sure I have some stuff to catch up on with chat. Once again, to everyone who's watching on YouTube, hope you've been enjoying the YouTube streams. Shout out to Hardy. Shout out to Ugly. They've been doing so well with getting everything up onto YouTube. Seriously, shout out to my team. It's a lot to cover this. It's a lot to admin this. But Hardy's computers have pretty much been rendering / recording and getting things ready nonstop. And will for the next month and a half. So I really appreciate all the work there to get things uploaded to YouTube and whatnot. But yeah, we're entering round 2, and every win counts. Every win's really important for Yo and for Hera, who are about to play this series. They got plenty. They got the max in their first round. Hera got the 3-0 and Yo got the 3-0. Both were fairly convincing sets, but it was against younger promoted players. So that's kind of maybe expected because of the caliber of Yo and Hera. Now, the situation is a bit different because they both got the 3-0. They're up against each other. They're both beastly players. This would be a big set. So yeah, we got Group B. Here's what Group A looks like. We had Lyri and MBL doing the same thing. They swept the promoted players, Lix and Rapard. And then Tato and Barrows split us at 2-1. These groups basically the same story. You realize that, right? The promoted players get swept, and then the players in the middle trade 2-1. So that's pretty balanced as far as that's concerned. It's the closest group so far because we only have one player with 0 wins. Nikov with 3, ACCM with 2, Sebastian with 2, Andy and Lewis with 1, and then running with 0 after the first round. And then Group D, we got Mihai, Sato, Dragonstar, Viper, Vivy, and Dark. Now, Viper and Vivy have not played yet. They will play the end of day. So I'm going to need your energy today, guys, because 4 sets, it's a long day. We've maybe done longer, but it's scheduled 2 hours for each set, essentially. So it's gonna be a long day. Well, I'll take my breaks where I can, but hopefully I'll have you guys with me watching and enjoying the show. Now, I do want to touch on, because we're going to be covering this, I do want to touch on a little bit what silver and gold looks like right now. Because silver and gold, we'll be covering the last week and the playoffs of these leagues. So we're going to take a break at a certain point for plat. There's like a week and a half, 2-week break for platinum. Just do want to go through. I know that you guys might not know, depending on how new you are, you might not know all these players, but I think it's super worthwhile to do this. Let me move. I think I should move my cam here. Move my cam down here. I was recording my Unk episode with that scene last night. There we go. All right, so we can move on to silver. Now, you can use the site yourself. On YouTube, it's pinned. On Twitch, you just use the TTL command or T90official.tv. Right now, this is how things are shaping up. Very competitive groups. Blue is not have as much experience as like Target or Goku or Baba Rum or Antagonist even. This younger player from Taiwan is doing really good in silver right now, so 78% chance to be first place going into their last round. So that's exciting. He's won every set. He won 3 sets 2-1. He won 1 set 3-0, which is pretty sick. Group B, looking fairly competitive for the top 3. And then we have a story on who's going to survive between You Pudding and Chart. You Pudding and Chart play the final round. Basically, winner there survives in silver. Loser is relegated. It's possible that Survivalist comes back somehow, but it seems like Survivalist is probably relegated. Yeah, you look at Group C. This is a crazy group. Look how close this is. This is really close. 9 wins, 8 wins, 8 wins, 6 wins. It's also Manos versus Husiel. I could see Manos beating Husiel. It's a very close group. Gabby's playing up against the last place player, so maybe Gabby gets a sweep there. Gabby moves up. Cosmonaut, Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt needs wins to survive. Maybe it's doable for him. And then Group D, Stark has been beasting. Stark is actually confirmed to be first already in this group. And then things are fairly competitive between like 2nd and 5th place here. So, but yeah, let me just double check here to see if Hera and Yo have started their draft. I want to talk about gold as well. But I don't want to miss any draft. Doesn't look like they've started their draft yet. So we have a little bit more time, which is perfect, actually. Just head back over here and see. All right, so golds. Some of these gold groups are really close, guys. So I guess it started with D. Look at how close this is. I think I can input the result. We had a situation with Casva Classic Pro. Casva's being awarded that win. So that's the updated results. But that is a really close group. Now, you have 4 sets for Turs and Duzu, which maybe puts them further down. But like Turs has 6 wins. Stone Please, he's only played 3 sets yet so far. I guess that's the same with everyone in the top 4. But yeah, it looks a really close group. Casva's favored for first, but I'm not so sure about that. We'll see. We'll see how those games go. He has to play Stone Please and Casva. T90, do you have any banana bread? I do not have any banana bread. Why are you asking about banana bread? Yeah, here, Jordan and Margugu finally played. Margugu said, Mark my words. I will 3-0 Jordan. And then he lost 2-1. But he took a win off of Jordan, who had 3-0'd Dogao and Kingston. So that's something for Margugu. It's a good season for him in gold so far. Dogao, Kingston maybe need to turn it around a little bit. And there's still many more sets to be played in this group. Here's Doubt's group. So Doubt's undefeated so far. Still has 3 rounds to play, though. Sorokuma and Kapoch, I think the other two who I'd see competing for the top 3 there. Fire's had a really rough season. Sobek and Z40 have been solid. They could maybe turn it around. And then Group A, Prisma on his route to platinum, guys. 4-0 in sets. 9 wins. 98% chance for him to make it to platinum. If you remember what happened in TTL last time, he and Lucho went into a playoff against each other. Lucho beat him, and Lucho has made platinum for this year. So now, Prisma's getting his chance. He's had to wait that extra year. Prisma's probably going to be going. I mean, these are some really experienced players in here, and he's looked good. White has also looked good. There's still a lot up in the air. Veleza could be relegated out of golds, guys. Could be. I don't think he will, but he's got to play Prisma in his last set. So, like, I don't know, man. That would be pretty crazy. All right. So, everybody smile and act like you appreciated the update on the lower leagues for me, please. Because some of you do, and then some of you maybe don't, but just make me feel good, you know? Just make me feel like that's important. I mean, it is important. It's not my fault if you guys don't necessarily, but maybe it is my fault if there's not a lot of excitement there. I've got to do better. Put it on me. Thank you for the smiles. Okay. So it is time for the map draft between Hera and Yo. Let's see. Yo goes for Mudflow. Interesting pick. And Hera's going to go Monocle. Okay, so he played Monocle before as well. Very aggressive map. Lots of armies on the field. So now they will ban as many maps until... They'll ban 5 maps on each side, and then there's 3 maps remaining, and game 1 is randomed of the 3 remaining maps. Oh, I gotta hydrate. I just got randomly dizzy. That's not a good sign. This is fine. This is fine. Maybe it was the gifted subs from TCI. Thank you, TCI. Thank you. Oh, Meister as well. Damn. Thank you, guys. Let's go. Thanks for the hype start. All right. Game 1's going to be Stranded. Ooh, okay. I love Stranded. Yeah, TCI. I'll keep up the YouTube VODs for sure. Don't you worry about it. Thank you so much. So Stranded game 1. Mudflow and Monocle, the other maps. And they'll get into the civs here in a second. Yo is a good Nomad player. I don't know if Stranded is your typical Nomad map.
I4C has just donated $23.52. You are the best, Mr. T90.
Tiger, you're the best. No, you're amazing. No, you're amazing. Thank you, Tiger. Let's go. A couple salutes to chat for Tiger. Thank you very much, Tiger. Yeah, I think Hera is going to be very capable and Stranded. It's not as typical as, say, standard Nomad, where I would maybe favor Mr. Yo. But, I mean, we'll see. It could be good for Yo. A little bit more adaptation needed, maybe. But I think, Civ-wise, keep an eye out for Koreans on that map. Mr. Yo would love to have Koreans there. Would not shock me to see Hera ban that. I don't know if that's a pick that Hera would necessarily want to do first. Fun fact, by the way. Fun fact is, we have never had a player in the history of all Titans League groups go undefeated in the group stage. Not one. I find that crazy. I mean, and we had a chance it was going to happen this Silver League. Stark then lost a game, so he's 11-1. But yeah, it's never happened. As dominant as people have been at times in the groups and in the finals and stuff. 15-0 has still never happened. Aleph says, what do you mean I'm undefeated in Titans League? I haven't lost any. Well, true. Impressive. Impressive. Respect to Aleph. Who else is undefeated in Titans League? I guess I didn't word that correctly. Yeah, a lot of you guys are undefeated in TTL. Damn. Some of you guys might even be undefeated in ranked. I definitely know people who played like one ranked game, they've won, and then they've never played again. Like, it's actually not that uncommon. If you're looking in lobbies, looking for players in those lobbies, you will find a lot of people that played like 2 to 3 games max, and then they just play unranked games. But hey, congrats to those people. Yo, Etchit, thank you as well. Thank you as well. Okay, so Japanese for Hera. Ketons for Yo. Guys, we have a DLC releasing in 4 days in the middle of this tournament. Should I be concerned, hyped, interested, worried? What emotions should I be feeling as a tournament host? Because, I mean, it's not just like new civs that are going to incorporate certain things on land. It's also completely changing the water balance. So there will be a lot. So yeah, a lot to take in. A lot to take in. I like the pick so far for Yo. I think Ketons is probably his Mudflow pick. I think Hera's maybe picked Japanese for Mudflow himself, to be honest. After seeing Lewis do it before, I think the fish booming meta might become a really strong thing there. And I think he might go, well, no, Georgians feels like your typical Mudflow pick. Maybe I'm wrong. And then Japanese for Stranded, probably. Barago says, be excited in public, but cry yourself to sleep in private. Get out of my brain. Get out of my content creator brain. What? How dare you infiltrate my thoughts? That's fairly accurate, to be honest with you. Honestly, though, if it happened 4 years ago or 3 years ago, I would be a lot more stressed about it. In the current era of AoE, it's just like things are happening all the time. You just roll with the punches. You just kind of get used to it. So, yeah, we'll see. I am moderately excited for it. I mean, to just be thrown into the event. I mean, as my worry would be game performance stuff. Like, that's where I hope the devs are really testing. If we have issues where the patch is horrible, and there's crashes and stuff, then it would be a nightmare. But as far as the civs themselves, should be good. Okay. So there we go. Is there anything I can explain on the draft for people? Because the Tick Spring says this page is confusing, lol. Why don't we do an introduction to this draft before we dive in fully to the series, shall we? Just for anyone who hasn't seen the draft before, drafting is a little bit confusing. It's different every time. So let's just take a look. So basically, here's how the maps would work, right? So if you look at any draft, this doesn't show on screen because that would be even more things on screen. But you can look through here and it shows how the draft works. So they get first ban would go to Hera, second ban goes to Yo. Then they each pick. Then from there they ban until there's no civs, until there's like basically no maps remaining. Game number 1 ends up being the neutral map. Okay? Similar with the civs. Civs is, there's no neutral civs, of course, so it's just ban, and then just alternating picks, right? So that might not be as clear because it doesn't show some of that data on that screen, but that's essentially how it works. I think what might be confusing there is the amount of bans, but essentially with a map of 15, a map pool of 15, we want game 1 to be on a neutral map, right? We can't have game 1 benefit one player over the other, which is why in a play all 3, especially, we have game 1 determined in that way. All right. If you would like to look at any of the data here, I encourage you to check Liquipedia. YouTube, it's pinned. Everybody else, you should be able to use the Platinum or TTL command. In fact, mods, we might want to add I don't know if the TTL command has the Liquipedia link as well as my site. If we could customize that, that'd actually be better, I think. We can keep the plat one, but yeah, if you're interested in the probabilities and prediction contests and all the fun stuff that we've done, I know some of you guys submitted your teams. That's, of course, on my site, the T90official.tv. My fantasy team is currently tied for 64th. That's a bit of a bummer. Expected better from my crew. Honestly, I think what went against me is that Lewis and ACCM played against each other, though. Otherwise, I would have been feeling pretty good here. With the prediction contest, I am tied for 30th. Unfortunately, ahead of me in the standings is T90 Feet Picks. I don't know who this person is, but they are beating me in predictions, which is a problem. I think they also submitted like 16 times because there's also one below it with exclamation mark T90 Feet Picks. So shout out to T90 Feet Picks for, beating me in the predictions. But I've got room to grow. I can improve. The probabilities isn't necessarily that important for Platinum right now because it's early days, but that is there, so you can check that out. If you would like to look at matchup, we have it ready. Bro, we have it ready. Damn. Hold on. Let me make sure they haven't started yet. I didn't know we had it working yet. I got a message about the other stuff. I didn't know we had it working. We've got some cool-ass data to use. That basically compares and contrasts the players' matchups, where they played each other in ranked games, tournaments. We've got some graphs. I'm sure there's a couple graph nerds out there. But yeah, I have no time for that. We actually have to hop into the game. We'll do that throughout the whole day, throughout the rest of the tournament. Get your predictions in chat. It's going to be Hera versus Yo. I'm going with Hera here. Hera's the favorite for this tournament. Early group stage, he has been vulnerable. He dropped a game or two. Yo is kind of a tricky nut for him to crack. Not in a best of 5 or best of 7. You expect Hera to have the stamina, whatever, to win. But I could see Yo snagging a win here. So my prediction, I put Hera 2-1. But I think maybe a Hera 2-1, Hera 3-0 is what everybody will be thinking. Thanks again, everybody. I know it's early. We haven't even had a game in front of us yet. To have so many people here means a lot. So really do appreciate you. And hope you guys stick around for the show. I hope for things to just get better for TTO as we go. We got 40 seconds until we're in, which means I have 40 seconds to show you the data. All right? The data. Here we go. I have to incorporate this into a scene in a different way at some point. But yeah, so what we have here, we have every matchup. We've got Civ comparison. We've got top Civs. We've got top maps. All that data's here, right? It even gives a predicted outcome. It predicts Hera 2-1 based on all the data that we have. But this is what's cool. So you have the TTL history. You have the tournament history. You have the ranked ladder. And then you have the predicted outcome. We have my predicted outcome. We have the community prediction as well. Oh, that's sick. That's really cool. To have a combination of the tournament history, TTL history, and ranked ladder is really fun. So yeah, you can look through all the matchups there if you're interested. This is not something I asked for, by the way. WDW just went above and beyond. This was fully his idea. He's like, "Do you want this?" I'm like, I don't want to stress you out too much. Like, if you want to do it, I think the people would love it. And he's like, "I'm on it." So shout out to him. Seriously, if we could get some salutes for WDW, because that's he's an absolute beast. And he's the one who started Statafrax in the first place, by the way. Years ago, he started the Statafrax site, which was separate from my site. We didn't have as many things. He started it all, so appreciate it. All right, folks, this is the big one. Welcome in. We got some Group B action. We have round 2 of Titans League Platinum. Now, I do want to just clarify this because people have been asking. People have been looking for the Viper. Viper has not played his first round. Neither has Vivy. That is broadcast later on today. So we will get Viper, but since like the second round's officially starting with this cast, I just want to say Viper round will be coming. All right. Now, Hera and Yo had very similar starts in Group B. It's a killer group, but they were the killers. They got the 3-0 against the promoted players, Lucho and then Sizcon. And we got Yo playing as the Huns here. So say hello to the little Hunnic horse. Now, to all my mid to low elo players out there watching, are Huns OP on Nomad? Or are they just fine? Because when they first added this horse, tons of people were saying that Huns were just OP. They were saying it was really strong. I'm not sure I like Huns here for this map because you start with the fishing ship and you don't have the wood to dock right away. So, like, that fishing ship is just idle the entire time. Hera had the wood to dock. Hera's already adding more. I really don't like this pick from Yo. So, I don't know if did he test this at all? Like, did he try and dock? Someone's saying in chat, I want to double check. Oh, he deleted his dock. Wow, so he didn't have the wood for a town center. He had to delete his dock, so he even lost wood. Wow, okay, so, I mean, already I'm just thinking, like, did Mr. Yo test this at all? I would say that is the answer there is no. Huns start with less wood. They, of course, have the bonuses where they don't need to build houses. But that is not a good look for Mr. Yo to start off the game. I mean, you got to at least know what your build's going to be able to be. So that delays him. He will be down a couple fishing ships to Hera. And Hera's gone for the Malians, which is a civ we've seen here many times before. Buildings cost less wood, and villagers drop off more gold, and the town centers for both players are directly on the gold. So you have that combination of water, that combination of land. You know what I think Yo's going to try here, guys? He clearly didn't have the best of starts. I think he's going to go high risk, high reward. And he's going to play fast castle cav archers. Because he's going to have so many buffalo. Like, look at all the meat that's going back towards his TC. If you go feudal age, it actually gets awkward more than anything. To manage everything and then still have the buffalo sitting there. So I think this is just going to be fast castle cav archers. Which can work if you're at an economic deficit. It can work. On this map, if you control the middle wood lines, it doesn't matter how much fish you have. Like, what are you gonna spend the food on? Hera, I'm wondering how he adapts to it though. Normally, he would definitely play the feudal age approach to try and pressure on water and land. Yo's still gonna get fishing ships out, but like being down 3 or 4 workers is just not acceptable at high level AoE. Let's be real. It's just not. But maybe it is acceptable. Maybe Yo labbed it out. Maybe Yo built that dock to make me look like an idiot. Players do that sometimes. Speaking of players trolling, I have to bring it up now, and I will bring it up many times throughout the tournament, I'm sure, especially when I'm casting him. All right, chat. So he might even be here. So I was talking to Nikov last week after his series. And you know what what he said? He said, I didn't have time to place random palisades around the map, so your chat annoys you, and so they ask you to look at the corner. But there's still 4 more rounds, so there's plenty of time. Freaking Nikov, man, because you guys know how it is, right? Like, if there's like this one random buffalo left over here, there's always going to be a couple people that are like, hey, go look at that thing. Someone's got everything over there. Nikov watches the stream enough to know. I thought that was funny. I figured you guys would respect it for that. All right. So Hera's on the way up. Expected. Very quick time. I think the play here, it's going to be very similar to what Sebastian did the other day. You go for the second dock. I've seen some players even adding fishing ships on the way up, because that's your only food eco now. You're abandoning pretty much all the other food. Now, Hera doesn't have the scouting, because the Huns get this horse. Yo did get up to 5 fishing ships. Yo knows that the TC for Hera is there and won't want to lose it. He seems to be trying to just bait the garrison there from Hera. And, well, there you go. Congratulations, Yo. You did exactly that, but now you lost your horse. That's horrible. That's horrible. There's something about these horses, by the way. They're very weak compared to a scout. I think it's just less HP, but, like, he tried to mess with Hera there, so Hera would have some idle time, but Hera, that's acceptable idle time. And now Yo doesn't get to see what Hera's going to do. Now, I do think that you know to a certain extent that it's just going to be a mix of water and land. So it's going to be fire ships and archers probably, or maybe galleys and archers. So you do know that. And Yo has 2,300 food underneath the town center. I mean, he's definitely going to have the food. But is he going to have the army? Is he going to have the fish? He brought in a lot of elephants as well. I don't know. Let's let Yo cook a little bit. I still think starting off and building the dock and having to delete it is horrible. I'm not convinced that he prepared it all, but Mr. Yo gets stronger as the tournament goes on. And he'll feel like if he can snag even one win against Hera today, he could beat everybody else in the group and still be in a good spot for the playoffs. But let's not forget, I'm going to show it again. Look at the names on this list. Hart and Vinchester are also in this group. They're very strong. Only 3 players from this group can go playoffs. And then Lucho, I think, is actually stylistically a very good player against Mr. Yo. So, yeah, we can't just be acting like you can get swept by Hera and still be fine here. Especially because maybe Hart and Vinchester could snag some wins against Hera, so. People have been calling this the group of death. I would say that's fair. Ops, thank you for the 5 gifted. Type, welcome back. 66 months from Type, my God. But yeah, Yo's going Fast Castle, Cav Archers. Will it work? If it works after the substandard start, I think it tells you this strategy is very, very strong. Hera's coming forward with a fire. Eventually, Hera's going to overtake on water. I don't know why this fire galley's going this way. I guess he doesn't know exactly where Yo is. The Spearman and Archer are going forward to find out. He'll know that Yo is fast castling as well. I think just based on how late the feudal age time was. That is a weak villager in there for Yo. Yo, please save your cattle. Do not let your cattle astray. Damn, Yo is on the way up. You know what I would have liked from Hera here? I would have liked 2 fires and then a bunch of fish behind. Just a crazy fishing eco. Like, he's definitely going to win water, but it's how much investment does he go for before he wins water? Yo is also going to try and fight on water, though, so I guess the way Hera's playing this is correct. Let's see if Hera could spot the cows underneath the TC. That looks ridiculous. That looks ridiculous. Again, it actually gets pretty inefficient underneath your town center. But yeah, holy cow, man. Again, there's still weak villagers on this wood line for Yo. That's going to be the biggest concern for him, is will he have the wood lines? He only added 1 skirm. Hera could be looking for there. And that, yeah, he does. I think, again, for Mr. Yo, that's got to be a detail you focus on. Maybe I'm being too critical, but we are talking 2 of the highest level players in the game. Nice pickoff there from Hera. And it's double range from him. No additional fishing ships behind. He hasn't actually killed the fishing ships from Yo yet. So he's still worried. He's still focused on that. And it just depends how you look at it. Like, I would like to see Yo just focus on Bodcanero and full Cav Archer numbers. I also would have really liked to see a tower here from Hera to fully deny this wood line. That would have put Yo under some pressure, but players don't like to build those towers. They'd see them as unnecessary at times. Yo's completely out of position. He had the fires here, and now Hera gets his reward. Amazing start for Hera in terms of the KD. We always knew it was going to be high risk, high reward here for Yo. And here's the risk and potentially the reward, because we've got Fast Castle, we've got Bodcanero, we've got Cav Archers on the way. He will have skirms. Like, those couple skirms in there could maybe use the range against Hera, but oh man, that villager almost died. I thought he was dead. Hera gets another villager pick. Hera understands fully. Like, he's got very low army numbers. He's gone Fast Castle for the tech. No market or anything for Yo. The fishing ships are alive, but just sailing away. He is going to get some counter damage on Hera, though. Hera could probably deal with this, but this is frustrating for Hera. That's actually really nice. Hera's still microing pretty heavily on the front. And here come the Cav Archers now from Yo. Now, Yo knows where the town center is. So he shouldn't run into it, but he can sit right behind it. And then, of course, Hera's going to have some villagers exposed. And villagers will die pretty quickly there. That's going to be a villager down for Hera. Hera's now on the way up to Castle Age. Weird that Yo isn't attacking the fishing ships. I'm not sure exactly, but if you take the fire and then go back for the fish, that could be really good. Hera's still microing his archers over here, and every Cav Archer is so important for Yo, and he's just losing them. He's just losing them. He loses one, he almost loses another, and now that Cav Archer has to back away. This is risky, man. Hera's doing some good work. Hera's adding skirms. Hera's got the far better economy. So with the far better economy, he will understand that he can lose some units and everything's going to be fine. He just needs to hold. This is where I think Yo might actually need to understand Cav Archers aren't going to do it, and the Siege Workshop's needed. Because Hera's definitely on the way up to Castle. The Villager's coming for that right now. Yeah, Siege is going to have to be key, because Hera's going to play primarily Skirm. If you get a couple Mangonels on the hill, puts Hera under a lot of pressure. And, okay, we have... Is that me, or is that the game, guys? We're good, right? If you ever have an issue where your stream drops even for half a second one day, it stays with you for a month. So we've got to pause. I don't think it's a tech tree pause. I think they know these civs. I also don't think it's the game bugging, but I don't fully trust that. No, I'm seeing them typing. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're back in. Remember, Yo's got food eco for a long time, so he doesn't need to invest into any farms. But Yo needs every Cav Archer to stay alive here. What Hera won't know is that Siege Workshop... never mind. He does know that Siege Workshop is up. I'm wrong. And he had to respect it, had to back up. And now the Mangonels are going to be on the way from Yo. Look at the direction you have to move on this map for wood. Right? You have to move forward towards the siege. You could technically go to the sides, which is what Hera's going to do now. But that gets really awkward. Hera's fires are going to win water, so we can always add more fish. This is the best thing Hera can do right now, is actually hit Yo's wood line. But Mr. Yo sees it. And now, Yo saw that Hera was running this way for the lumber camp. Hera sees the flag. Yo lands a monster shot onto the skirmishers right before Elite Skirm. That is a great shot from him. He is also down here. He was trying to sneakily redock to get some fishing ships working, but that's not going to happen. Hera's going to find it. Yo has 15 idols inside of his town center not working on wood right now. Hera's still running around. It's still the same situation that Hera can always make some more units. But the Cav Archers are mobile. And Yo can always make more siege. He's going to be making more siege in the middle. And he finds a couple villagers here from Hera. This is a difficult map to play, guys. Hera will aim for a trap. That was beyond ambitious with the Cav Archers there. And Hera gets rocked again. Hera losing most of his army here. That was 2 shots from the Mangonel. It's just the chaos of this map, guys. I know it's crazy. We had people at the very start saying GG. We had people when Yo lost a villager on the wood line saying GG. It's amazing, though, but Mr. Yo doesn't seem to agree that a mild inconvenience is GG. Mr. Yo's adaptable. Mr. Yo's just like that. He's built different. He's got the water buffaloes underneath the TC. He's got the second town center coming up. In a very nice position to protect the wood and the gold. Hera's town center here, not ideal for the long term. We've seen Hera micro skirmishers against Siege before, but the way the game is balanced, Siege should counter the skirms, right? All the top players can get the micro, right? But this becomes really a literal uphill battle for Hera now. I think the town center for Yo will complete. He's starting to add in some farms, foreseeing that the food eco is going to be needed. Hera doesn't have ballistics. Should be able to snipe this villager, though. Maybe not. Yeah, he gets that villager. That's good work. And he also sniped a Cav Archer over here, too. This is why Yo picked the Huns, guys. The start was brutal. I still don't believe he even practiced it. But he's Mr. Yo, so you gotta trust him. Again, we've never had a player go undefeated in group stage. Hera was close before. Viper was close before. I was thinking with how good Hera's been, maybe this could be the season someone goes 15-0, but then you see the group. Oh, man, nice micro from both. Nice micro from both. They trade 1 for 1. This is just a skirmisher over here. And that's a Mangonel on fire ships, which you don't exactly want if you're Yo. Let's check the farm transition. Hera's got some good farms, and he's got the fishing ships. So that's a huge positive for him. The stable is up, I think, just for the Bloodlines upgrade, so the Cav Archers have more HP. That upgrade hasn't come in yet. Another villager goes down for Yo. Mangonel for Yo needs to roll forward. Hera is always expecting another one, but there's actually not another one on the way right now. Would love to see Hera consider ballistics here. And the second armor on the skirms feels really helpful. A little bit surprised that Hera doesn't have one of those things. He is going to drop the town center, but again, he is booming away from the bigger wood lines. And there, Mr. Yo sees the skirms. What a game already, guys. What a start to the series. These players always feel destined for top 4. Mr. Yo sees the Mangonel, loses 1 Cav Archer, but it's Hunts. He will take that trade all day. He ends up taking down the Mangonel. He'll take down a couple villagers with it, and he can run away. Mr. Yo will be happy with that. That's a good trade. I know he's always going to be behind in the resources collected, but just keep looking at the military, keep looking at the map control, because eventually you just hit a wall where you are out of res on the outside and you need to take the center. That has to be Hera's goal, is to get to the middle somehow. Yo's actually added knights. I don't hate knights, but you need the first armor upgrade. That's on the way as I say it. But he also still needs bloodlines for both the knights and the cav archers, so... But you don't want to be engaging before the first armor. Once that armor upgrade's in, though, 8 of the skirms probably go down. The stone on this map's tricky, too. There's these little one-tile stone areas around the map. So Hera could take that to eventually build up for a castle, but it takes a lot of time. Hera's never expecting the knights here. He's convinced himself that Yo doesn't have the food eco because Yo doesn't have the fish. But now armor is in, and now Hera actually misclicked the farm. Those skirms get chased away, and now Hera's got to fall back at home again. It's like this consistent theme for Hera. He's got to fall back. He's got to fall back. He's got to fall back. This is good work, though, to use the fire ships. Very creative move. I like that a lot. You can actually just attack 1 or 2 skirms and back away here if you're Yo, and you're still okay. Hera's skirms, if they're stuck on the shoreline, won't add value. You don't want to lose the knights. Yeah, Yo didn't expect that. He didn't expect that at all. Completely forgot about water. I know it feels like you're not really accomplishing anything, but I think if you just sit here on the hill and take down these houses and take down this range and just clear all this up, there's huge value. Whereas if you leave the hill to try and pressure Hera somewhere, which is what Yo's going to try and do because he sees the town center. If you leave the hill, that allows Hera a counterplay to try and get there at some point. Just something to think about here, guys, is this game is developing towards a push to the north. Here goes Hera again with the skirms. There's going to be another knight from Yo. Lots of idols inside of his TC, though. He needs to fix that. You'd expect the reaction to be a lot faster. I'm not sure what's happening, but he's got like 30 idols. I think he's focused on the front. Mr. Yo's villagers will get back to work. The skirms are back to the shoreline. Hera's adding stables behind. He wants just enough knights to clear up the siege, so then his skirms can do the rest of the job here. With only 10 cav archers for Yo, that becomes a really realistic possibility for Hera. But he needs the upgrades, especially because it's against cav archers. Hera's going to be patient now. He's going to repair that TC. Mr. Yo's dropping an outpost to get vision. This is a crazy first game. Hera shows the knight. The knight doesn't have armor yet. Yo lands a really big shot. The skirms still have to be there after you end up clearing out the siege. Otherwise, cav archer versus knight is more than fine for Yo. Mr. Yo will take that trade. Get a lot of pressure on Hera right now. He is getting chain barding armor, though. He can always add more skirms. Yo trying to sneak another dock. Hera just has a fire galley there every time, but there's going to be another dock from Yo. He wants to switch back onto water to take down Hera's fish. He's convinced himself Hera might have like 15, 16 fishing ships. It's only 10. I actually don't think you need to switch back onto water. But if you have the multitasking for it, why not? I don't think Hera would have ever noticed that either. And his fire galleys are all kind of forward too, right? Like his fire galleys are over here, so he won't defend his fish easily. Yo sees the knights. Yo needs some monks now too. And Yo is going to back up now. That's a lot of knights. He doesn't have the number of cav archers. He will get bloodlines. Hera is advancing into the darkness, though. He knows his opponent has army in there, but he can't see it. Yo could see that pretty nicely. I think a town center on this hill, a castle on this hill, all of that could be so valuable. The attack round from Yo was not the best. Both the shots kind of miss. And Hera's armor on the knights and the skirmishers being here is going to be enough to push this back. Well played there from Hera. Eco just kicked in, right? Eco just kicked in. And he invested onto the knights. He had to wait a long time for this, but this is a great raid. And this is the exact problem that we were saying Hera was going to have. But on Yo's side now, you lose map control on Stranded, and you just run out of wood lines. Yo's got to run to the back now. Hera is flying. It's tough. To go for knights with good upgrades and skirms is really difficult. When you're under pressure, Hera was able to manage it. And this is where his eco is just going to explode. You see the farms go up around the TC there. He actually has found this dock as well, so should be able to protect the water. Mr. Yo is struggling. I don't know if he made many massive mistakes. I think picking Huns is always risky, but he just couldn't get the damage. I still would have liked to see him always hold the hill, but even then, Hera would have had the time to maybe get the knights in. It's just, you need to have eco, right? And Hera's economy, 25k res collected versus 19k. It's made the difference. But ultimately, I said it when he added the knights. Like, the goal here is just Cav Archer mass. Big Cav Archer mass with 1 or 2 mangonels to deal with the skirms. The fact that knights are a problem tells you the Cav Archer mass and upgrades are not there for Yo. He spent most of his time trying to deal with the skirms. The skirms are just the opening. The knights is what you need to eventually be killing off. And Hera, he's got the numbers now to kind of do both. He does have a lot of his knights back here, but he still has skirmishers. He's got the armor upgrade on the skirms a moment ago as well, and the Cav Archer's just not going to be enough, guys. There's a unique approach from Yo, but if he doesn't have an answer for this right now, I don't see a way back now. Yeah, monks could have been good for Yo. He did start to add them. Just a little bit more for Yo. 1 or 2 more monks, 1 or 2 more mangonel engagements. Maybe had he saved those 2 knights on the shoreline and those knights were still alive. There's lots of things to look back to. You could see exactly what Yo was trying to try game number 1, but also Hera showed us what the meta is on Stranded for a reason. That fast castle is just too risky. To give up the fish is pretty brutal. Hera did a nice job expanding his eco. Just a balance of all the things. It's what makes Stranded so tough. You've got so much water and so much land, and way more pressure on both those areas than normal maps. Hera wins game number 1. So, fun game, though. Fun game. I mean, I can look at that and just look at the start from Yo and know that maybe that's something he never tried. He just wanted to give it a shot. I think it's a pretty good shot, considering. But also at the same time, like, he seems like he's warmed up. I feel like he's got his home map picked. He's got a civilization prepped that should perform very well on that map too. So maybe Mr. Yo bounces back. But well played. GG. Yeah, KD was actually even that game, guys. It was 73 KD for Hera, 73-68. So yeah, I think that was decent in terms of the KD, but the economy was the difference. Yo needed a 2-to-1 KD to make that work. But he spent a lot of his time chasing with the Cav Archers. He wasn't really doing a lot of damage with the Cav Archers. And he had to switch into Knights and Mangonels. And obviously seems good, but that wasn't his long-term army. That wasn't his main army. He just needed a big, massive Cav Archers there. Yeah, Hera was as patient as one can be in that scenario. Quam says, I've never seen the side to open with mangonels to win in the end. Okay, Quam, I have some homework for you. Please look up The Legend of Huang on my YouTube channel. Okay? I have dozens of videos. If you have never seen someone start with mangonels win the game, please watch Huang games. Because Huang will have mangonels so fast, and the famous saying is, Kelt eat TC. It can't happen, I promise you. It can't happen. But again, I think sometimes the mangonels are like part of the push, and sometimes the mangonels are added because things have gone wrong and you need them to pay off for you to recover. Is this making sense? So I think that was what the scenario was. I was right, by the way. Hera's gonna go fish boom here. Hera's gonna steal a Lewis strategy. That's who knows? Who knows who came up with it? But we saw it from Lewis in the first round. I think it's gonna be fish boom, man. When I saw Lewis do it, I was thinking to myself, I feel like everybody should be trying this. And let's go. All right. So welcome everyone. I'm realizing now I didn't show the draft. I believe this should be the Civ draft. Yeah, so there's the Civ. Sorry I didn't show that at the start. But Hera picked Japanese first. And so when I looked at the maps, I was thinking maybe Japanese on Stranded. But obviously didn't play Japanese on Stranded. He is going to try what Lewis tried in the first round against ACCM that worked really well. I am 99% certain that Hera is going to drop a dock in his starting pond, which is not really what the map is designed for. This terrain is added. You have the fish for early food eco. And then the idea is this prevents you from farming here. So it leaves all your villagers exposed out on the grass terrain if you want to farm. But let's see. But my prediction is Hera is going to actually dock. He's going to fish these fish, use the Japanese fishing bonus to have the faster work rate, and it will eventually add fish traps. Now, I think Mr. Yo should know that. I mean, and maybe am I holding the best players in the world to too high a standard? It's still pretty early. I don't know. But Mr. Yo's usually at least watching other games. So I think that he should be aware of that. I should have seen that ACCM Lewis series, but there's been a lot of games so far. The bigger wood lines are always towards the middle on this map. Yo is actually just going to place the lumber camp out here for now. But eventually that's the goal, is to get to the wood lines. And Hera's actually going for the short lumber camp distance as well. And Japanese have the cheaper lumber camps, so you could always plan on building one out here. The middle you can dock, and you can eventually make ships, but there's no economic benefit to doing so. And I did see Viper. Viper was the first one who had ever had fish traps on this map. This was a couple years back. He did it, but he did it out here. And then last season, Viper did it here. Does anyone remember who Viper was playing in that? If you don't know, it's okay. I remember who it was. It's a player who eventually got relegated out of Platinum. I can give you hints as well if you want to know. But yeah, Viper did try the fish boom, I think, with Malay. But it was in a different way. It wasn't quite as precise as what Lewis did. All right, here's the hint. This player is a Chilean player. I think it was actually 2 seasons ago. Our base is saying last season we never had this in TTL. No, we must have. I remember Viper doing it before. Yes, Ace got it. It was Viper versus Sobek, but was it a different tournament? It had to have been. Yeah, here it is. It had to have been TTL. Because when else would I be casting Viper Sobek? I think it was like season 3 or something. So yes, well played, Ace. There's the dock from Hera. So yeah, the idea is you just save the fish. Usually you can take it with your vills, but like you have so many other ways to get food with your vills. Elephants and water buffaloes are plenty, so yeah, there's the dock. And what do you do about it? I don't know. You have to kill on land very quickly. And you hope that the fishing ship investment doesn't pay off. That's essentially what you do. In some cases, you can say, if you can't beat them, join them. Ah, you know, Born to Believe might be right. Maybe it was El Dorado. Ah, yes, okay. It wasn't this map. Our base was right. I hate to say the words. It was El Dorado, which has similar elements. Ah, man, I really hate saying those words. Our base was right, but he was right. He was right. Can you kill the dock with man-at-arms? No, I don't think so. The issue is the dock is too close to the town center. So I really don't think you could ever do that. Now, there is a weird scenario, though. In mid-feudal, there's not going to be any villagers around here. So all the vills are going to be elsewhere because there's no food underneath the TC. So you could use scouts to kill the fish. So just wait. You'll see what I mean. But there will be, like, the only villagers that are going to be around for Hera are the villagers on these lumber camps. Now, speaking of, Hera will go this way. Hera will drop the lumber camp over here. Mr. Yo is going to be scouting for that. Really wondering where he can do damage. Mr. Yo is the Ketons. This civilization is insanely strong. Once they get their pastures up, that food eco is hard to compete with. But I don't like Yo's lumber camp. Pastures are what, 110 wood now? I just don't like this situation. I think scouting this forward wood line, placing a lumber camp on the bigger wood lines makes life a lot easier. You can't really do both like the Japanese can because the Japanese have the savings and you don't. I mean, just keep an eye on these wood lines and then keep an eye on how many pastures Yo ends up having. It might be a bit of a concern. Yo has not seen the dock, by the way. So he doesn't know about that. And maybe he doesn't know. I watch every single game. And I play practice games with people. So, you know, maybe Mr. Yo just isn't aware. But there's no way to know. Like, he might fully expect it right now. And he wouldn't have to change anything he's doing, because I really think the best way to play this as his civ is to just still play full scouts. So, pastures are basically like a farm, but 2 villagers work on it, and it's 110 wood. And on the pasture, your villagers, instead of plowing the fields, they are killing some hunt that's added to the pasture. Yo does know about the lumber camp. So, no surprises there. Maybe long-term he thinks about a dock or a tower behind there. Hera's opening archers. Now, what might be the reasoning for opening archers is just solely that you put a lot more onto wood. And naturally, you put a lot more on the wood that matches the fish boom style. So, I don't hate that. Here comes Mr. Yo for another lumber camp. Again, the timing. Yo's opening skirms? Oh my god. No, this build is so off for Yo, guys. It's so off. Like, his resources aren't looking good. He doesn't have the wood for pastures. He's running out of trees here. Okay, he does have 1 pasture. You don't need to drop off the food from the pastures at the mill or anything. So that's kind of nice. But it's a slow build. And it's a slow build against a build that you need to stop before the fishing traps get going. And Hera's getting them going right now, no problem. But we have to say, he doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Now, maybe he assumed he didn't see Hera's mill, so maybe he should have been aware of that. Hera could have always milled the back, because it's double berries, though. I don't know, man. The Hun's first pick, you never know if it's a player going high risk, high reward. Like, he's only now on 2 pastures. That is so low. It took so long to get there. And he's massing skirms because he saw the archers. But Hera's going to be like, oh, that's fine. Go ahead, add your skirms. I just won't move out with my archers into your skirms, and I'll add some scouts with all my crazy food eco. I just keep looking at the resources collected, seeing that Hera's scaling ahead. Let's let Yo cook a little bit. Hera will continually add some fishing ships and fish traps. It is big investment. But you have the town center to produce vills, and you have the dock to produce eco. So it's 2 economic buildings, essentially, for Hera. Just 1 for Yo. Oh my god, the person from the Loey the Legend video is here. It says, hi, T90, longtime YouTube viewer. First time seeing you live. Here after my namesake appeared in a game. Well, welcome, Obi-Wan Kamblomi. Well, welcome to the stream. I don't know if that was you or if that was your cousin or something, but glad you could finally make it to the stream. I remember that cast, yes. How could I forget? This brings me so much pain, dude. This brings me so much pain watching these villagers over here. It all comes back to that starting lumber camp. He's going to be out of wood back here as well. Yo's going to be spending a great deal of time basically fixing his own economy. Hera's economy is perfect. Hera's economy is having no problems. And he's adding scouts too. So Yo built up the skirms. Hasn't been able to use them in any way. Hasn't tracked Hera either. He doesn't even know where Hera's army is. Hera's waiting. He's waiting here for Hera to bring his army forward. And now the archers are actually over here. This is so good for Hera. Unfortunately for him, Yo actually has villagers nearby. So it could have been worse for Yo, but he is going to lose 1 vill. He still has to abandon his pastures. Still has villagers inside the TC. Skirmishers are going to come back home. Hera's flying here, guys. Hera's flying here. I know some people are going to want double dock. I think having 7 to 8 villagers, or sorry, fishing ships on fish traps with Japanese when your opponent has 0 is already enough of the lead. You can just play into farms now, and that's what Hera's choosing to do. It's a tough map to play. It's a really difficult map to get right. But when you look at this, you have to factor in the fact this is Yo's home map. This is the map that he chose. His best chance to get a win against Hera here. And it does not look very likely right now. Both games, he's just been super far behind because of his openings. Like, his strategies have guaranteed him 1,000 resources behind Mr. Hera. But in this case, of course, Hera like went for the creative out-of-the-box approach, which I speculated is something maybe you should expect because we saw it one other time, but that's just one other time. This is kind of new meta for Mudflow. Hera's performing well. That is a lot of spears. That is a lot of skirms. He has to back off for now. I think we'll see a double and triple stable game from Hera here because there's a lot of map to fight for. Hera's Archer Micro, not exactly what he wanted there. He didn't kill a single spearman there. Yikes. So we're complimenting Hera, and I'm talking about a bit of frustration with Yo, and then Yo turns it around. There's a stable from Hera. There's a stable from Hera. Would not shock me to see a third. He's got the food eco for it. He is forging in on his scouts. Yo doesn't have forging in yet. Yo gets double forging, but the fight happens before it. 3 seconds away from double forging. Okay, now he gets it. There should be enough army there from Yo to hold. Yo also dropping the stables. Oh, now, I like this type of game, dude. It is rare to see full feudal, but you know, these days, players are going to opt for walls. A lot of the maps are a lot safer and all that stuff, but in the map pool, we wanted a mix, right? We want the full army. We want the full walls. We want defense, offense. Someone tell me what Hera's doing over here, because I have no clue. Maybe just sent that villager there by mistake, but yeah, this is going to be a full feudal game. Hera might stop at the 9 fish traps, because this is about to get messy. Which civ can perform better in the full feudal? The Khitans should be favored in many ways because of that extra forging. That extra damage is crazy. What they don't get is bloodlines. I'm just shocked that Hera didn't actually research that yet. He's had a lot of time. Maybe he went a little crazy on the archers. He does have armor and he has his own forging. But I think bloodlines needs to be queued up because that's the advantage you have here over the Khitan scouts is you get 65 HP versus their 45. Again, villagers over there, so I will instinctively have to look there all the time, which is annoying. This is precisely what Nikov said he was going to do, just to mess with me. And Hera has the scout numbers, and Mr. Yo, yeah, his skirm's kind of out of position now. I don't think Yo knew until now that Hera's going full feudal, or at least producing a lot more. I think Yo was still kind of convinced he could play towards Castle Age. There we go. Bloodlines is in for Hera. Hera still has the scout advantage, and this is a big push back from Hera. And with a lot more scouts coming in behind this, Mr. Yo needs some eco damage. He hasn't been able to do any eco damage. He hasn't even scouted that dock. But again, if he were to win the land army engagements, he can go kill the fish. It will take some time, but he could. Oh, it's a sneak dock from Hera. He wants a sneaky demo into the wood line. Listen, I'm gonna be as real with you as possible. I think Hera, the second his fish didn't get spotted or touched, he felt like there's no way I lose, right? There's no way I lose. How could I lose? And he probably saw how slow Yo's opening was. He's like, Yo open with skirms? It's like, no, there's no way I lose. And now he's going to make things interesting. He uses the market a lot. He's going to click up to Castle Age, but he's got a dock there. Guys, Yo doesn't see that. Honestly, you could have just docked from home. I still think this villager was maybe unintentionally sent forward. You dock from home, you can still accomplish the same. We do have a pause now. But, yeah, I mean, Mr. Yo's still producing army. He's going archers. He's going scouts. He has to clear this army and get some damage in against Hera. I'm a little surprised that Hera's tried to click up. It's worth the risk, of course. But let's see. We do have another pause. Now, in 4 days, the new DLC comes out. As someone who has early access to the DLC, I will tell you, if you've done any testing and you've done anything with the new DLC, it changes your hotkeys. So get used to hot pauses, and we have a pause now. Also, we have Hera in my chat, but it's his wife. Okay. Did you intentionally do that? Hold on, my game. I just got a lost connection to game server. Can you like not type on a player's account in chat, please? I think they dropped. Hold on. What happened, JBR? Sorry, a lot of things happened at once there. I think they disconnected. It doesn't say they're in game. Just a pause? Dashboard doesn't say they're in game. They have resumed. Dashboard? Okay, one sec, guys. Sorry. That was a DE thing. I've been having this end of game data stuff happen and out of syncs happen. Let me try. Well, when I use the search function in game to search for Hera, I get a Black Forest game because I have a Steam friend playing Black Forest. But yeah, guys, it's dropped for me. I need a lobby code, JBR. Oh. Apparently the game ended. Well, shit. Guys, I think a big fight happened and the game ended. Damn it, what the... that's a brutal end of the game. I mean, that game was scaling super close towards Hera. Maybe I could snag a wreck real quick, because I want to know if that ended with a demo. We have to find out, right? I don't want to miss a demo. Let me see if I can get a wreck real quick and we could just speed through it before the next game. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know exactly what happened, but Hera wins. It was just, so far, Yo's strategies have just been... Yo's recognition of what is possible from Hera there was poor, in my opinion. His build order was poor. And like, I mean, full credit to Hera. Hera's playing very well, but I expected a little bit more from Yo in terms of prep today. You always say with Mr. Yo, like, the longer the series goes on, the better he gets. I think that's still true. All right, I got the wreck. I think, Hardy, when we get this to YouTube, I think YouTube needs to see the full thing. So Twitch chat and YouTube live chat, I need you guys to act like you're seeing this for the first time. We'll just speed through the wreck real quick. Just be really amazed. I'm going to guess that a demo wasn't even needed. But a demo would be very nice, of course, as like the finishing blow. I think Hera's economy was good enough where he could just make it to Castle Age. Thank you, Nilly. Nilly's got it. Nilly's got it. That's the energy we need right now. All right, so join in. Hope this is the wreck. All right, we're going to go 8 times speed. But as we go 8 times speed, before we do the fake hype, what do you guys think? Do you guys think Yo did not expect the dock? Or do you think that he knew it was there? Because I think the more I've seen this, I don't think he even knew it was a strat. Because I think if you know it's a strat, you go scouts and you go spears. You don't open skirms ever. So I think he just didn't know. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of games. So I guess maybe I don't know if I'm holding Yo to who. Oh my God. To too high of a standard. But yeah, he never scouted it. He opened skirms. You never open skirms there if you know that that's the build. MBL says T90 hot take, make the pond near the TC undockable. Well, MBL, this is kind of new meta. It's happened twice now. And so we'll see how common it is. It obviously is not what we saw with Mudflow in the past. I am curious how good it is without Japanese, to be honest. I think people need to draft around it. You have 5 bans, at least ban Japanese if you don't want to play that style. But certainly you can't open skirms against it, right? All right. So this is a round where the game dropped for me.
Yes.
Okay, so that's weird. There was a pause and it ended the game for me. So there was a pause and it didn't come back. Okay. We're back into it, folks. We're back into it. Hera's on the way to Castle Age. Yo doesn't know that there is a demo coming from the right side. I mean, Hera's been way ahead this whole game. We know that this build is going to win him the game as long as he doesn't lose a big fight. He's got fully upgraded scouts. Here comes the demo from Hera. Yo has never seen this. Oh, and Hera's going to wait for the engagement. And here comes the demo. And Yo has to shoot it with the archers. And nothing happens. But he did have to shoot it with the archers. And the fact that he had to shoot it with the archers means his archers weren't on the scouts. There could be another demo from Hera. Yo is going to defend this. I think it was kind of assumed because of the drop that it was Hera who ends up winning this game. But he didn't land the demo he wanted. And he's going to have to wait for more, but he will still be in Castle Age in 20 seconds. And then he could just get even more upgrades on the light cab. And Yo's numbers are still so poor. Yo's pastures are big built, but it just feels so late. He did put a scout there next to the dock. Hera's up. Horrible news for Yo. Hera will get armor, Hera will get light cab, and Hera will get husbandry. And Hera did actually demo the scout, which is funny. But he will bring in another demo here. Yo is trying to wall this area. Here comes the demo now. I don't think the demo was needed, but a demo would certainly cement it for Hera, and it doesn't. Freaking anti-hype this moment here, huh? Anti-hype with the demo. Everyone wanted to see the demo, but Hera holds the gate open, he runs in, and GG. Yeah, sorry about the lackluster end of that game because of the disconnect, but I think we all knew Hera was going to win that. I am going to back out very quickly to get into the third game because we had to rejoin. But yeah, everything I said still applies. I just think Yo didn't expect the dock. MBL wants me to make it undockable already. That's something we'll think about. But apparently the players waited for us. Cool, to get into the third game. Cool, nice, awesome. I gotta talk to the devs. We've been having some weird bugs. That was weird. I've never had a player pause and then it have to do end of game data for me. Typically, a player's pause, I could just get right back into it. So, but yeah, I expect a lot of pausing when the new DLC comes out because with the new patch, they like add hotkeys and they add units and it changes people's hotkeys. And we'll tell players like, hey, double check your hotkeys, double check this, double check that. But like, there's always one or two things that pop up. So, all right. So real quick, next map, just to speculate on drafting. I think Yo still has good civs to work with. I think Dravidians has been very common in silver and in gold at least. I think Hera actually played Dravidians in the first round. I kind of forget now. Yo's eco balance was completely off there. It's kind of clear that he just thought Huns and Ketons in theory could work on these maps, but they haven't clicked for me. Dravidians are very solid, though. I think Hera's going to go Armenians on the next map. We see a lot of infantry openings. Armenians can get longswords, so Hera's probably going to go full send with that. What did Hera play? Malians there? Yeah. But guys, I'm going to list off some names for you. You have to pick one player who's not in the top 4. You ready? Hera, Winchester, Hart, and Yo. You pick one player who doesn't make playoffs, because that's what it's going to be in this group. Why is someone saying ACCM? Yeah, we got some Yos in chat now. Now, I know what I'm doing. Right now, it feels way more likely it's going to be Yo, because he's down 2 games against Hera. Other people are going to play Hera and maybe lose some games too. But, I mean, that's the storyline for Group B, is one big name does not make playoffs. So that's why every win counts. We say it every season. And every season we have a really big name lose some games the first couple rounds where I'm sitting here like, were they prepared? Were they sharp? Could they have been in better shape? I think Hart and Winchester are going to be really well prepared. So we'll see. It's funny, though. Usually, I'd like to think I'm right on things. I'm really clued into people's prep and them being ready and whatnot. But I was applauding Hart for his preparation in his first series, and then he messaged me later. I was like, Hart is super prepared for this map. Oh, my God. And then Hart quoted that, sent it to me, and said, haven't played the map in 3 years. Lol. I was like, well, okay, you made it look really easy, though. All right, game 3. What I was just saying is how important it is for Yo to snag a win here. For Hera, obviously, he is 5-0 right now in the groups. Things are looking good for him. But a lot could change. This is still just the second round, but every win counts. This map is Monocle. Hera played this in one of his 3 quick victories against Lucho in the first round. And he actually played Dravidians, I believe. So he'll understand Yo's Civ. I like both Civs here. This map so far has been dominated by man-at-arms. And in the past, it was dominated by scouts just because of the amount of food that's out here on these shorefish and the turtles. Basically, 1 mil invested there gives you roughly 1,000 free food. It's also really fast. So if you have villagers that are on food in any other way in the mid-game, you're probably behind. In the really long games, you do need to transition into farms. Mr. Yo. I'm not actually a big fan of that mill. Would you guys agree? I might be being too particular now with Yo. But I would mill here. Maybe it's not that big of a difference, but I feel like you get more food there. Either way, he's still got some food around there. And he's probably considering the Man-at-Arms opening. Man-at-Arms into Archers for Dravidians is very strong. But Armenians can go for Long Swordsmen in Feudal Age. So that's typically how this matchup plays out. Now, to counter the Armenian builds, I feel Dravidians is one of the best. Because you get the additional wood. You can open Man-at-Arms and it's much cheaper. And then you can play double range archers. So I like double range archers. Nikov is saying you can't mill there, noob. Oh. Man, I hate to say this too, but I think Nikov is right. Yeah, it's tough to know where you can build when you're casting. I think you could mill here. But I don't think you could actually mill here. Yeah, that's true. Nikov is right. Back in the day, there used to be a feature while casting where you could try and build with a piece of wall, and you could essentially find out if there were holes in someone's house wall or if you could build in certain areas of terrain. The way we spectated was different back then. There wasn't a separate program. It was actually an in-game spec feature. I don't think that will ever come back, but that was always nice in those moments. So Yo's on the shorefish. Yo actually skips his lumber camp, which I don't hate. He'll get the wood back later. And Hera bringing in his boar now. Hera's got the mule cart, of course. And Hera will come out to build the mill. Yo's scout has been very active over here, so he didn't actually push in that many deer. He's actually left his deer over here. And Hera pushed in his deer instead. What is Yo trying to do with this scout? What's the reasoning for this scout being here, I wonder? I guess he probably feels like he doesn't even need to push the deer because he's got the shorefish, so you could just skip it entirely. But, you know, if you go for this build, guys, I think this eliminates Man-at-Arms because you delay your lumber camp for the fast food. He'll place his lumber camp here. He'll get that, but notice he doesn't have anywhere near the wood for the barracks timing. Those deer got pushed in close enough to the TC where I would maybe consider taking one if I were Yo. Oh my god, eat it! It's right there, bro. Now it's going to walk away. Yo's scout will come home. And yeah, Yo's going to queue Loom. I think this is just super fast archers here from Yo. And Hera doesn't have the barracks yet, but he could still add it. And I would expect the barracks to be somewhere around here. So. Yeah, lumber camp's very cozy. I love the lumber camp. And taking deer, taking sheep for now is fine. I'm completely fine with that. It's just more so long-term. Once all this is gone, you're going to want to have as many villagers on shorefish as possible. Though in Yo's case, he won't be spending food as much as Hera. And Hera runs into the town center there. Hello? All right. Well, I mean, I thought Hera knew where this town center was from his scouting before. But maybe he's confused because the deer were so close. But Hera's scout is weak now. That's a very big deal here because you can't block off your militia as easily. Part of what makes Man-at-Arms strong is the blocking of the scout. Hera might have even considered abandoning the build if he knew he was going to lose this, but he already had committed to it. Gets a little bit housed, so the militia are a little delayed. Yeah, I got to cast it both ways, right? I feel like Hera's build isn't quite as clean with the timings as it could be as well. But still, you have to figure that the core of the build is good. Core of the Civ pick is good. Just like to see the scouting from him to know he doesn't know this is open yet. And there's still going to be a gap here, which Yo needs to find. It is very holy, these woodlines. Wow, and Yo is adding militia. Okay. He's adding militia even later than Hera, so he's sticking to what I thought initially. Hera will drop a tower. Hera, I think, is really confused because he hasn't seen anything yet. And Yo's scout was there really early. There's a level of paranoia when you're up against certain players who like to sneak. where you're going to convince yourself that there's going to be a sneak there. I think it's just also a safe move, and that way you can protect the shorefish. Yo's doing the same. Yo is still open there, but it doesn't matter. And here comes Yo. He's going with 2 man-at-arms. There should be a third following. I don't even know where it is. Maybe I'm missing it, but it says he's going man-at-arms with 2? I thought he had another one in queue. Archer range is up. There is still a hole on the outside. I don't think Hera knows about that. Hera's going to assume that Yo is fully walled. And we'll see if Hera can get longsword in. But for now, no interest in that. He's just gone for the archer follow-up as well. They're both essentially doing the same thing. The same thing, but Hera has more momentum. Yo's army hasn't accomplished as much harass. Interesting, Hera's actually building a mill on berries. He does have 8 villagers here, and Yo still only has 4. And look at the difference in resources collected. I mean, it is that clear, right? You have to have villagers on these shorefish on this map. Otherwise, you are just behind. Hera shows the archer. Yo will back away. Hera backs away too. But, I mean, still could get longsword at any point in time. So, you get longsword with the archers, and you're just in a better position. There's still only 4 villagers on the shorefish. Would love to see a lot more being brought forward. Hera's still got the 8. Hera will drop another mill here soon for efficiency, I'm sure. Mr. Yo just 1 step behind Hera today. Yo will add skirms, which feels natural in the situation where the opponent has archers. I like Hera's patience with the longswords. I feel like sometimes you see people rush it, and then they miss out on other things. Then they just don't have any archers or skirms. Feudal Age can be really long on this map, so I think this is fine. Forces Yo into some stone walls. Good stone walls from Yo, though, because now Yo can counterattack. Now that this army can't immediately do eco damage, now he'll go for the counter. Hera doesn't see this. Hera doesn't know. There are some archers there, and they'll show up behind the wood line. Let's see what Hera chooses to do here. I think, did he just overchop the tree? No, he didn't. Hera just chooses to bring a skirmisher in. Yo sending the man-at-arms around. Hera with the house walls, and Hera continues to go forward. Okay, if he had arson and longsword now, he could completely nuke this tower. And Yo has brought a lot more villagers to the shorefish now. Mr. Yo is extremely patient, so I think he just was happy to take his time. Still waiting for the longsword upgrade from Hera. I think he's about to click it. And there it is. So 40 seconds away from longsword. That's a Castle Age unit. Like, it's no joke. And you have to be out here to be competitive. So it's not like you could just stay in your base. Yeah, and Hera also has the range units as well, right? It's not just longsword. And one of the plays that I've seen from Dravidians against this is you go double archer range. So you go so many range units that you just outmass the opponent's range units and then can take care of the longswords. But there they are. There they are. Eric, Romans are a good play for this too. You can go for the armor and the man-at-arms, but longswords completely wins that matchup in feudal. In Castle Age, when Romans can then, match it with longswords and armor, that's where Romans are better. But in terms of feudal age, there's really no civ that can compete with the Armenians right now. At least with this meta we're seeing. And that's strictly with the infantry. Dravidians can compete. Other civs can compete, but you have to have a lot of range units. Hera's done a really nice job to match the opponent's range units with the longswords, which is not easy to do. And just shorefish count, he's got 20 villagers on the shorefish. Yo's doing the same. Yo's got 14. Hera just controlling the game. Hard not to feel like he feels like he's in control when you watch him play here. Because Yo's just reacting to him every single step of the way. Hera's gonna dive? Oh, that's crazy. Yo doesn't have farmers around, right? To garrison. Hera's gonna dive. He'll kill 1 vill. He'll focus down some of the archers. He kills 2 vills, and he's gonna be into the wood line. You could consider this a risk for Hera, but not if your units are just better. Yo did not expect that. That's a move we could see on a couple of these maps where players will not farm around the TC, so you don't have the villagers around. That's 3 villagers dead. All the wood lines idled for Yo. The gold is idled for Yo as well. And again, just a super clean opening against an opening which is solid. It's adaptable. But nothing about this opening from Yo was like, yes, it's just going to completely match what the opponent is bringing him. It was just 2 Man-at-Arms. It was just 1 range. I've seen some sharper builds in Platinum, but also in Silver and in Gold where people are ready to go. Hera is just going to fire away from here and about to get another sweep. We'll see more mills coming up. I mean, there's no comeback potential for Yo. If Yo plays like this against Hart and Vinchester in the group, I favor Hart and Vinchester as well. Just maybe having an off day. We get used to people being super consistent, and we get used to like the same level all the time. Doesn't always happen. And of course, Hera, one of the traits that makes him so good is his consistency. So you know what level he's going to bring every time. Typically, I would say the same with Yo. I love this from Hera, by the way. Why ever go Castle Age when you have a Castle Age unit? You just stay feudal. You just keep spamming longswords. This is the way to do it, guys. These longswords are so strong. There's no sense in going to Castle Age for anything else. Just keep freaking sending it. He's going to dive here. Yo is out of Shorefish, by the way. He's got to take Shorefish away from the tower pretty soon. And yeah, it's GG. And that was a stomp. That was a stomp. I expected a better performance from Yo. I expected exactly what we saw here from Hera. Hera gets the win. That was my prediction was that Hera would win the series. Thought maybe Yo would have a really good home map choice, a really good Civ choice. But his home map and his #1 pick was the Mudflow situation with Ketons, which looked suspect at best. So, strong performance from Hera so far. He gets a 3-0. Mr. Yo luckily still has 3 points from his first rounds, and the opponents could get a little easier. But again, in the group of death, how easy is it really going to be? Hart and Vinchester are definitely going to love that result. Because now if you're Hart and Vinchester, they're gonna feel like they could beat Yo themselves, maybe. And then also, they might plan around getting 1 win in the group stage against Hera, and that would make it really tough for Yo to recover. Remember this series, guys. I know it's Hera. I know Hera's going to win a lot of games, but remember this series when it comes down to the end of Group B. T90's mustache says, I like T90's teacher energy where he's a little disappointed that his students didn't do their homework. Listen, you have to understand something, okay? I am really ingrained into all of these leagues in some capacity, right? I am talking to a lot of players and in some cases playing. And so when I see an opening, which makes me say, what is he doing? Has he even practiced this? And it's Platinum League. And I know people in Silver League and Gold League have played like 15, 20 practice sets. It's hard for me to not look at that and say, maybe that could be improved, you know? But it's tough because there's tournaments all the time. And it's like, Yo is typically just fine with just doing what he does. He's a beast at the game. So it's that tough balance where it has to be cleaner for Yo, but also typically he ends up picking it up. So we'll see. We'll see. I see some comments on the merch. I don't want to go full sellout mode, but I talked about it last week. We added the new merch. We switched the site. This is one of the hoodies. I got some mugs here, the TTL mug and you know, the gold, the plat, all that stuff. I'm not going to go full sellout mode on the merch. But yeah, thank you for the compliments on the hoodie. We've got it. We also ramped up some stuff on the site, which we talked about earlier. We'll talk about the next matchup here in a second, but if you want to look through comparisons of what players can bring to the table in all these rounds that are going to happen, you can do so here. It compares their tournament history, it compares their ladder history, and we got some cool stats up there on their favorite civs and their favorite maps as well. All that is on the TTL site. So TTL command, if you use the TTL command, you can check out all that. It all should be there. And for YouTube, that information's pinned as well. All right. Schedule for the day is here. We got 4 sets today. There's actually 1 set missing. Viper versus Vivy is our closing series. That is not listed on my schedule. Apologies for that. But Nikov and ACCM is next. We might have a little bit of a break until we're into that one. So I'm just going to go quickly grab a snack, and I'll return. We could talk through the prediction contest, probabilities, and some of the upcoming things here after the break. So, yeah, catch you soon.
ja. Heiße. 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 Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Rete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucha, Hova, Sucha, Hova, Sucha, Du wäre.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Wocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Wocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Rete.
Rete.
Das ich soll.
Das war ja, ja, Heise,
Flickmann.
das ich soll.
Rete.
Ja, ja,
Geboren.
das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise, Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Streete, sa.
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja, ja,
Rete.
das war
Flickmann.
Rete.
Hey, ja.
Ja, ja,
Rete.
das war Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Das war, das ich soll. Das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. 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 Dass ich soll. 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 Rete.
Ja.
Es war. Ja. Es war.
ja, ja,
Rete.
Du wäre. Es war. Ja.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
das war, das ich soll. Das war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
ja,
Hey, ja.
ja,
Ja.
Das ich soll.
Ja. Hey, ja.
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 Das ich soll.
ja, das ich soll, das ich soll, das ich soll.
Hey, ja.
Stürme.
Hey, ja.
Heise,
Hey, ja.
sa.
Rete.
Hey, ja.
Streete, ja, ja,
Gebure.
das ich soll, das ich soll, das ich soll.
Hey, ja. Hey, ja. Heiße. Heiße. Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Okay. I'm back. I want to ask for input on something. Sorry, I felt I should put the text there because the schedule's bugged. I want to show you guys the two options and show you the merch thing real quick. But hold on. This requires me to take my hoodie off. One sec. All right, so we just added this option onto the merch store. So I have the, I just showed you the hoodie, right? And this is the shirt we have on the merch store right now. After wearing it, the quality's great. The fit's nice. I like it. But I think I don't like the big logo, personally. I don't know about you guys. I kind of prefer it like what the hoodie has. Like the subtle logo. That's now on the store. So I guess you have both options. What do you guys think? Do you think this is fine? I feel like just like the subtle logo at the top of the hoodie is a little bit better. But anyways, you have the options of both now. I messaged Hardy. We switched it over for the t-shirt if you want that later. So I'm not a big, like, super gigantic logo guy. I prefer the more subtle approach. So You could go even smaller, small logo pocket tee. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I think like the quality is at least 25 to 30% better than what I had with Teespring, and at least like the shipping and stuff overall should be better. I don't know where everyone's from, so I can't guarantee that, you know, what the shipping costs and availability is going to be like, but they do have, they produce it in Europe and the US, so you should be able to get some good options for different things. All right. So our next set is in 30 minutes. Our next set is scheduled for then. It is possible if the players would like to shift up a little bit that they can do so. Unfortunately, the Hera games weren't the longest. So we have some time until ACCM versus Nikov. So we might have some time. I have some things we could do, some things we could touch on, and can spend some time catching up with you guys a little bit. But let me first fix my scoreboard before we get into that. ACCM Nikov is a banger set, though. Holy. Like, I'm inclined to say that ACCM's the favorite. But Nikov went 3-0 and made it look pretty easy in his first rounds. And, I mean, Nikov's never an easy opponent to beat. I think ACCM maybe had a tougher opponent or an opponent in greater shape in the first round. I think he played against Lewis, and Lewis looked really good. But I could see this being another 2-1 in this group. Hoodie with large TTL5 logo on the back and a small T90 logo on the front. Is there anyone else that would like that? I'm basically going based on your input. What I don't want to do is I don't want there to be too much. So you go to the site and it's not clean, right? Like if there's a million things there, it can get really messy and look really silly. So big logo on the back and then a small logo on the front on like the breast pocket. Okay. I don't know if Hardy's listening to this, but we could put that on our list. Someone asked, what's the shipping like to the EU? It depends on where you're from. It also may depend on the item. So I can't give you specifics on that. It's not fixed. So some items I think are either in stock in certain areas and printed in certain areas. I don't exactly know how it works, but I think that might vary item to item. So I think the weird one is like the zipper hoodies are only available to ship to like the US. Or maybe it was US and Germany. I forget. So I don't have my YouTube chat up anymore. One sec. Someone says huge logo on the hood, right on the forehead. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I think that would be weird. Standard Toast, thanks for the 25 months. What's up, Corner Sheep? Crusader, thank you for the 6 months. Dane, thank you for the 22. Sunny PP, thank you for 52. Says little anecdote from my childhood. I never wanted to buy unit upgrades before massing them because it seemed logical to me that they would be more expensive to train after the upgrades. I think some games are actually like that, right? I think some games are actually like that. You've just awoken something in my memory. I had some weird things like that when I was little. I think I would have to produce all the units first before getting the unit line upgrade. Like I'd have to make like 50 spears and then I'd have to get pikemen. I couldn't like make 5 spears, get pikemen, and then make more of them. How soft is the hoodie material? It's soft, but like, it's not like fluffy soft. It's like soft inside, and it's like durable on the outside, I guess. I don't know how to describe materials, man. If it's not Age of Empires, I have no clue what I'm doing, so. It's solid. I don't know if you guys ever had my Teespring merch, so it's better than that, but you might have never had it, so. But I figured, I let you guys know, and I get like maybe $3 to $7 depending on the item for everything. It might go a little higher than that. Maybe it's $10, but it's a good way to support the show and also get something in return, especially if it's a good look. All right, next one is going to be. We should have round 2. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong group. Nikov versus ACCM. I feel like we should maybe look at this with no cam, but I'm not missing too much. We're just missing some of the top maps for ACCM, basically. I like the look of this. This is nice. This is a fun series. Look at this. Ranked ladder's close. Tournament history is ahead for Nikov. TTL history ahead for ACCM. Community prediction is pretty close. ACCM 2-1. I don't know. I think style-wise, I think they're a bit different too. I think Nikov's about killing quickly, and ACCM is about never dying. So we could see some of that reflected in the Civ draft too. T90, can you blend the schedule back in real quick? I have to show it to my wife. Here, I could go above that for you and your wife. I'll even go one step further, and I'll show you what the next 4 days looks like, okay? So this is going to incorporate other tournaments in Age of Empires, but obviously the big thing is going to be TTL Plat. So here's what the day looks like right now. We've got ACCM Nikov here. You have running Sebastian after, and then Viper versus Vivy. On Saturday, again, there's plenty of Gold League stuff too, which I won't be able to cover, but we got Dragonstar versus Vivy. Oh my God, I can't wait for that tomorrow. That's going to be such chaos. Barrels versus Rapard, and then Leary versus MBL. On Sunday, you've got Dark versus Viper. That'll be a super fun rematch. Freaking Andy versus Lewis. That'll be really close, I think. And then Mihai Sato as well. I think Sunday might have the closest matches right now. And then Monday, we've got Sizcon and Vinchester, Hart and Lucho, and then Lix and Tato. So that is the entirety of the second round of TTL Plat. There's also Gold, which will be happening. But Gold I won't be covering on those days. Would you guys like a calendar stream right now? I could show you a Google Doc calendar. ACCM is apparently ready. Nikov is going to be here soon to draft. Let's do a little calendar stream, guys. Let's do that. Because I would like to remind you... Oh, hold on. Are they drafting now? They're about to draft? Okay. I want to remind you guys exactly what we're looking at in terms of the schedule. Because we're going to be... There's a new DLC coming out in 4 days. I have content that's going to be uploaded tomorrow showing some of the stuff from the new civilizations. It's not the most in-depth thing ever. I go over basic details. I go over the tech tree, and I will also show some of the units in the video. But yeah, let me stay focused here and show you the calendar. Because we're taking a break from Platinum eventually. And we're going to focus on Silver and Gold and give them more of the limelight near the tail end of their groups. Guys, is there a way to make Google Docs not be so freaking bright? Is there not a dark mode for that? I have a dark reader, and it doesn't work for it. Does anyone know? You can see on my face how bright it is right now. I mean, you guys, they're just going to get flashbanged a little bit. Sorry, I don't know what more I could tell you. How does this not have a dark mode? All right, get ready for the flashbang. Brace yourself, brace yourself, brace yourself. Ah! Okay, so I know, not exciting, but it's actually important. So, we are here, okay? We are here. And we are going to be casting Plat these days. Those are the days we just talked about. New patch comes out. We are going to be casting Silver Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. That will not be old patch. That will be old patch games, actually. So that will not be on the new patch. Then we go right back into Platinum action on the new patch. So Platinum has a couple days maybe to get prepped and familiar with the new patch. That's Friday through Monday again. Then we dive into Gold. Gold, we're doing the last round. Then we're doing the playoffs. That's all new patch. All this stuff past here, barring any issues, new patch. So basically, here through here, we're like live for like 16, 17 days straight. Maybe there's a break or two in there, but lots of games, right? So yeah, just be ready to watch lots of Age of Empires. And if you didn't catch what's happening in Silver and Gold, that's cool too. Because I'm going to be around to break it down for you. I'm pumped. Alrighty. Time for the Civ and the map draft for Nikov and ACCM. What's it going to be? Oh, dude, Rasiak, that's so funny. I forgot about that. So yeah, if there's anyone who is on the stream and knows the Hi, I'm new meme, basically I say, is there anyone new here today? And then people who are not new always say they're new with the emote. There's actually a baby onesie on the merch store for your new baby. So if you have a new baby and would like to get a Hi, I'm Noob T90 onesie, you can do so. It's literally a Hi, I'm Noob because your child is new. So that to me is hilarious. Wow, so Stranded game 1 again. Monocle again for Nikov, and then Zimbabwe for ACCM. So 2 out of the 3 maps will be repeated here in this series. Stashpo says, I'm not having a baby just to get it. Well, don't have a child just to get the baby onesie. That's a little much. If you happen to have a baby and want to play into the joke, want to play into the meme, then go ahead, you know? But I wouldn't take it anything beyond that. It's like you were not planning having children, and then this completely changes your frame of mind. So, I don't know if anyone's out there from the Civ Draft site. Anyone who works on the Civ Draft site, please hear my words, okay? It is so confusing for viewers who pay attention and read, which is at least half of you, that it says admin pick on this draft. Now, I could maybe edit it out and stuff, but like people then think that the tournament admin picked that in some cases, which is not actually the case. It's a neutral map. It's the last map remaining after the bans. And it did go down to 3 technically in random map number 1. But don't let the word admin there confuse you guys. They ban out all the maps except for 3, and then game 1 is randomly selected from the final 3. So if I could work on removing the admin word there, maybe it would make things a little bit easier. But yes, those are the maps. We'll have the civs here soon as well. 12 Angry Birds says, I don't have sound right now, but I'm wondering, what is this admin pick? Chat, just keep your energy, okay? Keep your energy. Whatever it is right now, you guys are a bunch of trolls. Oh, man. I need that energy. Trust me. It's been a really rough 2 weeks for me, so. Not the streams. The streams have been good. The support's been good, but just life stuff, so. So let me just rattle off some civs that I think can be really solid for each map as they're about to start their civ draft. For Monocle, you have Armenians and Dravidians, the 2 we just saw in Hera Yo. Then you have, I think Bulgarians are a shout. I think Romans are a shout. Chinese are insane there. Nikov played Chinese in the first round, so I'm guessing that ACCM will ban them or pick them himself. Yeah, so that's Monocle. For Stranded, Japanese, Malians, Italians, Persians. Definitely not Huns, Mr. Yo. Koreans also really good on Stranded. And then Zimbabwe, think of arena civs, so civilizations that are good on closed maps. You also could throw in Mongols because there's Hunt there. But like Malay are really adaptable. Portuguese, Bohemians, Burgundians I still think could be really good there. The list goes on. Teutons could actually be a weird shot. Yeah, maybe not Teutons, but last night I played an arena game where I got to make elite Teutonic Knights and research crenellations. And ever since, I've been on the Teuton train. It was so satisfying, man. So satisfying. Because it's just such a rare thing to make sense. I was against Burmese, and he opened champion. And so, champion and Trebs. So I went crenellations and bombard cannons and Teutonic Knights. It was sick. Jump Frog, welcome. Says, first time on Twitch. This is overwhelming. Well, welcome. Sorry. Not sure if I could do anything to make it easier for you, but welcome in. I'm live streaming on YouTube right now as well. There are some people watching over there. But they're on the streams, we have the delays because of the draft, so we're just waiting for that. Thank you, JBR. Did we fix the calendar now? That's better. That's better. That's still crazy, though, that you can't do that as a default mode on Google Docs. That's ridiculous. You would think they would have that sorted. Petro says, do you guys think that adding an attack delay for units after exiting the siege tower would be a good nerf? So they did that with any ranged unit already. But then what happened was they introduced the Fire Lancer, and they forgot to implement that same fix for the Fire Lancer. So they did that for ranged units like archers and janissaries and Gebetto. And then they forgot that they did that, I guess, when they introduced the Fire Lancer. So I still think the siege tower needs to have an HP and or speed nerf. I think you do one or two of those things, and I still think it's viable, but it's not quite as cheesy, maybe. So YouTube, don't get all butthurt, all right? You're not second-class citizens. Well, you are as far as Twitch is concerned, because Twitch won't let me, Twitch rules don't let me put your chat up on the screen. Don't get all butthurt. I see your messages. I know, okay, there's over 1,000 people. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. But please don't get all butthurt. I appreciate you guys, too. We don't need a YouTube versus Twitch class war right now, where people... You're both calling each other noobs. I appreciate it. I know there's not as many emotes on YouTube, but for what it's worth, because if you want to support TTL and all that good stuff, subscribing on YouTube does still mean there's no ads, and 70% still comes to the creator. I think we only have 5 emotes, though. Maybe there's more? I can look. Yeah, I don't know how many they'll let me add. It might be limited. At least on Twitch, we had to work our way up to having 60 emotes. We had to hit sub goals for that, so... Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you. Does YouTube see Twitch chat? I mean, technically they would if they're watching the screen. They would see Twitch chat, yes. But the Twitch partnership rules, they allow you to multi-stream, but they do not allow you to have the other chats incorporated onto the screen. Because Twitch is terrified. Terrified. They like, don't want to lose their creators. They also don't want, like, other people to be reminded that the other platforms exist, you know? So. Tekra says, the Viper is currently changing his hotkeys. Are you ready to watch him misclick in his match later today? Is he fixing hotkeys or what? Well, Viper's series against Vivy would have been played yesterday or the day before, so I think that likely there aren't going to be misclicks, but... Yo, Late Blue, thank you. He says, love you, Twitch. Been reading your chat for years on YouTube videos. Wow, so we have someone on YouTube donating $10 with Super Chat to compliment Twitch. Oh, God. YouTube, I don't know what to say. He was supposed to be your boy. He's betraying you. Thank you, Robok, for the 17 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, but yeah, I tested the new DLC and it broke my hotkeys. So the first week or two of the new patch at TTL, we're gonna have hotkey annoyances for sure. I can't talk about it. I think I can say this much with getting in trouble, or without getting in trouble. I found something, guys. They gave me early access. I found something they didn't tell anyone anywhere about in the game. But I can't say anything more because I'll actually get in trouble. But apparently, I was not supposed to find it. And it was not a bug. I'll leave it at that, all right? We'll leave it at that. Inca's first pick from Nikov. Inca's first pick? Well, look at the bans. A lot of the civs I said are banned. Mongols banned, Japanese banned, Chinese, Burgundians, Koreans, Georgians, Romans. Inca's first pick's wild, though. I wonder if that's for Stranded. I think it could be sneaky good on Stranded. Play Eagles and Water, maybe. Will you tell us when it comes out? Yes. And they might have it announced with the new patch. So I'm probably making a big deal out of nothing, but... Ooh, Cumans for Nikov. Ooh. That's tasty. So he wants 2 TC Boom maybe on Zimbabwe. T90, is there a reason why the female version of merch is always without the logo and the male version is always with? Yeah, I think the answer is we made a mistake and we didn't realize, and I've now been notified of that mistake, and we will look into it. That is not intended. That is not intended. The Loey the Legends female merch should be locked and loaded with the logo. Hardy says, I know of it, but that's just how the logos are. Okay, I'm not sure what that means then. If Hardy's aware, then it might be the way it's being presented on the site. Why do all of the little avatars just sway, except for the Japanese who have a cool graphic pulling their sword? Well, because the Japanese player had one too many... The Japanese guy had one too many cups of coffee and he can't sit still. And everyone else is a bit more zen before battle. Yeah, the Japanese samurai is a bit neurotic. I wish the other ones would move a little bit more, though. Are there any other units that actually move around on there? Now I'm wondering. Oh, Gebettos will fling their little knives. Yeah. The Gebettos also a bit crazy. Muscular Hobo says it gets pretty graphic when I pull my sword. Okay, calm down. We're talking about Age of Empires here. But very funny. Okay, last pick here for ACCM. He's got some really solid civs on the draft. You get to pick 5 civs on both sides and Portuguese. Portuguese 5th pick when Portuguese can be good pretty much everywhere is really solid. So not bad. But yeah, I like the animations on screen. It's a nice little touch. I like that feature. But I guess I never really look at it with as much focus as you guys do. It's amazing the difference in viewers. You will have people who will look at every single little detail and they will be really particular on it. And then you will have people who will not pay any attention to anything I say and will ask a question even if I've said it 6 times. So you just got quite the mix. Someone in YouTube chat is asking, does anyone want to play some team games? Can you not? I mean, technically, we do have my Discord for that. There's a games channel, and I want you to make friends, and that's all really nice. But we've got a series about to begin here. We're running a show here. And game 1's about to start here, so no team games allowed, all right? Jeez, you think I didn't see that? It's all right. It's happened before. Here's what the groups look like. We're talking about Group C, which so far has been the most competitive in Platinum. Nikov is at the top of the group. He's got 3 wins. ACCM right behind him with 2. I do feel like, I mean, it's just 1 round to go by, but I do feel like Running is going to be one of the weaker players in the group. He didn't look good against Nikov. And Lewis looked really good against ACCM. So, Nikov being at the top of the group might not last if ACCM can play like he did against Lewis. I think my prediction was 2-1 for ACCM. And I'm going to stay with that. I'm going to stick with that prediction. I think game 1 Stranded could go either way. I could see them both being really strong on their home maps. I really like ACCM Civ for his home map. Having Malay, Spanish, and Portuguese gives him the advantage on Zimbabwe, in my opinion. But with Nikov, he could sometimes lack a little bit of consistency. Sometimes maybe the pressure can get to him, the nerves. ACCM, there's never really any signs of that. But some chatters disagree. They think it'll be 2-1 for Nikov. Flesh's Week says, where are the Americans at, lol? Well, as Nilly said, in America, I think there's quite a few Americans watching right now. Where's everybody watching from on YouTube and on Twitch? Where are you watching from? Doesn't have to be America, of course. We got a big mix. I'm sure we've got some people here from the U.S. I'm seeing some U.S. states. We got Germany. We got Slovenia. We got Finland. We've got Asia. That's a little broad, but Germany, Sweden, Canada, Amsterdam, Brazil, Italy, Estonia, Earth. Wow, thank you for that. Thank you. I kind of assumed. I was worried, though. All right, cool. Well, welcome in, everybody. I can get really burnt out and annoyed. I say this every time I ask where viewers are from, but I can get really annoyed with aspects of the internet, and it can really suck sometimes. I think we can all agree. It could be too much. But, like, to have people from just basically everywhere, all here, with the common theme of just wanting to watch some sick AoE2 is awesome. So, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you to anyone who's new. Thank you to those who've been around a really long time. We've come a long way, even with just Titans League. Season 5 now, 100K total prize pool. First season was kind of just an idea I wanted to pursue. I wasn't sure I could get any official support. A Galley's in chat. What's up, Galley? Watching from Venezuela. Galley's a good player. Probably will be in Silver League next time. It's like 2K3, 2K4. He's definitely an up-and-comer. At one point, he messaged me on Discord when we played a game. He said, sorry, my chat didn't work. GG. And then he says, go queue again. I want revenge. And I said, can't play anymore, sorry. Go get more wins so I can steal your puntos. And then he laughed. And then 3 days later, he says, queue up. Go play. I want I want to beat you. It was funny. I like to talk trash. Actually, speaking of jokes, Game 1's about to begin. I appreciate your patience. So you got to deal with story time for now. Yesterday, I played a game on Arabia, and I was Armenians, and it was randomed into Armenians, okay? It was Armenians versus Huns. And my opponent knows who I am. He knows I make all these videos and the church rushes and all that stuff, right? And he asked, he said, did you force pick Armenians or random? And it's because he had Huns selected if someone were to force pick. And I knew why he was asking. And I was like, why do you ask? And he explained. He's like, I had Huns force picked, you know. And basically, if I force picked Armenians, then he would have expected some shenanigans. If I didn't, he would have expected me to play like a normal Arabia player. I said, say pretty please and I'll tell you. And there was like a pause of like a minute. We're doing our Dark Age thing. I'm laughing because I'm like such a troll. And he goes, do what you want. He refused. He had too much self-respect to play my games. That was funny. I wish there was more chatter in games, but maybe that's the caster in me. So, game 1 will start. Any questions about TTL, guys? Did you win, though? Oh, yeah. I didn't church rush him, though. I just went long swords instead. Any questions about TTL? Anyone want to say hi? This is your time before we dive into the games. What's up, Ashley girl? Thank you for the 14. Why is there no bracket for me, T90? There will be a bracket for you in the Community Cup. If you use the TTLC command, you could join the Community Discord. We already have over 100 signups. We will have the Mud League, the Crud League, the Crap League, the Tin Can League. We'll have the Rust League. We'll have all the leagues. Last time we had over 300. We still have over a month for signups, so you have time. But there will be all ELO groups. And I'm trying to convince my uncle to play. I'm going to rig my uncle in. I'm not going to have any problem with that. That would be fun. So yeah, that actually does exist if you'd like to sign up ahead of time. How will the DLC affect TTL? Well, the DLC is definitely going to affect TTL because there's going to be a lot of change very fast, not just with 3 civs being added, but also that comes with the new water patch. So I'm not concerned about the new civs as much because I think I played the civs. It's not like the recent DLC, the Three Kingdoms DLC. I don't think every civ is going to be like crazy OP in every stage of the game. However, the water balance could really mix up how some of these hybrid maps work. So I believe that they put time and effort into getting the water balance right. But how does it affect hybrid maps is kind of my question. So we'll see. It's something that Someone joked earlier that I say on stream that I'm excited and then I cry myself to sleep at night. It's not quite that, but there's some worry, but we'll see. It's also a lot of excitement to see how things play out, so. Yeah, and they did do a test run of the water balance with that other patch, as Nilly points out, so I think they had enough information to hopefully get things right. Do I practice this time, or do I go into it blind like normal? I think you should just do what's most fun for you. The community tournament's about fun. So it depends on how you are, but I would say if you play the Community Cup, just send it. Just send it. Make some game plans, because that could be fun, but just send it. Don't stress too much, and if the game plan's going to be bad or good. It's a Community Cup, you know? But people do practice. It's possible people practice more for the Community Cup than Mr. Yo practiced for some of the strats he did in the previous series. People do practice. And there's rooms in there you could find some practice buddies and have some fun, so. Hi, T90. Low elo problem here. How to stop that stupid Donjon Rush. Archers nor scouts didn't work. Thanks. Ooh, Donjon Rush. You know the best tip I can give you for the Donjon Rush? And it's not the first thing you would think of. Go to their base and kill their vills. They're going to build all the donjons on your base, and you freak out, and you are panicking, and you're fighting exactly where they want. If they deny a resource, just find another stone and gold. Go counterattack them. At least make them drop the donjons at home. I think it'll make the rest of the game a lot easier for you. That's my number one tip. Anytime someone tower rushes, go to their base. That's their weakness. But yes, playing into Castle Age, playing into crossbows, all that stuff's really good. So that's also an option. I think you want to get to Castle Age against the Donjon Rush. That's also a tip. T90, have you practiced saying the names of the new civs? I will never forget you introducing the Hindustanis. What do you think? What do you think, as someone who demands that players be prepared for their strategies and their builds? How prepared do you think I am with that? I'm not. No, I say every time I should do a little bit of research, but who's got time for that? I just prefer to embarrass myself. So, but I did clarify it that in the videos I made for Saturday, I guess, which is tomorrow, I did clarify in the intro, another DLC, another time to mispronounce things. So maybe that helps. Honestly, most of the civ names I think I have right. Most of the units I think I have right. But some of the historical figures that they mention in some of these, like some of the information bits is kind of tricky. So some of these names, some of these heroes are really tough. So, but I will never forgive myself for some of the Hidden Cup pronunciations I had in the early Hidden Cups. I will never forgive myself. I can't even rewatch them. Sometimes I'll want to rewatch some of my favorite tournaments and favorite moments. And if I do anything too cringe, I just can't. And there's a lot of good moments I just completely screwed up. Not just with pronunciations, but, you know, I hold myself to a high standard. All right. Game 1's actually launched. We have 2 minutes now. T90, should I pre-order the new DLC? Yes or no? Well, considering this tournament is sponsored by Microsoft / World's Edge, I would have to say yes. Absolutely. But no, really, I would be real with you if it was bad. I think it's good. I had less concerns with it than I did the previous DLC. So I think when I saw the list of bonuses on some of these civs, I was really annoyed because I thought it was going to be over the top. But yeah, to me, I think it's relatively balanced. I think all the civs are probably going to be very strong in early game, like very strong in early game, and probably not so strong in the later stages, which is good. 50 seconds till we're in. Thank you, Limp Noodles. Thank you for the kind words. Thanks for the resub. Top Gun, thank you. I also saw gifted subs on YouTube from Loco, and he also subscribed there. Thank you, Loco. I'm gonna lean towards ACCM here still. I think ACCM is just, I mean, he's a really tough nut to crack. He's a really difficult player to beat. I think that consistency is something that gets him wins. He might get an extra 1 to 3 wins per TTL season because of his fight. I think I predicted him maybe top of the group. It's a group with Nikov, Sebastian, freaking Andy Lewis, and running. I'd have to check my predictions, but I think Sebastian and ACCM coming into this season felt like maybe the top 2. But yes, game 1. Thank you again for your patience. I know it took a little bit of time here. That may happen as we try and do live sets, but I feel like that's worth it because I would prefer to have as many live sets as possible. I'm sure you guys would agree. But get some hypes in chat, and here we are. Welcome, everybody. We'll switch ACCM over to the red, and we've got the round 2 series for ACCM and Nikov, who will both have been very happy after their first rounds. Opening rounds for them was dominant. In ACCM's series, it was a tougher test, I would say. Oh, shoot. I don't have the groups memorized yet. Is this it? Nope. I'm so sorry. We'll get it up eventually. Nikov won 3-0, which you'll see on screen once I get the correct group. And then ACCM won 2-1 over Lewis, but Lewis's level was extremely high there. So I think while he didn't get the 3 wins, he will be very happy. He got the 2. The winner here will go top of the group, at least until Sebastian, freaking Andy, and Lewis have something to say about it in their later sets. And we've got Stranded. It should also be possible for me to get the draft up here for you. I believe this is going to be it, but we've got, yeah, that's the draft there. Perfect. So just a lot to take in here. We've got 3 maps, of course. 2 of these maps were played in the prior series, so we get a good feel for the meta on them. But Zimbabwe is the one where you're looking at Spanish, Malay, Portuguese, Cumans, Bengalis. Those are the civs we'll probably see played on the closed maps. Italians, very flexible in that they have the cheaper dock technologies, they have the cheaper fishing ships, and the cheaper age up. I definitely think Italians is the more common pick here. But guys, I actually have this memory flooding back. Maybe someone wants to fact check. But you see that first pick from Nikov? I think ACCM played this civ in Wandering Warriors Cup 2 on Stranded. The more I think about it. He played a lot of Aztecs and Incas here. And the idea is with Incas, you have the cheaper houses. Or sorry, not the cheaper houses, but your houses give you more pop space. So you save a lot of wood. So that is like benefiting your fishing ship count. And then you have very cheap skirms. You have cheap eagles. You can flood the map in the middle with eagles, skirms, archers. Can get very messy here. So, but first pick from Nikov is wild to me. I wouldn't have expected it being a first pick. Italians, again, the more typical pick. We've seen this more frequently, but Nikov's one who's usually very prepared. Thank you, Thisney. Thisney? Is that how I'm saying it? Thisney. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Rocket, thank you for the 18. But yeah, the wood becomes so important in the middle, and all the elevation is in the middle. Nikov looking for the elephant. We'll bring in the elephant. Also is bringing in a lot of cows right now. A lot of water buffalo. He's actually scouting with his llama. Bro, you got this for free. This is your civ bonus. Well, to the guy in the dev boardroom who decided to give Inca a free llama as their civ bonus, I hope you're happy now, because this is what Nikov thinks of that. There used to be this little detail. I guess the llama has less food than the water buffalo, so you would want to lose the llama. And all right, it's the Italian bonus now, baby. That's funny. ACCM's llama now. But in the past, the llamas used to have a little bit more vision than a sheep. So it was actually the correct play to scout with your llama and then eat your sheep. But I think they made the vision on all the herdables the same now. I'm a real weird guy, but that bothered me because I like details like that, and they removed the detail. But okay, ACCM's got the llama now. Maybe the llama will go home because ACCM will probably want to find out where Nikov is as well. This is unlike the Hera and the Yo game, where the fishing ship count was the same. Or sorry, that is not what I wanted to say. where the fishing ship count was way off and the eco count was not the same. It is the same here because both players are really prepped and have really good civs for this. T90, can we expect early gameplay vid of new civs from content creators? So I want to do casts of it, but Capture Age is not set up to do it right now. So I'm hoping that they do that for me. I think when the new patch comes out, then I will be able to do some casts. I'm uploading tomorrow. Once the embargo lifts, there's a time they give us, we can upload some stuff. An overview of the civs. I'm reading some of the stuff that Microsoft said about the civs, which is already available. And then I'm also showing the in-game tech tree, talking through some of the specifics of like costs and how the bonuses work. And then I will also show some gameplay footage in that. But for me, the best way to learn about a civ and the best way to have content is to have matchups and to cast it. But that's been a little disappointing for me because Dave and I played some games and we made some horrible mistakes. We were learning, but I can't cast them yet because Capture Age isn't set up for it. So I spoke to them. I'm hoping that'll happen. Like I understand it, I think the DLC will come out and then Capture Age will work. So that's in a couple days. But it's a lot for me to run this whole tournament, to cast every game that we are, and then also to have the new DLC and try and make content for it. ACCM found this elephant. So he's got that. He's on the way to Feudal Age. He's building the barracks, so he will play towards Land Army. Nikov also building the barracks. I think Nikov also wants to go for a second dock here. I'm curious on if Nikov will go Eagles and Fires. That's what I think makes this civ strong here. Because normally you have to choose between the second dock and the archer range. But if you just don't go for the archer range and you just produce only out of the barracks, go man-at-arms and then just Eagles, it could be sneaky strong here, I think. And fishing ships are going to be good for Nikov. The two docks will eventually produce some fires, but we'll see once he's up. It does feel like Nikov wants the archer range with his positioning. I like this positioning. Just being out in front of your woodline like this is really nice. The way ACCM has done this is also fine, but in Castle Age, you still don't have any of this area locked down. This is just a very safe approach. The llama is back to Nikov now. We'll see how this llama does. Next person to subscribe, we'll name the llama after you. Don't know if that's a big selling point, but if I know chat, maybe somehow that'll do something. Nikov wants damage with the man-at-arms. It is a tough map to do damage on with man-at-arms because usually a lot of the wood, the gold, and the food is all around that town center. I think Nikov is finding that out right now. And Nikov did build the archer range on the hill. Okay, cruise. Really, guys? Really? This is what does it. Being named after a llama. Really? Hiker Boy too? I'm actually offended. I mean, we've got water buffalo around. I'll do what I have to do, but like everything else we've done, I guess my schedule was kind of scuffed today, so that wasn't impressive. Thank you, though. Thank you, Hiker Boy. Thank you, Badashi. Thank you, Gaming Legend. Unfortunately, the llama goes to cruise. Nikov got a little house there, but I think that's because he's producing a lot on water. And ACCM also up to the second dock. ACCM's archers chasing down the man-at-arms. So far, the man-at-arms have done very little for Nikov. But I guess he does delay this elephant from being brought in, which he probably doesn't know about. But ACCM definitely wanted that. He doesn't have a lot of food underneath the town center. Nikov does, and Nikov still has crews over there to eat. Thank you, Rock Your Face, as well. Welcome in. T90, can you make a llama sound? I can, but I'm not going to, because that will be clipped. We can't have that. I made a camel sound one time, and it was my most watched clip over a 2-year span. I think that person view-botted it. It was a very weird chatter, but yeah, no thanks. I think I will hold back on my animal sounds for now. ACCM gets his elephant. Nikov. Nice little control. Just playing passive on water. ACCM actually backed off, though. Sometimes if you run into that choke point, you can just get demoed, and it can snowball on you, so. Both players have economies to manage, and they have to work out a game plan. Still no eagles from Nikov, so it's just skirms. And you can just tell both these players respect each other so much. They recognize how strong the other is. Being extremely patient, but I think ACCM will be happy. At least kill off the man-at-arms, weaken some skirms a little bit. Yeah, here they'll meet in the choke. This is where demos are going to become really common, and one demo can swing the game. Yeah, they're both microing their ships, and Nikov will probably back up. I expect a demo this way, and I expect a demo this way as well. We actually have a stable from ACCM. Interesting. He's going to go scouts. I mean, scouts make sense if you're expecting full skirm, and you do have to respect how cheap those Inca skirms are. Whoa! Part-time Buddha with a €110 donation on YouTube. Says, we demand a T90 llama voiceover. What? Really? Is that the price of my pride? €110? Is that what it's going to come down to? You demand it? This is a serious tournament, guys. This is a serious tournament. A serious tournament, which is becoming less serious by the day, I guess. I mean, you just want me to make this llama noise? It's not even... How am I supposed to do that? It sounds like a... It sounds like Nikov is overextended here. Nikov is overextended. Nikov was never expecting this. Is he here? He's looking on water. Nikov is looking on water, and his skirms can't even run away. That engagement for Nikov is somehow worse than the llama sound I'm about to make. I had no clue, guys. He was microing on the water. He was microing on the shoreline. I'm certain of it. I think the micro was good, but his skirms completely overextended. Now he tries to add the spearman. The spearman gets sniped. That is amazing for ACCM. And the beauty of it for ACCM as well is that he could still stabilize on water. I think he lost some ships over there, but if he holds here with a demo or two, he could still be fine. It's what's so tricky about this map, because the water is so valuable and the land is so valuable. Nikov needs a big engagement on water now to be okay with how this is going. And so far, this is really good. It comes down to the demos coming in from ACCM. Nikov drops a tower. Nikov's tower is hitting the archers. ACCM's busy looking at his fish. Nikov loses all but one fire there. But man, the production buildings on the front are so painful now, right? You need more army, but you can't really add it. He has to add an archer range behind. I really like ACCM's position here. He's on the way to Castle Age. It should be fairly easy for him to add a fire or two to stabilize the fishing situation. This Scout Edition was so good. And it isn't common. A lot of people won't do it because they're really worried they'll delay their Castle Age time. But the fact that he's still able to click up is amazing. That's still a very quick uptime for ACCM. He will defend on water, I think. And it could be more archers. It could be light cav. It could be knights. And Nikov's eco is looking pretty inefficient right now. That wood line's kind of brutal. He's bringing in the elephant right now, which is out of desperation. And ACCM's fish are still fishing. He's even mixing in some farms. So yeah, this map, guys, could just turn around on you quick. Other maps, you make a mistake, it's like, oh, it's okay. But here, you don't really have a lot of res to fall back to. Another archer range for ACCM. It almost feels like he's going to play cav archers if he's not making more archers right now. And Nikov knows he's behind. Nikov knows what that engagement meant. He'll use the market and he'll click up himself. So nice job from Nikov to at least hold. But these villagers need to get out of here, man. Yeah, this whole wood line's dead if he's here. Oh, this is so bad for Nikov. What a start for ACCM. This is what Nikov gets for not eating the llama, I guess. I had to embarrass myself. What a start for ACCM. Nice find. Would have loved to see Nikov pull those vills a little earlier. He can at least produce out of both ranges now and pair up everything at home, but that Castle Age time is rough, and he knows it, and he taps out. Yeah, let's go back. We were being professional. We were talking about llamas at the time, but that was a clear instance where you had both players focusing in different areas of the map. And so, from Nikov's perspective, he has no clue that stable is there. It was completely hidden from him. It's completely against the run of play, so he's not expecting it. And so I think what happens here is he's pulling his demo back. Let's just watch the water engagement because we know what happened on land. Let's see. So he goes in. Yeah, he micros his demo back. And now he's like, oh, big time for an engagement. Yeah, he micros it. That's perfect. Perfect engagement. And now I think he's realizing, like, oh, crap, maybe I'm behind on land. I don't really know when he noticed. There's a point where he tries to go back, and there's a you shall not pass moment. Yeah, there he tries to leave. So there he knows, and he's just completely body blocked. So it's unfortunate. If Nikov wouldn't have gone so far, if he would have been 5 tiles further back, he could probably fall back towards his barracks, fall back, snipe some archers, and then maybe be okay. But that was horrible. All of the skirms went down. And then, of course, he didn't immediately win water because of it. So if he loses his skirms and he immediately wins water, I think it's an even game. But that was not the case. 2 to 1 KD there for ACCM. And yeah, great stuff. Love to see it from ACCM. That's what we know. He's going to be consistent. He's really tough to break. And now the number 1 pick has gone down for Nikov, which makes the Inca pick look a little odd. I still think he picked it because it was a dual purpose pick. He knows ACCM would want that because of tournaments in the past. Okay, $5 donation on YouTube now from Always Player 4. Says, so if we get $100 again, do we get another llama sound? No. Maybe? I don't know. I don't want to promise anything. Again, this is a professional show, okay? World's Edge tournament coordinator is listening to this right now, guys. He's in our chat. He's watching, all right? Future Titans League seasons could potentially be compromised for a quick buck. We can't have that. They're going to monocle game number 2. I think Nikov needs a big turnaround. Big turnaround. He's gone for Vikings. Vikings. Wow, okay. I think there's actually some viability to Vikings here. But yeah, let's see. I wasn't expecting Vikings. Okay, so I want to just reference the draft here as we introduce game number 2. I think this is a series where it's really valuable to do so. ACCM's in the red. ACCM won with Italians. That was his first pick. Nikov lost with the Incas. But don't look at the picks as much as the bans. I want to point out how many of these bans are dominated by civs on this map. Japanese could have been the previous map, but definitely this map. Dravidians, Burgundians, Chinese, Armenians, Koreans, Romans. I would say all of those picks are because of this map and because of infantry and eco bonuses. So I bring that up because now we have Vikings from Nikov and Wu from ACCM. We have not had that yet. And so they've had to go for picks that maybe are a little bit further down the list of civs that are viable. Now, all the civs that were banned because they can go for great economy and man-at-arms with all the shorefish to back it up. The Wu have regenerating infantry, so that's a really nice pick. You could still play that meta here with the Wu. The Vikings, they are an infantry civ. They do get free wheelbarrow, so it makes their economy very strong and stronger than other civs. So I think we could see man-at-arms from the Vikings. I also think Nikov might just want to play archers. I'm not really sure. But Nikov played Chinese in his first round that just completely destroyed. It's just not as strong as the Chinese, which again, ACCM banned. So T90, you say you're professional, but what word did you say when you combined skirmisher and spearman? Skirm and spear became something that I shouldn't have said, but that was a mistake, okay? I believe what someone tries, like someone's intention is important behind whatever action, right? And I may have accidentally said sperm instead of spear and skirm, but that wasn't what I intended, all right? If I get really exhausted, sometimes I just combine words. So it was, embarrassing. Thank you, Grilled Trees, for the 4 months. Thank you, Groose, for the new sub. Rock your face. Man, guys, this is very motivating. I know we're joking around about the whole llama thing, but seriously, the amount of support's been amazing. Thank you. It's been it's stressful behind the scenes to get things to run smoothly. And it's been really stressful in my day-to-day. So 2026 is kind of a rough start for me. This has been a lot of fun. But yeah, Nikov he cannot get swept here. Nikov needs a win in this series. Because from my perspective, I think that running might be one of the weaker players in Platinum and in this group. So that 3-0 happiness that Nikov was feeling after round 1 could disappear very quickly if everybody else does the same. I think if Nikov snags a victory here and loses the next game, he got 1 win against one of the best players in the group, and he could still be happy, but he's going to need to be on his game. I feel like he's just... Well, he's going to build the barracks now, so it still could be man-at-arms. They're just pushing in their deer, just bringing in their boars. Eventually, all the villagers on the shorefish will be the focus of the economies, but it doesn't have to be for now. There's the barracks for ACCM. And ACCM is definitely doing what we expected. I think Nikov will do the same. Nikov seems a little bit paranoid about the early scout pressure from ACCM. So he's done the right things, and he's dropped the palisade walls, but nothing yet. T90, can you be dressed in a llama costume for the Red Bull event if you get another donation? It'd have to be a significantly larger donation than 100 euros. Like, I'd probably have to pay off staff at Red Bull to make that happen. So, I mean, we'd be talking big, big zeros on the back end of the number. And we're not negotiating this. We are not negotiating this. I'm not going to Royal Albert Hall and making a fool out of myself, okay? And that's that's not negotiable, but everyone has a number. No, I will not. I will not. Here comes the militia from Nikov. And Nikov just going to push in one last year. I think he's going to wait and try and trade off against the man-at-arms from ACCM. Because of the lack of scouting, it would feel very awkward to move forward right now. He's completely in the darkness. So maybe if you know what ACCM is going to do, you just wait it out. Because Viking man-at-arms have more HP, Wu regenerates. So if you get this one fight, like imagine if he knows about this right now. If he gets one fight and just clears it, the regen isn't a bonus that even applies. And okay, Nikov will see it. Just passing. He didn't notice. That really hurts, actually. That's almost loses the whole unit. And now there's a chance that he might need to add another unit here because he can't necessarily win the fight. I think Nikov just made up his mind. He's not going to chase. He doesn't want ACCM to control the game. He's going to wall up around his mill on the shorefish and the turtles. That's good work from Nikov. ACCM now knows he's coming towards his base, and he is to wall up. They hit Feudal Age at the same time. They'll both probably go for man-at-arms. A lot of players are doing this instead of the walls because the tower helps you long-term. So nice tower there from from ACCM. Archer range against no archer range. Wow. So still no range for ACCM. That's a pretty big deal. I think Nikov expects the tower and sees the tower there, so he doesn't engage. But the walls are a really nice touch here. And if he can get a couple archers, he actually doesn't have a lot on golds. He doesn't have a lot on wood either. And oh, Nikov! Oh! I took a risk there. I'm not sure about this for Nikov, though. I don't know if those villagers are going to be able to get to a mill yet. Building this tower here is certainly making life a little awkward. Nikov is just going to take down the houses from ACCM. So that seems to be his plan. And it's hard work right now on the defense, but Nikov does have wheelbarrow. I just hate this because now your villagers are going to bring the food over this way. Nikov, he expects them to go back to the TC.
$25.01. Here's my part towards the llama costume.
Thank you, Nox. We are professional stream, though. Villager goes down for Nikov, and that's just a sign of the pressure paying off for ACCM. I don't think Nikov expected the villagers to go to the mill. He expected it to go over here. Man-at-arms still lurking around for Nikov. Range is up for ACCM. Arson's coming in for ACCM to take down the buildings. Nikov never got that upgrade, but he could get that upgrade. Nikov's really hasn't made a lot of archers this game. And his villagers are stuck. Oh, God, dude. They're stuck. They're not working. He doesn't realize they're not showing his idol either. Okay, he noticed now. Now, that's a lot of inefficiency to the economy. That's kind of the focus on this map. But Nikov will hold. The game could turn around quick with ranged units. Nikov was faster to the archer range. So far, though, it hasn't been producing consistently. It's only at 60% since it's been produced. Here, it's been 85% since ACCM built the range. So, That's why the numbers are even. If Nikov can't break a player in the early stages, at least a player like ACCM, sometimes he can have some issues, but I do really like Vikings in these games. I feel like you can have a awkward moment with Vikings and it still be okay, and oh no! Nikov could have killed 2 archers there. He didn't notice. Now ACCM's got the distance again. He's paying attention and he's got fletching. So much multitasking right now. Thank you, Ernst. Thank you, Edike. Back and forth game. We've only had 1 kill in this game. ACCM will build a new mill. Shorefish villagers check. We've got 10 villagers on the shorefish here. We've got about 8 here. Nikov still has to be more paranoid about the man-at-arms. And over here, Nikov traded down an archer with his man-at-arms. So another thing here is the villagers just being faster allows you to back away from the man-at-arms and use them in the fight. So, but the fact that that damage that he just did against the man-at-arm is a moot point because of the regen is also kind of good for ACCM. If I missed another dono on YouTube, I'm sorry. I could follow up on that. I'm seeing some messages here, but we got an important game right now. Love this woodline for Nikov, because the woodline in the middle becomes a real problem, especially because he's chopped through most of it. Like, for ACCM, this could be rated pretty heavily. So this tower's at least protecting that, but he will slowly move away from the shorefish here. Skirms and archers from Nikov will soon have fletching. Resources collected still ahead for ACCM. And guys, I don't know if there's anyone named John watching, but your distant cousin, the Jean Swordsman, could be on the way. And that is just so solid on this map. It is an anti-archer, like good against tower and a TC fire swordsman. And it's super speedy. And this whole eco would be rated to death. Nikov needs some engagements before that could happen. Clearly, ACCM's game plan is just to get to Castle Age and get to the Jean Swordsman. Archer behind the woodline. Nikov will abandon the woodline. That's more than fine. But you're just seeing some shakiness from Nikov that you just don't get out of ACCM. He's just so well structured economically. His timing's on the attacks. I guess he has had less TC idle time, Nikov, but he needs Castle Age to be in his near future. And if he's in Castle Age and he's expecting Jean Swordsman, he might be going to Stone for Berserks, which would be sick. I think Berserks can wreck in this matchup, but that... You're a long way away from a castle. I think more realistically, that is probably just for a couple towers. He wants to build more towers to protect this. But Nikov's missing ACCM's army. ACCM's army was right there, but he passed it. They didn't see each other, though, so Nikov was expecting to run into him. Another villager kill for ACCM. Castle Age is on the way. Nikov's doing the right thing now. You can't just run back home. You're behind. You have to go get counter damage. So this is a good play. You've gone too far already. Thankfully, Wheelbarrow was in, so you could maybe get away with this Vil as he carries his fish. It's amazing he doesn't drop that thing. It's probably pretty gross, pretty slippery. That fish is actually way bigger than any of the fish in here, so I don't know what he pulled out of there, but the graphics are a little bit weird in that regard. ACCM has a couple skirms at home. This is probably fine to hold. Probably. And none of my alerts pop up from YouTube stuff, so people giving me a hard time about missing a dono. Sorry I'm casting the game. I apologize. We'll get to it. Tower coming up from Nikov again. He's just so rattled right now. So many villagers desperately building. It's not sharp. It is not clean. It is not what ACCM is bringing to the table. And ACCM's got double barracks, 600 food, and 400 gold to spam Jean Swordsman. If it was a longsword, you could hold against the tower. But Jean Swordsman have such crazy pierce armor, they can stand underneath towers for so long. Nikov probably feels dead. You want to see a player fight it here. You want to see a player hold on. Every win matters for so much. We've seen some quick tap outs from Nikov in the past. He's been better over the past few years. The first one might have felt quick to many viewers, but he was pretty far behind there. And he fought well, but beyond the point where it looked bad for him. He's still doing the same here. He's still microing on the backside. Here he's garrisoning his tower. He's on the way to Castle Age. He's dropping a barracks. So I think the plan is to play in towards longswords. But the Jean Swordsmen are going to be on the way. We got a Jean Swordsman on the gold. We got a Jean Swordsman running this way. We still have the man-at-arms coming in. The skirm sitting underneath the tower. Like, it's just idle time everywhere. The villagers are going to clear this. I love how ACCM didn't send a single Jean Swordsman for that army, though. He actually sent all of the Jean Swordsmen immediately to Nikov's base because he knows that Nikov needs time right now. And he refuses to give him time. This is an absolute mess. It's horrible for Nikov. I think it's over. He's 80 seconds away from Castle Age. Nikov picked this map so he could get some early damage in against ACCM. He knows ACCM's reputation is the fighter, the super long games. But ACCM just did the exact same to him. Very quick game, very smooth game from ACCM. And he's got to be feeling really good now. Again, I think the point remains, as we'll see that third game, that Nikov's going to have to pull out a win here. And I think he's got a Civ that could do it. But in this game, it just felt like ACCM was so smooth. And Nikov just seemed rattled. He just seemed really rattled at times. Villagers being... If you look at the APM, I'm sure he was faster or... Like, it just seemed like he was doing so much right there. He was doing so much, and ACCM was just chilling, man. He was snoozing down here, 23 average APM. But he didn't have to do a lot. The core of his strategy was just to keep Nikov running around. He tracked Nikov's man-at-arms very nicely. His eco looked very smooth. Castle Age was perfect. All right. It was Part-Time Buddha again who donated another 110 euros. He is now calling me Llama90. Well, thank you, Part-Time Buddha. It's an honor to receive such a donation. I feel like I would be more honored to receive a donation from Full-Time Buddha. But maybe eventually you'll be able to move up. Apparently being a part-time Buddha pays very well. I didn't know part-time Buddhists had such a nice salary. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry I missed the dono. Obviously, we're casting the games. So, it's natural I'm going to miss some things. But yeah, thank you. He says, don't discriminate. I'm not discriminating against part-time Buddhas. Part-time Buddhas are half as important as full-time Buddhas. Thank you. Thank you. All right, this next one's going to be a clown fest, guys, because there's a lot of uncertainty on what they could play. Malay, Spanish, and Portuguese are options for ACCM. And then I would say that for Nikov, like Cumans and Bengalis are good options too. And they're all very different in how they play out, at least with the Cumans and the Bengalis. Part-time means you don't take the oath of poverty. What, if you're a part-time Buddha, you don't have to... You get to skip some of the rules? That's funny. That's funny. That might be appealing to some people. We'll probably have a part-time monk in my chat soon. All right, so big thing about this map is the hunt at the start. Now, I thought that we would fix one rhino here and no one would take the risk to get the others, and I've been so wrong, okay? Nikov could be on tilt right now. He's lost the first two games. He feels like he needs a risk. Is he going to just take one rhino and call it a day? Seems like it. This is what I expected. I expected low-risk Age of Empires. You still have two boars inside of your base. You still have the water buffalo. That can still take you to Castle Age. Nikov's probably going to be fine here. Over here, ACCM's doing the same. And they both have... Well, Nikov used his scout to help. And now is going forward to block ACCM. ACCM is using palisade walls like a god. It shows a lot of confidence and shows a lot of practice. I'm not perfect with that. That's what I do. I do the house aggro or de-aggro. Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty good for both. I am wondering if they will choose to bring villagers out again. There's a total of 8 elephants out here. Sorry, 7 elephants and then 2 more rhinos, which you could come out and take. But I just don't think so. Like, type a 1 in chat if you saw the clip of Stone Please on this map against Classic Pro. That was insane. I think it's a YouTube short. If not, it'll be a YouTube short very soon. This guy had no loom against an eagle. Wait, hold up. What's Nikov doing? Nikov's using his scout. Hold on. Pause the story. ACCM can see the elephant moving, and he's like, hold up, what's going on there? And does Nikov know? Does Nikov know that ACCM's there because he saw him next to his wall? Nikov is trying to run away now and do a loop-de-loop because he knows he's waiting. And now ACCM is trying to block this. Okay, I will continue the story on the other incident in a moment. But it was crazy. He brought in like 5 with no loom. This could be smart, though. If you're going to play monks, this could be really smart because you could just heal up your scout later on. If Nikov makes this happen, well played to him. But he can't go too far from the elephant. And oh my goodness. That was beautiful. And Nikov says, go lure. Nikov knows what he's doing. He knows. He knows we're watching. He knows there's an audience. And he's like, go away, bro. Go away. Go lure. But now, funnily enough, now that Nikov's scout is weak, Nikov can't disrupt a villager coming forward. So honestly, if there was a time for ACCM to attempt this, he should try it now. And Nikov then says ASD, which I think is just maybe he's got a hotkey issue or a keyboard issue. I don't think that's supposed to mean anything. I remember in the old AIM days, AOL Instant Messenger, I'm maybe make myself seem a little old here, but you would say ASL. But yeah, we got to pause. Hopefully no lag or any issues here. So now the big focus is going to be the gold. You have 5 tiles of gold in your base. Nikov had a super lag. Good thing he didn't have a super lag when he was bringing in the elephant. But yes, 5 tiles of gold in your base. The rest of the gold is to the north now. Okay? So you've got lots of golden stone on the map. A lot of this is exposed outside your walls, which is very different than Arena. If you want the bigger wood lines, you'll probably see players wall this way to the backside and have the wood lines there. But when you see Spanish for ACCM, you're expecting conquistadors. When you see Bengalis from Nikov, you're expecting the Ratha or monks. You could do other things, but the Bengalis have the superior eco. Spanish probably have the superior unit. Conquistadors are one of the best units in the game. Moving up, says T90, you were like 4 back then? I was not 4. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I didn't spend a lot of my time on AIM. I was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 at that time. So. My family, I grew up in a sheltered family, so my parents were not a very big fan of, like, you know, social media and like online talking to strangers on the internet. I'll never forget the first time I went to an Age of Empires event, and there was going to be like 8 people there, and my parents were so worried, man. They're like, oh no, an internet stranger? They thought my kidneys were going to be stolen and sold. They thought I was never going to make it home. Now at this point, they're kind of used to it. I think there's still the worry that someone might steal my kidneys, but I still have them. So I think my parents they realize that maybe you guys aren't here to kill me, you know? You're here to make me make llama noises, which is arguably weirder. Another pause for Nikov. I'm guessing his internet is acting up. Hopefully not a concern. I would be okay if they wanted to do a restore. Sometimes restoring the game smooths things out a little bit. But villagers on stone already for ACCM. The plan is definitely to castle. Nikov, if I were to guess, it would be monks. I could be wrong. Okay, we've got a DM from the admin.
Yes.
Ah. Nikov was asking the admin. Nikov is telling the admin, my deer are bugged. I don't have my deer. And the admin just basically said to him, you don't have a bugged map. So now Nikov is like, really? I think this is a bugged map. And he's like, ah. That's funny. Yeah, you can't, like, it's a tricky one. You can't tell the players' details there. They're like, my map is bugged. I don't have my deer or my zebra in this case. You just say your map is not bugged and you move on. So he wanted some extra food. He knows the map. Props to Nikov. Understands that detail because he could have just been focused on all of this. And now he'll push in a little bit more. ACCM has actually been doing the same. And I think this will be his last zebra here. Thank you, Jimothy, for the year. Thank you, D-Slats, for almost 6 years. That's a crazy long time, man. Thank you, Edike, for the 2 years as well. Panks, almost 4. I love you guys. Thank you. Shout out again to Part-Time Buddha for the very not part-time donation. Sorry there's no llamas in this game. But we got 2 more sets today. Maybe we'll have some more llamas up here. Yeah, I think it took until maybe the last 2 years for my mom to no longer be like, because she's a worrier. I think it took until very recently for my mom to not worry as much about this whole thing. Because it's crazy to say, but I've almost been full-time for 10 years, right? But it's a very different situation now. When I went full-time, there was no Microsoft support. There was no definitive edition. It was like, that was, and streaming wasn't big. Like, videos weren't as big. Like, there was a very different time. But now it's been long enough that where I don't think she's worried that I'm going to be, you know, out on the street tomorrow or something. She does still worry about my lack of balance as a human being. It's always been a concern my mom has always talked to me about. Son, you need to be more balanced. But luckily, in this case, my addiction to Age of Empires actually balances out into, you know, my job. So you guys are incentivizing my addiction. Thank you. But yeah, love my family. They eventually came around. I understand as much as they can. But they don't really get it as much. But when I showed my mom the Royal Albert Hall, which we'll be at for the Red Bull event, she was overjoyed. And I knew she was going to immediately go tell all her friends. I could just tell. She couldn't wait to brag to her friends at their little, like, tea parties or whatever. I don't know why. She doesn't have tea parties, but her little get-togethers. Because that's something that her friends can understand, you know? So, do you guys relate to family not really getting, like, I don't know, video games or live streaming or following something to this extent? I'm sure some of you do. I know a lot of you might have been shown a video game by your dad or something, right? I've heard that story a lot. For me, it was my older brother. My parents are not a big video game family, so... Guys, I think ACCM is going to castle drop Nikov's face right now. It's about to get crazy. I think this is a good call. If someone's trying to play monks against you, they have to wait until they build their monasteries to get any of that out. So, he doesn't know the golds are on the front, but this will actually be an excellent castle. Where is he going, though? I thought he would castle here, because if you castle here, you take down the market eventually, too, which is really nice. Why would you castle from this angle, ACCM? The stone and the gold is up here. I would want to castle on the side over here. Maybe he wants this castle because it disrupts the wood line, and then he can take this stone. But there we go. Nikov's going to be like, huh? And that castle's going up. That castle is definitely going up. Nikov's going to get loomed. And Nikov has to brace himself. This could be very strong. Okay, so some of you guys had, like, your dad show you some of the games, and some of your family has no clue. Okay. Well, it's cool. To give you an idea on my mom, and I feel bad for telling this story because it's been many years now, but one time she was helping me do my taxes, and she said, okay, let's do Voobly taxes now. And I had to explain, I was like, Mom, Voobly is the third-party platform where we're able to play the game. There's no, like, taxes. And then she would ask me, she would catch up with me, and she would say, how's the twitching? How's the twitching? I'm like, Mom, I don't have a Twitch. I stream on Twitch. It's different. She's like, oh, okay. How's the twitching? So, yeah, that's my family. I like what Nikov's doing. We've got the stone walls. This win is really important, guys. I'm telling stories. Nikov's freaking out. If he wants to be greedy, he could try and get some of these relics, which is, of course, going to be good. He should know the relics are in the corners. Nikov really knows this map. He's going directly for them. And he is housewalled behind. And those villagers for ACCM ended up on Hunt, interestingly enough. Wow, okay. So that could be a reason for castling down here then. He does have a monastery, so maybe he'll eventually want to get some relics. But Nikov is just holding on. He's got a 10 villager lead and counting. The conquistadors have not killed him yet. But eventually, I think you need double monastery here. And even Bengali monks with their armor are not enough against a big group of conquistadors. So this really just comes down to if Nikov can get the conversions. He didn't get this relic. This monk is just chilling in the corner. He's looking for God right now. He's finding God off in the distance. He's supposed to find the relic, but instead, he's finding the Lord. Waiting for a burning bush or something over there. I don't know. Scout from Nikov checked the north. Maybe look to see if there was a monk there. He's got to check this way too. And ACCM is backed off. And ACCM is quite literally kind of hit a wall. And he was expecting there to be damage potential here. He does kill a villager. But that wall from Nikov is really good. He's just going to drop the third town center. So Nikov is correctly assessed. He's not doing any immediate damage to me. I can kind of chill so far. He's on this stone. This monk is done doing whatever he was doing. He's going to get the relic now. Nikov's also bringing in another relic. I like Nikov's position on ACCM's home map. And I can't help but feel like the castle for ACCM maybe could have been in the middle. And then he could at least be close to denying the gold, right? If the same thing happened, he would be denying this gold. But you don't know where the golds are going to be. Like in this case, ACCM has one on the side. I think if Nikov just plays towards a castle to protect his eco from a push, he wins this game. But there's still a window for ACCM to do some real damage. Now he's going to add in the siege. Nikov is an underrated player on closed maps. His eco is super strong. I know were some old memes with Nikov's eco, but his eco is looking really good. Relic number 3 for... No, 2 for Nikov, sorry. Okay, I see Vil standing around here. Nikov will build a castle. In between his town centers, he sees a ram. ACCM's adding the mangonel now. I'm not in love with this castle. I would have preferred the castle to be a bit riskier, actually. I think if the castle sat where my cursor is right now, it protects the town centers from a push a bit more. But obviously, you would lose more villagers then, too, so that's why Nikov places the safe one. The gold now, guys. The gold in the stone up here is such a big talking point. We just now see the second town center for ACCM. He's got the food, but he doesn't have the gold. He's also getting infantry armor. That has to be a mistake. So I don't use hotkeys for my blacksmith upgrades because I would not realize misclicks like this. He is getting infantry armor and he doesn't have infantry. I mean, let's see if he notices that, but that's 100 food basically down the drain. And he's also going to assume that he has the armor on his conks. To be honest, though, the armor on the conks isn't really needed against monks. It's not armor from God. That would be devotion, which he might get because he does have the monastery, and it's trending that direction. ACCM also focused, looking over this way now with some conks and some scouts, hoping to stop Nikov from taking the res there. But yeah, Nikov will lose this TC because the castle was a little bit further back. He's very scared with those monks, unsure what to do. Maybe not, though. He does have a mangonel coming. Nikov is running out of space. He's getting very claustrophobic. ACCM will drop a town center here. Thank you, Huntsy, and thank you, Green Dragon, for the primes. Primers rise up, and Nikov with the kill. Nice. Nice work. Who wins this game, guys? I mean, that eco advantage is significant for Nikov, and now he's defended his town center. But ACCM has conquistadors. And ACCM is the one controlling the game, and ACCM has the confidence, being up 2 games already. I think it comes down to the north, which is now going to be under some slight control for ACCM, but Nikov will notice that. And Nikov is now bringing his units out this way. But it's tough, because you always need to respect these conquistadors here. Yeah, look at him pull all those vills away. Wrather are coming this way from Nikov. Monks and Siege are coming to pressure the town center. I think it's a good risk to take. You have the castle here. You could always have a monk here. He is going to lose his blacksmith and maybe his market, which could be pretty awkward. having to rebuild those with lack of space. Nikov is super torn on what to do. Look, he was going to go push this town center, and now he's coming back home because this is starting to do some real damage to him. Still no town center. He is getting that relic, though. He is going to have the monks out there in the middle. Monks with no sanctity yet. Mangonel hits the conks, but the conks will just get healed up. Now the armor upgrade's coming in for ACCM, so he'll realize. 0 upgrades on the Ratha for Nikov. 0 upgrades on the monks. Monks are out here on their own. That one just got sniped by the conks. There is a lot to manage. There is a lot to manage for Nikov. Including what he does with those villagers, right? Like, is he going to farm with them? He just had to delete all of his walls. ACCM dropping his 4th town center now. We are starting to see engagements with the conks and the Ratha, though. And Nikov's certainly got the eco. He'll snipe the monk. He doesn't lose the unit to a conversion. The Ratha are tanky enough to do okay. He only is fletching. Might need to get Bodkin arrow here if you're Nikov. Where are his monks? His monks are still chilling out here. These monks are really important to heal up and to get conversions. There's a monk. He loses that one. But he will take down this ram. Still maintains the villager lead. And now his monks. Oh, he'll get 2. He'll get 2. He'll get 2. That's super worth it. If he can get the relic and then kill this monk as well, this could be nice. That monk should die. No! They didn't hit a damn thing, dude! Did you see that shot? Conquistadors are insane until they're not. He didn't hit it. He loses the conk. The monks need to back away. The Ratha are coming over now because the threat has been finished. And now all the conquistadors for ACCM are looping back over to this side. He has been on stone this whole time. He's been on stone. He still has some gold. He's starting to run dry. So is Nikov. Nikov will come over here. Nikov's definitely hard committing to the Ratha now with the monks. I think he can kind of ignore this. Easier said than done, of course. I think he needs to pressure here. This whole northern area is cracked terrain, so buildings take a lot more damage. It's really hard to keep town centers up against mangonels on the hill. This town center is going to go down fast. But there's these tiny details for ACCM. He healed up all of his conks with the monks. Nikov didn't. And the conks run in, and the conks snipe the mangonels just like that. Beautiful play from ACCM. He's also going to get the armor upgrade for the conks. Would love to see bloodlines too. And so much for the buildings going down quickly. ACCM being patient. Nikov will have ballistics for his Ratha. He dropped the barracks. I think he wants the follow-up stable for bloodlines. ACCM's already doing that out of his stable now. So the conks should be very good here. But there's still not a lot of security for this area for ACCM. And he's still down 20 vills. Nikov will find stone. Nikov will find the gold. Nikov's got 35 on food. ACCM has 40-something on food, though. He's done a great job at recovering there. Nikov seems super paranoid. Oh, there was a petard. There was a petard. The petard came through. Nikov's going to pull his entire army back to clear this now and maybe get pulled out of position. That's a great play from ACCM. I mean, he might not kill a lot with it, but it pulls the army out of position. That's what it does. So Nikov brings everything back to clear this. That's an easy clear. But now on the hill goes ACCM. Man, I love stuff like that. Like, that is just a strategic move, right? It's not micro. It is not even the unit difference. It is just controlling the game. Even has a little missionary in there. And now he's going to have the hill. And now Nikov has to bring everything back. And ACCM will take another mangonel. He's killed 3 mangonels. The siege has done nothing. Look at the missionary follow, too. I love that. Good old conquistador and donkey action. Good old conk and donk. And he's got a crazy eco. He's got maybe the best unit out of a castle in Age of Empires. The micro's looking good. He's not on the way to imp yet. But this engagement is just so much better for ACCM. Conquistadors are just the better unit, it seems. I think Ratha are okay. If you get a couple armor upgrades on them, it makes a really big difference. And yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Nikov's holding. Nikov's imping. Nikov has stone. Nikov has gold. ACCM now imping 2. And we'll drop even another town center there. What a crazy game. Man, That petard play, I can't get over it. That was so cool. Because Nikov always holds the hill if that doesn't happen. And I saw the petards in there, but even when I'm trying to be my most creative, I didn't even think it would do anything. I thought he was going to use it for here, but obviously the nice little distraction was perfect. 10 villager kills for ACCM this game. Nikov will get 2 villagers out of every single town center when he hits the next stage, and he's got 4 TCs. So he'll get a boost of 8. And he's got stone, and he's got gold for now. He will run dry, but he does have it. Stables in the back for ACCM. I think you always want to be playing with conquistadors with Spanish. But if your opponent's adding skirms, then you could go light cap for that. And for now, he doesn't seem too scared. The conks can get in close and one-shot everything. It's a little risky, to be honest. This is a little too crazy. But he does still have the attack over here. And maybe he knows Nikov hasn't noticed. I say too crazy, but he only lost 2 units in there. Now he's backing off. Nikov's building another university. So maybe he's expecting that he's going to lose this one. Or maybe he just forgot because the game is crazy. But Nikov now has a 20-vil lead again. He's in the Imperial Age. Definitely doesn't seem like he remembers he has this university right now. I just think the pressure is adding up here for Nikov. But he will get Bracer. He could also make Trebs to take down this castle. And pretty soon ACCM will only have the castles in the north. Back away, Nikov. He didn't know about that castle. And he calls the GG. Wow. He calls the GG when the population's even. Nikov does not believe he can do this. Upon seeing this castle, upon all the reactions that ACCM has forced out of him, he just feels like he is going to be fighting an uphill battle here. And ACCM wins round 2 with a sweep. Great performance from him. Now, I would love to see Nikov play this on a little bit longer. We can see the populations. You see it's 150 pop for both. But you look at the score in the game. You look at everything Nikov knows. He is completely surrounded. He does not have as much stone and gold. He has been losing units nonstop. I think he'd be a little surprised maybe to know that he has the villager lead based on how this game flowed. What a great game from ACCM. I think the critical moment in the game was actually the petards. I want to go back to that point. And poor observing on my part because I should have shown that when it was happening. But there was a lot of action happening here. And I remember being like, why is Nikov running, right? But it was immediate, right? Here comes this play. So let's just pretend this isn't here for half a second, okay? Nikov he will have control of this hill. He has his monks. He has his Ratha. I know conks are strong, but you're fighting on the hill with ballistics. This is a position that's better for Nikov. And economically, he's ahead as well. So what ACCM needs is he needs to gain this hill. And he petard busts here. Nikov has to drop the houses. He has to, react to this. And he brings all of his army home. Like, he just gives up the hill. Now, that might be a poor move. I think you need to hold the hill and then react with this with some walls and wait to make a couple units from your castle. I think he overreacted there, but he overreacted because of the amazing pressure from ACCM. And ACCM, the entire game, honestly, the entire series, it was ACCM in control and Nikov just reacting. So it was the same thing. In game number 1, ACCM, there was the fight on water, and then he cleared up Nikov on land and surprised him. ACCM's just a beast. Great performance. I did not expect a sweep. I thought that would be a 2-1 for ACCM. So my prediction contest isn't going quite as smoothly here because the favorites have been the much bigger favorites, it seems. All right. Quick series. 3-0 for ACCM. I want to talk through the schedule real quick because I'm seeing questions from chat. We'll look over the group's standings after that too. But we have 2 more sets today. The next series is scheduled to be in 1 hour. Now, if the players are unable to actually come in early to play the next series, what we can do is we can cast some Gold League or something because there's some Gold League sets happening. I'll let my admins keep me updated on that. The next series is in the same group. The next series is going to be Sebastian against Running. And the draft starts in 15 minutes. Perfect. Okay, so after that series is Viper versus Vivy. So we have not seen Viper or Vivy yet in Titans League Platinum. Viper was sick last week. So we got Viper and Vivy as the final set of the day. But we've had pretty dominant displays for the favorites so far. And I would say we're getting a real reminder of what the pecking order and the competitive scene looks like in some of these groups. Because, like, ACCM, you always expect to be really solid at the top. Nikov last season only got 6 wins in group stage, then went on a run to top 4. So he has it in him, but consistency is tough. Nikov says in chat, he says, it's not about mentality or anything. I haven't played since my games versus running, and I played 2 out of 3 games in Korea server while in USA. It's fine. There are 3 more rounds. Okay, so server, Rust, and ACCM being a beast, according to Nikov there. Yeah, there's 3 more rounds. It's fine. It's fine. The 3-0 at the start makes things really good for Nikov. However, if everybody else also gets a 3-0 on running and gets lots of wins against running, then it could get kind of tricky. But yeah, 3 more rounds. Every game matters, but the pressure's not on yet. This is what the group looks like now. Tony says my predictions are just horrible. Tony, should we look? Tony. You didn't put your predictions in under Tony. How dare you? Oh, you didn't submit them. I see. Can you ask running, etc. to start the game? Because we want to see Viper versus Vivy Rex. They are going to start the game, and we will see the Viper versus Vivy Rex. But no, I'm not going to rush the players any more than I already am. So, my predictions have been okay so far this season. I've gotten the winner right in every single one, but the way it's been won has been off for me. So, like here, I predicted Mihai winning 2-1, and it was a 3-0. Here, I predicted Sato winning 3-0, and it was a 2-1. Here, I predicted Nikov winning 2-1, and it was a 3-0. Same deal for me today as well with the Hera Yo series. Hera Yo, I thought Yo would be good enough to snag a win. He was not. And then same with Nikov and ACCM. So, my fantasy team's probably doing pretty good because I have ACCM on my team, so I'm happy with that. I need big rounds from Sebastian coming up. Barles, Leary, Mihai. I'm currently tied for 64th in fantasy. What's up with this, though? Maybe it's a double submission. It's the same team submitted twice by someone named Fun. But yeah, I had the goal to be top 10 in the prediction contest, but I have a new goal. I have to be better than T90 feet picks. Top 10 of 671, unimportant. Instead, I need to beat whoever this person is, because that's just freaking embarrassing. But so far, it feels like... Oh, God, he had a really good day. He got the day correct. No, he didn't. This was a 3-0. Okay. But yeah, T90 feet picks is ahead of me, which is a little embarrassing. T90, you have three people who will all play each other. That's a disadvantage. You mean in my fantasy team? Yeah. I didn't think about that. I was telling you guys for weeks to submit your fantasy and your prediction. And then I had 10 minutes before the stream to do it. And so I was a little bit rushed. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it. So, Tabad says I've submitted 6 teams. Next time, I guess we're going to have to make it so you have to link your accounts or something so people can't do that. What's the fun in submitting 6 different times? Like, you realize this is why I probably can't do like giveaways of anything significant for placements. If people say they've submitted 5, 6, 7, 8 times, right? Like, I can't really do a big giveaway with some people having multiple submissions. So we'll see. Yes, chat. I said 6, 7. Sorry. Twitch account links and all that could be something we do for the future. I just didn't want it to be a headache, both in setting up the site, but also for you guys. I just wanted it to be super easy. So as I set up the scoreboard, if you guys had to guess how many times Sebastian and Running has played each other in a tournament, what would be your guess? How many tournament sets? Seven, 4, 2. I wasn't actually sure. I just spoiled it. But I ask because it hasn't been that significant compared to some of the others. Been 3 times. That's it. 0 times in TTL. Sebastian has gone 3-0 against him in tournaments. On the ranked ladder, they've only played 17 times. And it says the predicted outcome, I guess, based on some of the data we have, is Sebastian 2-1. For Running, I think he needs to plan around getting a win on his close map because that's where he shines. It's going to be tough for him on some of the other open maps. I predicted a Sebastian 3-0. I think Sebastian has a crazy season. I think he had a crazy season last time. He lost to Hera in the quarters, I think. 3-2. He was the closest to killing Hera in the previous season. I know he's really well prepared. I think Sebastian will be really solid this season. So he's really good. I think he's actually getting a little bit better as well. I think he's at least he's improving his consistency as well. Odin, scoreboard at the top is going to be gone in like 5 seconds. So that answers your question on the ACCM series. Sorry for the spoilers. Next series, though, is about to be Sebastian against Running. So I'm going to rework my scoreboard for that. And we have about 10 minutes. 10 minutes where I probably should chug some water and get a coffee, but I'm feeling pretty good today. So thanks again, everybody, for watching. Every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the goal is 3 sets. And today we have 4. So yeah, draft in about 5 minutes, it seems. Perfect. What's up, Daniela? Daniela, thank you for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. I assume you were casting TTL. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but thank you for doing so and covering lots of Titans League. T90, it's the Sir Royal Albert Hall, FYI. Really? Sir? You're joking, right? Isn't it just Royal Albert Hall? I thought it was just Royal Albert Hall. Am I supposed to say Sir as well? There's no way. He's knighted? Okay, I know the guy might be knighted, but like, is the building still called Sir? Royal Albert Sir Hall? No. It's not the Sir Royal Llama Hall. YouTube chat. Guys, I'm going to be up there in front of a crowd. I got to get it right. And even if I get the proper information, there's still going to be this tiny little conversation in the back of my head now. You put this into my brain, and now it's going to get all screwy. I'm going to look it up. I'm just going to search Albert Hall in a second, and we'll see what comes up. I don't think I'm supposed to say Sir. But I didn't say Royal, and people freaked out. So I realized very quickly who was watching from the UK. They're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's not just Albert Hall. It's Royal. So for that, I apologize at least. But it's a shame in-game. It says Trade Workshop. I would have to rename it to the Royal Albert Hall just to keep it right. To be so trusting of your viewers despite knowing that 50% of them will take the piss. How dare you? Chat, are you disrespected? How dare you? We run a fine chat here, okay? We run a fine, honorable, respectable, non-trolly community. How dare you? Sure, half my emotes are things that are making fun of me. And sure, I've made more money today making a llama noise than I have doing any of the other things that I try and do on this stream to make things interesting. But we are a serious, serious establishment. How dare you? Mods, get rid of them. Okay, maybe you're right. They're about to draft, so I'm going to switch the draft on screen. And as the draft begins, I am going to do some Royal Albert Hall research. I think the way to do this is just search Albert Hall. and see what pops up. And it says the Royal Albert Hall. Nothing about Sir. There's apparently a baseball player named Albert Hall as well. I don't think that's related to the concert hall venue in England. Yeah, I mean, I'm pumped, dude. I'm really pumped for that. I'm also quite nervous, to be honest with you. Every venue I'm really nervous for. I try not to make it clear that I'm nervous, but I'm human, right? This is kind of a cushy gig. I'm sitting in my home, in my office, an area I'm familiar with. I'm sitting alone in a room talking to a computer screen. You know, I'm aware that I've got as many as I do watching, but it's very different when you were in person and there's cameras and there's lights and there's makeup and there's like production and stuff. It's a whole different beast. But every LAN event, I really try and bring my highest level. So I actually, if I were to pick top 3 things I'm proud of, I think one of them would be the level I'm able to bring at LAN events. Because you just don't know if things are going to click on the biggest stage as a player and a caster. So at least the last 3 to 4 of them, I've been really happy with that. Okay, Zimbabwe for running. He gets his arena-style map. Sebastian banned bypass. Sebastian has to debate on what he wants. He goes for high tides. And now they will ban. And then there will be 3 maps remaining, which doesn't show on screen because there's too much clutter. But of the 3 maps remaining, we randomly get the Game 1 map. Which so far today has been stranded. It's been a stranded day. I'm kind of hoping we get another map, to be honest. I think running should never play. He should never allow stranded because Sebastian played stranded so well. Sebastian's stranded performance was crazy good. T90, you have to shout God Save the King when you enter the building. Remember that part. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the tip. But again, you might take a chance. And you might not ban a map because you're hoping that it isn't the one selected. It's a 33% chance at the end of the day. They're taking their time right now. Running played Seychelles and Monocle in his first round, so he bans both of those. Clearly doesn't like them. One more ban for running. I would expect him to ban Slopes or Mudflow because those maps are really good for Sebastian's style. He bans Northern Crossings. Wow, okay. So it's African River, Mudflow, Slopes, and Stranded remaining. Sebastian will ban 1, and then we get one of the 3 randomly for Game 1. What's up, Caspi? The twitching has been good today. I don't know what you say about the YouTube stream. The tubing. Slopes! All right. Nice. No offense to Stranded. I like Stranded, but I like some variety. Slopes Game 1. But yeah, running, he's not going to be too unhappy with that. But really, with how good Sebastian is, I think that running's got to lean really hard into maybe getting a win on Zimbabwe here. Amiko, welcome. Says, first time live viewer. Just wanted to say I enjoy how many videos you have. It's great for me to fall asleep to. No! Not another one. Oh, this person's on YouTube. They're actually new. They actually fall asleep to my videos too. All right, well, you're welcome. Oh, I got so excited for a second too. I know, I put people to sleep. I've been told that before. I've been told that this is much cheaper than sleeping medication, so. T90 been watching more and more of you. My family's starting to understand the game now. Well, nice. That's cool. It's a tough mix, right? You have to get commentary that suits the people who understand, but also say it in a way that people can slowly learn. It's always a constant tug of war and a constant back and forth. I'm never going to get that perfect, but I try my best. But yeah, thank you guys. Hey, if you fall asleep, it's all good. As long as you're here. That's all I can really ask for. T90, the Hayam new baby onesie I ordered is out for delivery. Can't wait for my son to be the next Louis the Legend. What? You actually bought one? Let's go. That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, get him started early, man. Teach him the alphabet while simultaneously teaching them hotkeys. That's my advice. I'm not a parent. That might be a little sketch, but start him early. Yeah, A is for Aztecs, B is for Byzantines and Berbers, C is for Celts. Yes, that's how you do it. Smart. Rob, thanks for the 13 months. No Shoes Drew, welcome back. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. I'll show you this Hayam new onesie. They're drafting. I think I could just pan over to it for a second. Where is it, actually? It's not on the front page of the merch store. So, chat, can we spam Hayam News for a second? Just so the people who are genuinely new don't understand. So, you know, the joke is I say who's new today because I want to talk to new viewers. And then everyone says they're new. And so we have the email, right? So here, this is the literally new baby bodysuit. And apparently, forget their name now. Apparently a viewer just ordered a literally new baby bodysuit. So their child who is new and a baby will have Hi, I'm New on it. So we added that for a joke, but I guess it works out. Morg, thanks for the 5. Yeah, they don't have adult sizes. So maybe just keep that in mind. Any of you weirdos out there. Morg, thank you so much. All right, Sebastian, first pick. Persians. No hesitation. This is a pretty diverse play, all three. You have the Stonewall map, all land. You have the fully open map, like slopes, all land. And then High Tides, which is like open and water mix. Running goes for Georgians. I like the Georgians. Buying that for my dog. There are a lot of options of things I can do, but because I just switched sites and it's all new stuff, I didn't want it to be overloaded, but there's quite a few options of things we can do. I still haven't sent my uncle a Loey the Legend mug. I feel like I need to do that. I think he'd appreciate that. I got to send it fast because pretty quickly pretty soon he's not going to be a Loey the Legend. Godoga, that is my old merch store, the Teespring one. So that I moved companies away from Teespring. You could still order it from the Teespring store. But I found that the quality and the shipping times were just not quite as good as Fourth Wall. So, and like customer service for me and stuff. So we moved away from there. Is Unk over 100 elo? Do you guys want spoilers? Because I recorded the Unk episode last night. Unfortunately, it's a little laggy because my PC was being weird, but I think we're going to upload it anyways. Unk has been doing well. Unk last night was 385 elo or something like that. So I kind of spoil it in the video, but the tale, I know I spoiled, but listen, the next episode is he's now getting to a level where he's starting to get rushed and he does not know how to deal with being rushed. So the last episode was my low elo uncle rushes. He learned to rush. But now when he gets attacked, he completely panics. And he forgets Loom half the time and he just... it's bad. So he's a late game player. Like on Arena, he's really good because he has the walls and he has his safety, but he does not like being attacked early at all. So that's what the next episode focuses on. Yeah, I don't know Arbase. I mean, he doesn't... last time I asked him, he doesn't know what Discord even is. So I think having him join the Discord and schedule for sets would be a bit much. It would be fun to have him play the community tournament, though, so... Yeah, my uncle's 63 years old and started to play Age of Empires for the first time 5 months ago. Never had any RTS backgrounds. Never had any Age of Empires 2 background. He started to play because he knew about my channel. And he said, let's just give it a shot. Which is crazy to me. So yeah, 63 years old. He loves it. Yeah, he loves it. And he's super addicted as well. Like, because I know I catch up with him. I know we're a family event. The second we're back home, like I flew home for a funeral for my grandmother. He was there. And I was on the flight home that evening and I pulled up his profile and he was in a game. So he like drove home from that into Age of Empires. He plays a lot. And it's also, there's a lot of snow. He's like completely snowed in where he lives. So like in the past 48 hours, he has played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games. He's a beast. He's an absolute beast. One of those games was only 20 seconds because the opponent resigned. So it was really just 6. But yeah, he's a beast, man. He likes to play. And he hates to lose. And that's what helps you improve over time. All right, so I think the matchup's pretty close Civ-wise. I'm not seeing any big standouts to me, really beyond Chinese. Chinese is a really tough Civ to break. Not banning Chinese is maybe something Running is going to end up regretting here, but it's a tricky one for Running because when I look at the group, I'm not really sure if there's any easy matchups for him. The truth is since the last season of TTL, there have been a few players who have improved and have risen up. They've gotten even better from when they got promoted. So I would put like Lewis in this group into that category. I think he's had a really solid 12 months. And then for Running, I think maybe he's about where he was. You know, he got promoted through the playoff in gold, but it was always going to be tough for him to survive. I look at all of these sets, and I don't think any of these sets are going to be easy 3-0s for Running. He's ultimately going to need to beat some people, like 1 or 2 players, and maybe snag some wins. You got to get 5 to 6. 7 wins is like probably where you're safe. 6 wins is maybe you're safe. 5 wins, safe if you're lucky, basically. And he got swept the first time. And it just didn't look good. It didn't look good at all against Nikov. So for him, you hope he had an off day. You hope he steps it up a little bit more today. And against Sebastian, I would say snag a win at least. You snag a win against Sebastian today. You then go up against Lewis. You beat him 2-1. You then go up against Andy. You beat him 2-1. You then go up against ACCM. You snag a win. Maybe that's your game plan for survival here in Plat. But my thinking and everyone's thinking is solely based on what we've seen. And it just did not look good from Running round 1. So it's going to have to be better today. They are into the first game here, guys. Reminder, after this series, we'll have another one. That'll be Viper versus Vivy. And reminder, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, full platinum action. So thanks in advance for being here. So far from my YouTube chat today, we've had one person who's very interested in hearing me make a llama noise. We've had another person who showed up genuinely for the first time and told me I put them to sleep. And now we have somebody who's here and says, oh God, this is live. I can't watch him in 4 times speed. Thanks, YouTube chat. I know you're in a different platform than Twitch, but you guys seem to have very similar personalities. There's not much of a difference. 4 times speed is fast, though. If you really want to... Here's my advice to anyone who typically watches me at 1.5 times speed. Go pull up a video and put me at 0.5 speed for a minute. And then come back. Okay? Do that. I promise you it's going to seem perfect. Also, if you put me at halftime speed, I sound like really high or something. I don't know. It's a good laugh at the very least. Yeah, I wish there was a way I could somehow be live and do it all faster for you, but I can't. Thank you for the Prime Lord. If there's anyone with a Prime sub, drop it in. Support TTL. I would be very appreciative. We're going to keep it moving here. Let's get into it. Here we are. Rounds number 2 for Running and Sebastian. And for Running and Sebastian, they had very different starts. I've had an awful time today memorizing the groups. I misclicked that one. That's Group A. But hey, Group A update's not bad. There's Group C. This is what we're talking about. Running got swept. So he ended up not looking too good against Nikov. Nikov's a very aggressive player, but makes things interesting because we just got out of that next Nikov series. And Nikov also had a bit of a tough time there. But for Running, I think the name of the game is going to be survival this season. 2 players out of every group get relegated, which is very brutal. I've had people say to me, well, shouldn't you make it 1 person? Shouldn't you make it this? Shouldn't you change this and that? But I think the format's exciting because there's a lot of stakes, because every game matters, and because it's brutal. And there's a whole lot of conversation to have on format and all that, but I really like it. I'm not sure about the Civ matchup here for Running. Just letting Chinese get through the draft feels a little painful to me. Yeah, that draft is actually flipped. That's the other way around there, which I can't fix at the moment. I don't think. Is this the old one? Yeah, that's the old one. I didn't do my thing. But anyways, point is, Chinese came through the draft. And if you don't kill the Chinese early, you have some real issues here. Sebastian, really capable in open maps. Sebastian, I think he will push to the playoffs. I predicted him first or second in this group. Very young, very well practiced, always in good shape. And not all the Platinum players are doing practice sessions. It would not surprise me if Sebastian is. I think what's kind of complicated, though, is that Sebastian, Nikov, and ACCM are teammates and all in the same group. So that has kind of hurt them because they're typical training partners or people they would want to run ideas past. They might not be able to. That was brought up to me, and it kind of is what it is. You can't do too much about that. It rolls the way it rolls, but that can happen. It's happened in previous seasons. I think also you have like Hera and Hart in the same group, in another group. So, Running, he's a good player on open maps. I know that you look at him, and you think he's a closed map player, but that's compared to the top 10, the top 15. But he's very capable. I've played him in Arabia games many times. Just wondering how much confidence he's going to have in playing standard. Is he going to go too crazy? Or is he going to have faith in the meta, which Gurjaras can very much compete in? Chinese at this level, very solid Civ. You have a guaranteed villager lead, cheaper technologies, and on this map as well, if you use the sides on slopes and you build the mill, you can recover the food that they don't start with. But still should be possible for Running to be faster with the Gurjaras. The sheep in the mill is a nice bonus. He's pushing in the deer from either side of the slope, so this will be a second deer. And he's going to go up quick, and yeah, he'll click up. That's 17 pop for Running. That's a really tight build. But the wood line's rather small, so if he doesn't do damage, this will start to get a bit messy later on. For Sebastian, I'm curious if he wants to go for a second lumber camp, because these wood lines can be rather difficult, but the 2 lumber camp approach is normally late. And just dropping off the food, and he's on his way up. 20 pop for Chinese is a little bit faster than what you would typically have. You can see it on Arabia, but usually you're seeing 21, maybe 22 pop, depending. I think the mill on the side has helped him there. James, thanks for 2 years. Now let's go. Badges are looking sick in chat. We had a lot of year milestones. It's cool to see on the same stream have some people hit simultaneously. You'll have 1 month, so a new sub. Then you'll have the year, the 2 year, the 3 year, the 4 year milestones all hit. So, Gweffy, that's a funny memory, man. Yeah, Running and I go way back. As do a lot of players. Sebastian and I go way back. I used to be able to crush both of these guys. I remember the games very clearly. I can go through it. I hit 2K for the first time on Vivy because I beat Running like 8 times in a row. Sebastian used to be Call Me Subutai. And, yeah, we used to play a lot. And then they all passed me, and I remain the caster I am. So, just kind of how it goes for me. Running on the way up. Running's going for a range. Now, this is not uncommon. I have seen Archer opening with the Gujaras become pretty frequent. It's really smooth because you have the food eco from the hunt inside the mill and all the berries. So you basically go Archers with good food eco, and then you can shift into Scouts if your opponent chooses to play Skirms. But Sebastian saw the Archer range. He knows his opponent's doing that, and he was going to do the same himself. And if it's Archer v Archer, I think the Chinese will be pretty happy there. But just that consistent one villager lead for Sebastian, plus the cheaper techs. Sebastian's going to have a lot of confidence through controlling the game with army. That's what he does well. Running is going to take some risks. Running is going to go for counterattacks. He's going to go for walls. This wall looks really awkward, but he needs to feel safe right now. And he saw the Archer range and the gold mining there from Sebastian, so he knows what Sebastian is up to. What's up, Roy? Thank you. My stomach is growling right now. I guess I've been live for 4 hours. It's about that time. Though I'll have to feed myself with Age of Empires. Which doesn't exactly fill the stomach, but it fuels the brain, you know? Yeah, oh, no, running. Are you kidding me? No. Oh, my God. He just lost 2 archers to a scout. That's so rough. That is brutal, guys. I think he tried to sneak to get the villagers. Again, he's taking risks, but to lose 2 archers to the starting scout, moving out before fletching as well, is just... Running is kind of in the same position that I felt he was against Nikov already, where it's kind of self-inflicted mistakes. And I just wonder... I know he's been pretty active. I just wonder if there's a lack of confidence. And oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Definitely didn't speed up there. Definitely didn't have the spec delay. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'll go back and show the archers because I want to see what he was thinking. But that is rough, man. That is rough. This game can snowball on you so much. Like, you know the Chinese are good. You know Sebastian is good. And so you just try and do something way too early. What was this, though? I want to look at the positioning. Is this not tracked the whole way through? Yeah, it's being tracked. Like, Sebastian sees it. Sebastian's following it. Crazy difference between the two as well. So he's following it. No problem. He gets the hit there. And okay, so I think he gets the hit on the camel. Running goes to save the camel. And then Sebastian got downhill hits with the scout. And yeah, then those 2 archers are just gifted. I mean, that is so rare. You never see this. We might never see it in Platinum again this whole season. I mean, those 2 archers are so important. And then the pressure from Sebastian, he has more range units at this point and just snowballs it. So, yikes. Listen. You expect players to be able to shake off some defeats. You expect players to be able to work past something negative, but like every game for running he has been brutalized so far. And it would add up for me, right? You know viewers are watching, you know people are questioning things, you know I'm going to just blab about it. It's hard not to let that affect your next game, but you got to fight it. And move into game number 2. Sorry, score is wrong. My bad. There we go. How old is running? I think he's late 20s. I don't think he's the youngest player in the scene. Sebastian's early 20s, maybe like 22, 23. Sebastian's younger. Running's been around a long time. Like I said, he had a big rise when the Definitive Edition came out, but I remember playing him well before then. Same with Sebastian, to be honest, but both players have had big improvements. Now, here we go. So we're just talking about it. Like, it's not been good for running. He's 0-4 now. And he needs a win at some point. I think, genuinely, you beat Sebastian in one game. You could go back to the drawing board. You can aim to win a set or 2, snag some wins, and maybe survive. Survival is probably the goal because with 2 players getting relegated, running probably, odds would say, would be one of the bottom 2. Here comes Sebastian. Not the first time we've seen this approach. You pick Mayans because you always get Loom at the start with Mayans. So your villagers find to bring in the Rhino. And then you bring the Eagle to stop the opponent from bringing in the Rhino as well. This is a very typical pick for somebody who likes the open maps, not the closed maps, and running. Oh, his villager wasn't spotted. So Sebastian's expecting it, but he hasn't actually seen it. He's bringing in his Rhino. Running is going to try and make a run for it. He needs that Rhino right now, and he cannot lose the Vill. He's going to go this way. And that might be smart because Sebastian's looking for him. He's going to run through the middle gate. This is a bit of a hike to get there. But yeah, there goes the Rhino. He should be able to block this. It should be no problem for a player of Running's caliber. He's blocking. Now he can do the house trick from here. You could still lose this villager if you don't do a house trick. You could still lose the villager if you don't do a house trick, I swear. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm losing my mind. I just had no faith in him. Forgive me, but I had no faith in that. Oh. All right, well, he gets the Rhino. But Sebastian's coming back for more. So keep in mind, you have 2 boars inside. Then you have the water buffalo. Then you have the berries. So now he's on 3 big herdables. And he's coming back for more. And how many is he going to go for? You don't need to do this. But if you feel you could try it anyways. He's going to get 1. I think he's just going to get 2. Does Running see any movement? Running doesn't know they're down there. So Running doesn't see the movement. He's coming to check. That's so funny. He's like, hold up a second. What's going on here? That's so good. Well, I mean, if you house trick one elephant, the other elephant's still attacking you, and then they go back, and now there's the scout here, and Sebastian continues to house trick, and at least what Running has accomplished here is it's only 1 additional elephant. So that's not too bad for Running, to be honest. And Sebastian could lose this villager as well. He'll house trick it. He's fine. All right. As I've been saying, though, you don't need... Running did get housed there. Man, what is going on this season for Running, man? Like, he's got way too much on wood as well. You're basically down a villager because you have to get loom there. And there was no reason for it. It wasn't like he was out here. For getting a house at the highest level is just a sign that someone's just not completely sharp, but... Either way, you don't need to necessarily have more than just that first Rhino. You have the 2 boars, and the Rhino, and the buffalo. And you also have the zebra, too, if you want to push them in. So... I think for Sebastian, he might just want to play... How do you play this matchup? I guess you could just boom and play archers? Here comes Sebastian back for more. He just can't help himself. It feels like this is just a matchup where I would expect a lot of economy into late game. Eagle for Sebastian, just going around the back. He'll actually find that Running is pushing in a zebra, which means he could be pretty greedy with this and come get more elephants if he wants to. And he'll attack the wall. Running will push in a zebra. Munchkin wants to know how many days in a row am I streaming. I mean, I'm basically streaming almost every day for over a month till March 22nd. But the TTL schedule for this week, it goes Friday through Monday is platinum, 3 sets a day, with the exception of today. Today we're doing 4. And then, as this elephant would not cooperate with him. And then we do silver. We cover some of the conclusion of silver for, I think, 3 days. I think we do 4 sets a day, 3 days in a row for the last round of silver. Mods could correct me if I'm wrong on this because I don't have it memorized. I think we then move back into platinum for another 4 days. Then we move into some gold final rounds and playoffs, and then we move back into platinum. So I actually made a video talking over the whole schedule if you're curious. But lots of action, lots of streams. And I really hope... I know that platinum is the big draw because we have the biggest names, but part of what my passion is with this project is you have players like Sebastian. You have players who have risen up through the ranks over time, right? And so part of the goal is to have that belief there and instill that belief in the players over time. and to watch them grow. So there's a lot of unique players in the silver and gold leagues, which I'd love to show you guys. I know a lot of you here have already watched it, but just keep an eye out for that. Running gets 2 more elephants. All right. So he ends up snagging 2 more elephants. Not many elephants alive anymore. Might just be one. Yep, that one lonely elephant looking for all of his friends. He's wounded, sadly. But hopefully he's fine. Sebastian's on stone. I forget if it was Classic Pro or Vinchester. But it might have been both. No, I think it was Classic Pro. I think Classic Pro tried this. And it was Mayans against some really tough Civ to break. It didn't look too hot. I don't hate Mayans against Italians, though. I like Plumed Archer a lot in this matchup. I guess that was the game. That was the Classic Pro Stone Please is what that was. That was Mayans against Turks. And that was where Stone Please brought in like 6 elephants or something and went for the big 4TC boom. Now, Running will drop the market. He'll drop the blacksmith. His resources aren't looking perfect, but I think he can balance it out. Running reaches feudal. Sebastian gets some nice downhill hits there with the eagle. So I don't think that scout could do too much right now for Running. Blacksmith market for Sebastian. You always have that additional villager lead with the Mayans because of the additional vill start. And that is permanently the case right now because Running got Loom. So it's a weird thing. Loom is nice. I was telling my uncle he needs to research Loom because he loses all of his vills right now at low elo. But like here, when you research Loom, you're then down a villager. Because you're researching that instead of producing. So it's actually kind of a big deal when you're essentially... You could end up being down by 2 villagers instead of 1. Wonder where Sebastian places this castle. Because if you place a defensive castle, it's not like you can do too much with your army, right? You're not fighting over relics in a typical way where there's relics in the middle. The relics are always to the sides. So I really like the castle on the walls here. Especially because more often than not, some of that gold is going to be forward, which is for Running. I also think if you put Running under pressure right now, he might crumble because that has been the theme. So keep an eye out here. Yes, guaranteed this game is already longer than the first game. What's up, Derek? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's amazing. If you would have asked me, if you would have told me 10 years ago we'd have so many people back playing and watching the game, I think I would have said 2 things. I would have said, no way, and then I also would have said, finally! Finally! I just did not understand. It's like all my friends were telling me, why are you playing that super old game? The graphics suck. Like, why are you doing this? I'd try and explain, and no one would understand. And there's a community of people that understand. Thank you, guys. Okay, so Sebastian is going to castle drop, but he's not going to castle drop the middle. He wants to castle drop from the stone and gold side. So long term, he is going to cut off all of this stone and gold. And Running wants to drop a town center, maybe? I think maybe he's expecting plumes, because I see a siege workshop. But Running will have a castle on his face. Good luck. But I like this so much more than ACCM's castle, because you can just place a mining camp on the stone and golds instead of having to take the hunt. I guess the hunt was helpful for him. He was Spanish there, so he was able to take that. But Sebastian already brought in enough rhinos. He already has the berries and the water buffalo. There's the castle. But let's see how Running defends this, because I've castle dropped Running. I've pressured Running. Running has been pressured on arena maps before by open map players. If I were to tell you what Running is good at, it is this exact situation, but this is under pressure. And 2 TCs are working. We'll see a town center there from Sebastian and a monastery. And Sebastian needs to attack the wall. There he goes. Attacks the wall. He'll be in. And he loses the Plumed Archer. Not a good start. I think he meant to keep the rally point in the castle. In theory, Running could still boom and add the 3rd town center and go this direction. But there's not a lot of stuff to go to. I don't know about a TC on the food. That would feel weird. I think he's doing the right thing. I think you wall it up. Italians have a cheaper Imperial Age, so you defend from the archers and you play towards Imp. You don't want to take any villager losses. This is where Loom has now saved him a Vil, so it evens out. And tough to add farms. You'd actually need to delete some of your stone walls here. But to do that, you would then need to place like a house here. So yeah, people, when they need to farm on this map, always delete those stone walls, which is a lot of focus. It's honestly kind of incredible that Sebastian, as he ends up killing that scout there, which is huge, as he wants the relics. Sebastian built a castle on the front, and the Vil count's even. He delayed his town centers. He built a castle, and the Vil count is actually pretty much the same. Eco upgrades are the same as well. It's not normally how it goes. I think Running's got a plan. He sees the plumes. Ooh, nice dodge there from Sebastian. There's no fletching for Sebastian, so Sebastian's definitely not planning on really doing damage with this. He just wanted the castle to be the threat of damage. I think Running wants Imperial Age and he wants a castle. And with Imp, he can just shred this down and this TC down. It's kind of the downside. When you commit to this area, you want to actually hold it because all this eco will be exposed, especially your farming eco. I'm curious what Sebastian's macro looks like now, though. Because look at the difference in the farms. You've got 18 farms on this side. Over here, you've got 1. So he's cut some corners here, but you need to be a farmer eventually. He's buying wood. I think that's for a siege workshop and for the mangonels. He's getting relics, but that is all right here. Sebastian isn't a player who I typically see be very strong on arena-style maps. He knows exactly where those relics are. He's looking for them. He's got the plumes here. He's got this. But if you're taking the relics to this monastery, that's a really long time. It's a really long time. Do you need to farm on this map? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you need to farm. I mean, I wouldn't hate, because you know Running is so turtled up right now, I wouldn't hate a little blend of a mill or two here, but there's just not enough berries and enough hunt for that to be consistent. And even the walking time's a pretty big deal there, so... Still feels like Sebastian wants to build up to a 3rd TC. There's the farms, and Imp is on the way for Running. Guys, Running loves these positions. Running has been super relaxed. He'll definitely get to a castle. I don't think there will be any real potential for good damage from Sebastian. It's an interesting angle Sebastian's going to try and push from, though. So the base on this map is on a hill. I think what Running should do is he should delete this wall, and he should sit here against these mangonels. That way he always has the hill, instead of engaging from the right side of the market. It's interesting to me, Sebastian is still making plumed archers when we haven't seen any upgrades on the plumes. Now Sebastian loses that Vil. Well played to Running. The plumes could go through. I guess it could be the distraction aspect. If the plumes are here at the same time, maybe Running misses it. But yeah, Sebastian has to be careful. Good micro. A new market from Running. Still 2 town centers for both. Still no fletching on the plumes, which surely Sebastian's going to realize because he's trying to click that. Wow, he just bought 500 food for 800 gold. That's crazy. I'd like to see Running's castle along the front of his base. But I guess you could also justify a castle near the siege workshop. Just no castle in the back of your base, and it's a good castle here. Remember, he could have the hill. He could have the hill. That's a crop shot there from Sebastian. He clicks the farm. If you click the farm, it'll always hit the middle of the farm. You can actually get 1 tile further with your mangonel shots with what we call, a crop shot. That's just good micro from Sebastian. That's what he wanted. He also converted a villager here. So finally he's getting some fights. But he wants Imp. Vil count's still pretty close. And Running is already in the Imperial Age. I mean, that is a crazy difference in Imp times. Still does feel like Sebastian has some positives here, though, right? He can get the relics. He's got some units over here looking for villagers. He obviously has the gold. Running is running low on gold right now. He's running off of 1,900 gold in his base, 0 relics. He will drop archer ranges. And he probably wants at least bomber cannons initially. 4 relics for Sebastian are here. But I guess you can just give up this castle. I think you can give up this castle and then you just build another castle further back. It still protects this. He's definitely going to make it to Imp. I love the tiny details from Sebastian to wall that. Would love to see this walled, but they're all just in case. And oh, no, 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 no. Do not lose that Treb. Losing a Treb to a Mangonel would be horrible. You need Fletching running. But he lost his Blacksmith. He can't get Fletching because he lost his Blacksmith to this little Mangonel push. This Mangonel push has gotten a lot of value. Nice save, though. Now it's 2 Trebs. But 17 plumed archers for Sebastian. It's pretty crazy. And those plumes could even go in. I guess if they had Bodkin, they could maybe range that. But they don't have Bodkin arrow yet. Castle's still a threat. Bomber cannon's on the way for running. Running kills a plume. Running will take down the castle. Sebastian has to fall back. But he's still got this area. T90, why don't players dock on this map? I actually don't know if you can, to be honest with you. But also, even if you could, I mean, it feels like there's very little value. Because you're not going to be out here, so... But I guess, like, maybe if you could add fish traps or something? Just feels too risky. Too much focus has to be on the stone and gold. Really intense. We have hand cannons. We have bombard cannons, and we have trebuchets from running. Still just 2 town centers, still running out of gold. He's now got 600 gold remaining. It's wild, though. Sebastian has actually taken the closer gold from running. So running can't... Even if he takes the land, he can't have gold to mine. Hand cannons are not my favorite unit against the plumed archer. But hand cannons, while they do fire a little bit slower, they still do a lot of damage. The plumes, you've got mobility. Obvious downside for the plumed archer, though, is you need the castle to produce. And running... Can't go this way. Sebastian will have 1 villager stonewalling up those resources in case running goes that direction. Now, I think running should really consider skirms. He has limited gold. He needs all of his gold on siege. I'd like to see skirms from the archer ranges, but we don't have any blacksmith upgrades. He's going to go onager. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's a big upgrade. That's 500 gold, and he's just about to run dry. But if this were any other rank... Onager would be a very good play against plumes. If I had $1 for every time someone in the YouTube comments over the years has said, why does someone not go Onager? I'd be a billionaire. The answer is because the micro is so good at the high level that sometimes Onager's just not good enough. But if it's good enough, and if running is patient, it is perfect here. And also, Sebastian can't exactly justify going Eagles with this economy. He does not have the food eco for the switch. And there's also hand cannons there. The more I think about it, the more I like the Onager play. And I like the patience, too. He's not overextending with his bomber cannons and with his trebs. I wouldn't hate to see Sebastian just try... I was going to say his own Onager upgrade. That's actually a horrible move against bomber cannons. I think he just needs plume numbers. Running. We'll want those relics. Those 5 relics that brought in 1,200 gold for Sebastian. Those relics will be kicked out. But yeah, running finds out about the castle. He didn't know about it. Now he does. Running needs gold, guys. Running needs gold. Plumed archers have gotten into the back here. There's an overchop from running. He'll need to go back there. And now Sebastian might use his plumes on the front. If you force a reaction here, it's a good opportunity to move forward this way. Sebastian still has the villager over there walling. More plumes are going to run in. Hand cannons and Onager have to go back now. And Sebastian's hoping to hold to his hill. Smart from running to not lose focus here, though. You're going to take losses back here, but that is a distraction army. You cannot be out of position here. He is paying very close attention. But he has no gold. He can only sell food and sell wood for so long. Italians also don't get siege engineers, which is a little awkward. I'm just verifying that. I think that's the case. Without siege engineers, you can't get the additional range on your bombard cannon and the onagers and the trebs. Siege engineers would be a crazy upgrade here. Raid in the back got cleared up. Running still full focus on the front. He does have villagers here taking some golds. It's a little bit. Sebastian is going to make some eagles. He's still going for the distractions. He's sending more plumes that way. And Trebs have finally got a hit on the onager. That's one onager down, 4 to go, but there's still also the bombard cannon. And still the castle could go down for Sebastian. Onager's still camping at home. Eagles are going to dive. Hand cannons are just parked in the back, so the eagles can't get close. Economy's getting better and better for Sebastian here. He does still have the town center in the north taking all of that gold. The plumes are going to dive. Sebastian will micro. Sebastian takes one. Sebastian will sacrifice a lot of bodies here for this. But you can lose the eagles. You just can't lose the plumes. He takes another onager. He takes another onager. And now go for the hand cannons. If he takes the hand cannons out, then eagles can finish the job. The trebs are still firing on the castle. The castle's now down. The eagles are coming in. Sebastian's just sniping the gold units. And running is no gold. These eagles are really weak. They're not good at all. They're like weak Castle Age eagles. They're not elite. They don't have good blacksmith upgrades at all. But it can work. And it is working. The bombard cannons are dead. The trebs are exposed. Even just having to back away here for running is just horrible. He needs the gold and he needs the stone. And the whole build-up from Sebastian was deny the gold and the stone. He posted up with a castle in this position, and he held. And he held well. The eagles will be into the back. He obviously can cool his mind a little bit now. Maybe fix his economy. Get elite eagle. But just... sad story for running continues this season. It was close. But guys, I just love the castle position from Sebastian. So many people would have castled here. I think I even said it in Dark Age. But the castle from the golden stone side feels like the key. I think ACCM should have done that in his earlier game as well. And part of what kept Nikov alive in that game for as long as he was because he could expand. Sebastian, he has a really good job on low farm count when he needs to, and then he'll just explode up with the farm count. Doesn't actually need a lot of food for this composition, though. Just 15 on food. He's got plumes. They're wood and golds. Eagles are some food, but you can just buy the food. You don't want to buy too much food when your opponent is out of gold, but, like, he's going to have all the relics. He's got full map control here. One last push for running. He's doing his best to build up for this, but he's got to... oof. He's putting everything on credit right now with a crazy interest rate. Like, this is going to eventually bite him in the ass. He's got to get the gold to pay for it eventually. Elite Eagle's about to be in. Is there a hole there? There was a hole. No, my God. There was somehow a hole there, which I didn't see. Elite Eagles are going to be into the eco. And running taps out. If it's any consolation, I think the game was over anyways. But somehow there was a hole there. He did even try and wall it, but he got the wrong piece of wall. And well played from Sebastian. Yeah, this was the map where I wasn't really sure for Sebastian. But he made running work really hard for this. He used the eagle initially to try and delay running from bringing in the hunt, which of course running eventually did. But I even remember running got housed during the Dark Age, so he was clearly very busy. The castle put running under a lot of pressure. I think running did the right thing to go fast imp, but he needed better engagements. And honestly, it's like, I don't know if Sebastian did the calculations, but there's just not enough gold to be blocked off from this golden stone for as long as running was. His army comp was the good army comp, but he needed to be able to produce more than what he did. And Sebastian knew that. That was beautiful. KD was even that game. Just access to gold decides the game. 12k gold, 2,500 stone collected from Sebastian, and that running had very little. So I thought it was a good game from running, but great game from Sebastian. And same storyline, guys, when we got the 2-0. The game still matters, man. It doesn't matter if it's a home map for you or your opponent, or if it's the neutral. You've got to win. I don't have the stats here, but I'm going to assume that no one has ever gone 0-6 to start off Titans League and gone to playoffs. I could be wrong on that. I feel like in Platinum, that's never happened. Survivals may be possible, but playoffs would be kind of difficult to imagine. It's going to be Persians, Georgians, Game 3. They're into it already. We'll do a quick ad break, and let's go. All right. So running is maybe running out of steam, maybe running out of hope. I'm maybe running out of jokes because this has not been too good for running so far. Let's be real. I do feel like he's playing a little bit better today. I felt like the previous game was solid, but Sebastian's just on another level, man. Sebastian, I think, is in the top 10 of AoE right now. Running, well, he's a player who got promoted up from gold to platinum and is hoping to prove he's still top 24. So there is a big difference between the two of them. This is the #1 pick for Sebastian. You start with more wood and food with the Persians, which is amazing for the start. And then your town centers and docks have bonuses. You have the TC, and then you have the ability to dock. Running is building a barracks. So he is not going to go for the dock. He's trying to go early militia, and he's also stealing 4 goats. Whoa. Okay, so what's going to happen here is Sebastian, because he's just pushing in his deer, right? So he's pushing in his deer. He's like, I'll find my goats eventually. No, you won't. He's going to go to dock the north. Running's build order is fully designed to kill that villager and deny the dock. And if you deny the dock and steal those goats, it's fine. If the dock somehow goes up, it's not fine. Will he see that? I don't think he saw the vill. Wouldn't it be crazy if Sebastian goes to scout the shoreline and gets his goats right now? It tends to play out that way, where the best player always gets rewarded somehow. He's missing them. Goats are on the way home. He's missing them. He's going for the dock. But yeah, running doesn't see the dock villager. But maybe that's not even his focus. Maybe he wants to pressure the wood line. But yeah, when you do this build, it's so tough. To produce that militia and the villager early leads to some TC idle time. So this is not easy. At least you can recover because you have the mule cart, and the mule cart allows you to have a good enough eco. But so far, if you knew you were going to steal the 4 goats, I feel like you wouldn't even go for the barracks in the first place, right? Like, he hasn't been able to justify the second militia because he'd have to choose between that and a villager. So it's going to be one scout, 1 militia drush, which could still get value. Sebastian saw that scout right there, and he was going to attack it. Now there's the militia, and now this could be a vill kill. Sebastian has to pull the vills. No loom. Running has to get that villager. He has to get that villager. He gets the villager. I'd be okay with this if I'm running now. You got 1 vill kill. You've idled the wood line. The dock can be up. I think you're somewhat okay with it. He is bringing his own villager, so I guess he will try and dock. I'm really curious what Sebastian's food situation is going to look like, because he doesn't have these goats, and he doesn't have those other goats. So he is goatless right now, except for, well, that one. He also can't push the zebra, because his scout is forward. He does have the fish, but there goes the dock from running. This feels like a very similar build to what Dragonstar did in the Dragonstar Sito series. I don't think they did it with Georgians. I think it was like... I forget the saves, but I think Incas can do this. Oh, guys, Sebastian getting housed. Sebastian's under a lot of pressure right now. That's what you need to do against the meta players, though, right? Is throw them off from what their standard build order is going to be for feudal. It's the same for the clown players or the players who play arena. It's what Sebastian did. To put them under pressure, and they can struggle to stabilize. Amazing opening for running. He finds even more goats. How many goats does he have? He's eating 2 underneath the TC. Then he has 6 more. And then 2 more. Like, and then there's goats here. Bro. He's playing goat nothing right now. I didn't even realize he didn't find 2 of his own. Sebastian the only food eco he's going to have for the time being is the fish. So if running is able to click up and running could play in towards double dock on water, I feel he'd be very strong. Unfortunately, though, even though he has the goats don't bring in food that quickly. And he was late on the fish, so it might be a little bit tricky to click up. I think he can. I mean, the lane was not part of the strat, but if you can get it, you'll be happy. And yeah, running is going to drop off, click up. Yeah, I would say, just based on what we know, I would want to see 2 docks from running. But the other side of that is you're against Persians, and Persian docks never go down. Persian docks are super tanky, so maybe because things are going so good on land, you just play in towards land pressure, like archers, man-at-arms. There's more militia from running. I'm really happy to see this, though. Like, running is not... Obviously, he's 0-5 so far, but he's not going for a approach that doesn't make sense to me. He's going for an approach which clicks with the situation. You need extremes. You need craziness. This is Sebastian's home map. Ooh, I think he wanted the second dock, guys. And Sebastian's scout was around, and Sebastian is just on top of it. Sebastian is going to find and kill that Vil. That is huge. That's crazy awareness. So, yeah, now you can't go for the second dock unless you were to send another villager up over this way. Maybe you just abandon the idea. So you're going to lose your fish if you're running. You might be better off just focusing land and hoping to snipe some fishing ships with a demo or 2. I don't hate that. It's risky. Guys, how does Sebastian still have villagers producing with Persians? It's just incredible. The fishing eco is just enough. Here come the militia. He sees the militia. He will snipe the scout from running. Running really needed to keep that alive. Running, I think, is a bit busy right now. Not sure exactly what happened. I think maybe that scout attacked that goat there and killed that goat because there was definitely something running was reacting to. Sebastian needs a mill, and the berries are super far forward, and running is coming down here now with an archer range, so it's going to be man-at-arms and archers, and yeah, the occasional fire. But Sebastian has the archers faster. Sebastian still could place the mill. Sebastian could consider adding more fish soon. Sebastian doesn't know the archer range is coming from there. Running is going from all angles. He came for the attack in the north with the man-at-arms. He's now going to go archers and skirmishers in the south. He does have the mill. Can transition into farms. No eco upgrades, though, for running. We like it when player tries to do a lot of craziness, but it comes at a cost, right? And the cost here would be lack of eco upgrades. And lack of fish, but that's a nice little tower. Sebastian doesn't see that. So Sebastian, once that tower's up, I think the right play here is to counter tower, but where is his stone? Oh, he's towering there. I'm blind. Okay. So he's towering his gold. I mean, towering the gold is good, but losing the wood line's not so good. Moving to these other wood lines could be tough. He is over there already. That's a beautiful tower from running. He just needs to wall this up. Viper Cream in chat knows. There's nothing more infuriating when you're watching high-level AoE and someone doesn't wall their tower. And this happens a lot, where the player will leave their tower, and then the other guy could just YOLO the vills real fast before it gets walled up. That might happen. Fletching isn't in for Sebastian yet. He has to be careful. He'll just reposition to this wood line, which I guess makes sense. And running will go for the wall off on the tower. Running tried to come back on water, guys, but Sebastian had it locked down. Sebastian with 4 fires. I think he'll end up clearing this. Running will back away now. He has a demo. He's hoping that'll change the fight. Really messy game. This is what High Tides was supposed to be about. Just... What? What? I don't think it's over yet. But running resigns. 0-3. 0-3 for running. I mean, his eco is horrible underneath his TC. That's what I'm not... I wasn't looking at. His eco is brutal. He hasn't transitioned onto the berries. He doesn't have a mule cart there. Like, his eco's messy. But, I think he's just also frustrated, to be honest. I think he's a bit brokenhearted. I think he's a bit dejected. And I think he's like, oh, my God. He's also losing on water. Sebastian's ahead, don't get me wrong. Sebastian probably wins this game because Sebastian is that damn good. But I feel like if that's game number 1, we see Running play a little bit more. So, again, Running got promoted through the playoffs. I think Running was 3rd place in his group in golds last season. And then he won a playoff against 2nd place from another group to make it to platinum. The players who come up through the playoff are always going to be the ones that are going to be the toughest to stay up. Combine that with how good some of the players have gotten over the past year, I just think it's got to be tough for Running to see any confidence right now. Sebastian wins 3-0. Very quick series. Very solid series from him. I think the most impressive one was the arena game, was the Zimbabwe game. He was super clean, good pressure. And that game as well, like he had no goats, dude. He was goatless, and he still was able to manage that. That was some heavy laming. He also lost the villager in Dark Age too. Sebastian just made it look easy. 1 with Persians, 1 with Chinese, 1 with Mayans. Running loses with Georgians, Italians, and Gujaras. So we'll take a quick look at the groups. We've got one more set to come. We'll have to take a break before we get into it, but I won't make you guys wait too long. The final series of the day is Rex. Viper and Vivy were supposed to play last week, but Viper was unfortunately sick. So we had them play within the last day or two behind the scenes, and we will cover that as if it's live. But yeah, now Sebastian's top of the group, guys. With that result, Sebastian's king of group, what is it, C? I think it's group C, right? Yep. Once Liquipedia updates this. Wait. No, he won 2-1. He's not king of the group. He's tied for first. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Because he won 2-1 in the first round. So it'll be ACCM with 5, Sebastian with 5, Nikov with 3, Freaking Andy and Lewis at 1, and then Running at 0. The series we still have yet to come this round, though, for them is Freaking Andy and Lewis, which should be really good. What would you predict for that right now, chat? I feel like I'm going to lean towards Lewis, but I feel like Andy has fallen into the category of underrated. I would say maybe like 2-1 for Lewis. We'll see. It would depend a bit on the drafts and the maps and all that stuff. I think Lewis would be very prepared. I think it would lean towards Lewis. But that's the exception, right? Like, Lewis got promoted, and we're looking at Lewis like, damn, I think this guy could win. I think this guy can go playoffs. So I was kind of feeling the same about Lucho in terms of his skill level, but I think Lucho has lacked confidence so far. This is the group of death. It's always going to be kind of tricky for him, but at least against Hera, he seemed like he didn't have a lot of faith that he could get anything done. Oh, Margugu, hot take time before the break. Margugu, hot take. He says, hear me out. Running and Nikov are getting relegated in this group. Okay. Do we have any more hot takes about Platinum, Margugu? I'd definitely be down to cast with you at some point if you'd be interested. We need some stay humble quotes. Do you think Nikov is going to get relegated in this group? I mean, ACCM's not getting relegated. Sebastian's not getting relegated. 2 of the other 4 have to get relegated. That's the way I see it. And I don't know. Like, I'm inclined to say Nikov stays up and maybe Andy and Running go down. But, I mean, we'll see. Yeah, it might be a bit of a hot take, but it could happen. Nikov's got to play Sebastian, Lewis, and Andy. Who knows, man? Now, before we take our break, I will also point out that Margugu, his hot take last week was that he would 3-0 Jordan in Gold League. He would be the only person to do so. That he would make an easy snack out of Jordan. Results there, not exactly as Margugu said. But Margugu got a win. So, there you go. But Jordan still won 2-1. But Margugu is playing very well in Gold. So, Margugu, he wants to be back to Platinum. I'd like to see it too. All right. Short break. I'll be as quick as I can. Maybe like 10 minutes or something. I'm not too sure. But up next will be Viper Vivy. Debut set in Titans League 4 or 5. Don't go anywhere, folks. Thanks for the support. And I'll see you soon. I guess we don't really have it on here. I'm just going to do this, and you're going to pretend you didn't see that. And we'll be back. All right, ladies and gents, this just happened. Just now here, playing a 1v1 on Mega Random. You'll notice 0 on wood, 0 on gold, 0 on stone. We both start with a Victoria. We don't need wood. Super, super, super strong. And he's like, wait a second. I was getting ahead of the game. Next level strat, I'm buying stone. I'm like, ha, 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 ha. He's gonna have to mine it. Or if he tries to buy it, it's gonna be more expensive. Here I am, little T90, little naive T90. Just so happy. Just feeling so good. Oh, I passed the H bastard. Just feeling so good. Oh, ha, 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 ha. So here he is, and he sees my Victoria, and he's like, wait a second. My Victoria is nice and snug in the back of my base. He's like, wait a second. His Victoria is in Narnia. Wait a second. His Victoria is in Narnia. So maybe we're going to do something about that. Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? Guys, he's going for redemption and monks. Okay? And there he is, converting my Victoria. And there he is, converting my Victoria. My Victoria.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper. chopper, 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 chopper.
Okay, I am back. We are 5 minutes away from the final series of the day. Once again, thank you everyone for watching. Let me... Oh, hold on. Scoreboard didn't update at all. Oh boy, hold on. Let me explain. So, Viper and the Civ draft must have had caps lock on, and he didn't retype the information. So that is what Viper's name was on the Civ draft when I looked at it, and I thought it would be funny if maybe we put that on the scoreboard as well. I don't know if that's funny to you guys. Nobody's laughing. Nobody seems interested. So I could probably change it back. But that's what Viper typed. So I figured let's just go with it. There's our draft for the series. And it looks really weird. I should probably change it. We have Reverse Acropolis for Viper's home map pick. We've got Slopes for Vivy's home map pick. And it's going to be more Zimbabwe for game number 1. So Viper actually either ran out of time or just clicked random for one of his bans, which is so Viper because now all of my chat's going to be asking, why is there a random die on screen, right? But yeah, looking forward to this one. Viper and Vivy have pretty lengthy history of running into each other in tournaments. A lot of that was when Vivy was seen as a top 10 player and Viper was on top. Things have changed a little bit. Viper, he's a bit older now. Some people say he's washed. Even he'll say he's washed, but he's always in the conversation, always top 4, even if that's the case. Vivy, I actually think Vivy's kind of coming back a little bit. I don't know. Vivy's very hit or miss, but I looked at this group and I thought, I actually think Vivy can have a good season. I think he could have a really good season. Okay, no problem, JBR. Thanks for letting me know. So let's look at the groups real quick. Let's dive into it. We could also compare the matchups on the TTL site, just to show the lengthy history between the two of them. Actually, what's funny is the ranked ladder stats only dates since 2019, right? Because I guarantee you, when I look at these stats here, I have covered dozens of ranked games between these two, but this only gets definitive edition data. So here's the side-by-side between Viper and Vivy. In TTL, Viper's 3-0 against Vivy. In tournaments, he's 11-0 against Vivy. In ranked ladder, he's 6-4. But yeah, they go way back, well beyond the definitive edition. Have played each other in ranked many times. The famous I Know Pig came from some of those games. Sure, some people in chat remember that. There's also the Me Love You Pig and Fat Dragon and just a bunch of stuff from that era. I predicted 2-1, which I think is maybe risky, but it's just because Viper normally shows up and he's a little slow to start in TTL. And also, he was sick. We had to delay his set. So I was thinking maybe Viper would be a little rusty. Vivy would be able to send it on one of these maps and give Viper some problems. But I think Viper is definitely the favorite in the set. I also think when it comes to the group, that Viper is one of the favorites in the group. But same story as last time. I mean, Viper was the favorite in the group and he didn't win his group. And then he got pushed into the round of 12 playoffs and then he lost to Sebastian. So Viper needs to start strong this season of Titans League. I think the last 2 seasons, he has dropped some games in the early rounds. So right now in this group, we've got Mihai with 3, Sito with 2, Dragonstar with 1, Dark with 0, and then we got Viper Vivy to play out here in just a moment. We're going to start. I want to say thank you again, as it's a closing series, the finale of the day. Thanks again, everyone. If I miss your support, the thanks is still there. Sometimes I see it and I have to cast and I can't say thank you. But I know I don't take for granted how crazy this is. You guys are here supporting the early days, basically, of TTL. First day around 2 means a lot. So thank you very much. I know also to the lurkers out there who have me up on their TVs or at work or whatever who can't chat. I get that too. Just thanks. It means a lot to be able to run the event. Shout out to World's Edge. World's Edge supporting the event, backing the project, my team, my admins, all that. It means a lot. All right. Thank you, Joe, for the Prime. Thank you, Tilty McLeavy, for the Prime. Thank you, Arsenikos, for the 27 months. And my goal is for every stream and every day of the broadcast to be slightly better. I certainly have a lot of room to improve with my casting. We'll bring in some co-casters. I've got plans. All right. But just want to say thanks before we dive in. Get your predictions in chat. Play all 3, Viper, Vivy. I'm going to dive into it now. It's going to be very interesting, I feel, because, well, just the way the map looks. And with Viper, I feel like Viper's probably going to want to use his Black Forest experience and might end up getting a little too risky here on the map. Here we go. All right, folks, finally. We've been waiting for this. There's been a lot of questions. Where is the Viper has been the question. Well, here he is. Opening round, Viper was sick. This was actually played 2 days ago, and we have not seen the games yet. This is game number 1 in a play all 3, opening rounds. These players go way back. They'll know each other very well. Here's what the draft looks like for the civilizations. Good civilizations on either side. Viper's got his Portuguese to start it all off. But on this map, you can easily make a move down here for all the hunt. And so with Viper, he loves his quick walls. He's really good at it. I figured he might take the risk. And Vivy, does he even know what side has the hunt? Because he went this side first. He's coming this angle now. So I think Vivy understood the map. But I don't know if he knew what direction to go. But he's looking. Game number 1. Also, just show you the groups here. This is what things look like right now. Viper will want to be top. Viper wants all the elephants, dude. He's going to be so greedy. This is so risky, dude. This is so unnecessary, man. This is so unnecessary. The story of Titans League for Viper is he always drops games in the first 2 weeks, and then he struggled to get first place, at least last year. Here he goes. Does Vivy see this? Vivy can see it. This is so stupid. You can't even house wall here because you can't build on that terrain. That's so stupid for Viper. It's so unnecessary for Viper, but it is so typical Viper. He loses the villager. The elephants are going to go back. Amazing preparation from Vivy. And now Vivy's the villager up. And now Viper has to decide if he wants to try it again. It's just... I knew it was going to happen, dude. I promise I haven't seen the games. I knew it was going to happen. Oh my god. Viper just can't help himself. And he feels a lot of confidence against Vivy, so he probably feels like he can get away with it. And, well, now he's going to have to recover. He is playing as the Portuguese. I think Vivy can do well in this group. I think Vivy could actually go playoffs. Just look at the group one more time. You just don't know. Like, Dark can be 50-50. Dragon Star's a tough task. That'll be a really fun series, Dragon Star and Vivy. Sato and Mihai are good players. I think Vivy could possibly have a really good season here. He dominated in gold last time. It wasn't even close. Viper's having fun with this, and Viper decides to leave. Okay, well, now we can have round 2 for Viper. Now the scout is weak for Vivy. It's unlikely that Vivy will be able to do much. Guys, I don't know if Vivy's even prepared for the map. Like, he didn't even scout for this Rhino. So it was risky from Viper, but if he ends up getting... Is he going to go back for more? Oh my god, dude. He's going for even more this time. Of course he is. Why would he not? He's got to make up for the fact that he lost a villager by getting an extra elephant now. Okay, he's got 1. He's got 2. Nope, they stopped. Oh, boy. Okay. Oh, my God. We'll be here till imp. Block that elephant. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, Vivy's back. Vivy's back. Vivy's back. Panic. Panic, 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 panic. Vivy's back. Vivy's back. Of course, Viper refuses to get Loom, because if you get Loom, you're down a Vil. He refuses to get Loom. Now he's taking some hits. Vivy's doing a good job. He knows Viper. And meanwhile, he's playing a normal game. He's taken his 2 boars. He's taken the back wood line. He hasn't taken the Rhino. You don't necessarily need it. Viper's getting these elephants, though. That's the thing. Viper is getting these elephants. Vivy's scout is still weak. But Viper doesn't... He now doesn't have a scout to block, and... I don't know, man. Vivy's really making him work for it. Vivy's really making him second guess himself. He's had to play so many house tricks. Here we go. Vivy sees the movement. Vivy's here to annoy and harass. His scout is still weak. I think Viper should get 2 of them. See how bold Vivy is, though. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Dude, Vivy's being such a pest. And now can Viper get both of them? Oh! Okay, he gets them. But now he could lose another Vil. He's got to be so careful. There we go. He's on the move. At least they're in his base now. My God. This is insane. So, far from the cleanest eco. The elephant's going back now for Viper. Far from the cleanest eco ever. I normally wanted to talk... I wanted to talk about their styles. I feel like Vivy is really good at flooding the map with army. And some of these maps are really good for it. Like, this isn't your typical arena game where it's just full economy. This is a map, as Vivy will lose his scout, where you can control these stones and golds and castle age and have a lot of benefit. So, for that reason, I think Vivy's extremes can be really solid. Wow, Vivy was actually bringing in... Wow, Vivy was also bringing in an elephant here. And so Vivy will actually bring in an elephant. But dude, Vivy... Guys, Vivy hasn't prepped for the map, I'm guessing, because did he know about this Rhino? Maybe he does. Maybe he's going back for it. Who the hell knows? This is a crazy start. Safe to say that both players have had better games. But probably evens out. Viper's going to stone. His plan is going to be working guns. Vivy is going up. And Vivy is probably going to be planning around economy or monks. Viper sees the Rhino, wants to do what Vivy tried to him, and Viper is a little too late. And the gate is closed. Well played, Vivy. But yeah, I predicted Vivy 2-1. If this was round 4, I would have predicted Viper 3-0. But I've just had enough experience to know that maybe the first round is Viper's weakest. And that there could be an issue for him. Still no Loom, by the way. And here he comes back for 2 elephants. This should be pretty easy for Viper because there's no scout to disrupt now. And yet, he's actually having a problem. But he will escort those 2 elephants home. All right. Tiny Geese, thanks for the 22 months. What a start, guys. What a start. Vivy drops his market and his blacksmith on the back. Is there a hole here? After watching that running game, I kind of feel like there could be a hole there. Viper will bring these Ellies in. Viper will not need to build a farm in a while. And he'll drop his market and his blacksmith as well. We'll have some weak villagers in there, but Viper should be fine. And yep, no problem. Vivy will wall. Vivy is on the way to Castle Age, and Vivy is also on stone. Oh, boy. So it'll be Hussite wagons against organ guns. Though I'm not entirely sure because Viper isn't that heavy on stone. That means Vivy's going to castle drop him, guys. I mean, it's Vivy. Vivy, he's an aggressive player. He's an extreme player. I don't think he goes for a defensive castle. I think he would drop a castle on the front. And if he were to drop a castle on the front of Viper's base, he doesn't know it, but there's actually a gold there he would deny. And there's only 5 tiles inside, so that would deny 3 of the 5. Now, the other thing you can do, we just saw it from Sebastian, is you could actually drop a castle over on this side and then block the long-term stone and gold in the north. But with no scout, I think that's tough to justify. Viper is really looking to see what Vivy could be up to. Eco upgrades for Viper. Vivy and Viper will drop their castles. But where? And when will Viper have to build a farm? He's still got 1 elephant left. Where do you guys put Viper in the group? Just real quick, I'll flash the group up again. Here comes Vivy. He has Loom and Q. Where do you put him? 3rd? Okay. Oh, man. Viper blocked the castle foundation with his scout. And then Vivy deleted it. And now Vivy's building it. But Viper's rushing it. Hold that thought. Viper wanted to deny this castle. I think Viper being first in this group is more than reasonable. Even if he drops a game here. I'm thinking about it myself. I still got to put Viper first. It would be crazy not to. But I think it's telling that some people are maybe thinking 2nd or 3rd. Okay, castle's on the way up for Vivy. Castle's on the way up for Viper. Viper, if he would have researched Loom, could have maybe denied it. But he didn't. Also, did Viper lose a Vil? Viper lost a Vil to an elephant. Castle's up for Vivy. Monastery's up for Vivy. I'm still curious if Vivy understands the map and knows where the relics are. Because we have a relic on each, like, middle side and each corner. So you actually have 6 relics. None near your monastery here. Oh, yeah, Viper lost the Vil at the start. Duh. I'm sorry. I, for whatever reason, completely forgot about that. Viper's going to have gold issues. I think he might need to make a move to this gold sooner rather than later. Fervor was researched by Vivy, which benefits the villagers, which is a nice touch. And he's just dropping the 2nd TC. Will not be very easy for Viper without long-term gold. Losing those 3 tiles is really brutal. And Vivy will see the castle. Vivy will move on by. I think Hussite wagons beat organ guns. Just because the Hussite wagons have far more HP. Like, an organ gun could never be anywhere close to that castle fire and survive. So I really like the Bohemians here. But we've got the battle of the clunky gunpowder units. Viper's other gold is there as well. I mean, again, awkward for him. And Vivy's not messing around here. Viper's going to opt for monks. He's getting redemption now. And Viper's villagers are exposed. Is this the right play from Vivy? I don't know. Is running in here like this what you want to do? I expected him to go back, but Vivy's got no chill here. Just rolling into Viper's economy, killing some Vils. He's got 2 town centers behind this. So if he kills villagers and is on 2 TCs, he'll have a nice lead. And yeah, these Hussite wagons just take very little damage from the organ guns, and he kills 4 more villagers from Viper. And that was an important moment. He actually finds out that Viper has redemption. I think that's okay for Vivy. To find out in that area, in that situation is good. Viper will get a relic. Viper's on the gold. Vivy needs fletching. Vivy needs to notice that Viper's on that gold. Fletching and bodkin is something maybe to consider if Viper's on it. But he doesn't actually see that Viper's on it. He doesn't expect Viper to be there. Vivy, economy's looking really nice. Meanwhile, Viper's got 0 on food. Remember, we worked very hard for a couple things. We want full live sets, which is tricky, but most of the players have been really helpful with that. So thank you to the players. We also want 1 round a week. And so in Viper's case, he was feeling really ill. And so we don't want to force somebody through if they're really feeling off. And so we delayed it. It happened 2 days ago after Viper said he was feeling better. But I mean, that definitely has an effect, just not playing as consistently, you know? Viper's now down 12 villagers. He's got 0 on food. He's coming out here to take berries. It just really feels like he is not going to have a lot of opportunities here. It all comes down to the monks right now and his conversions. Vivy research devotion. So he'll resist the conversions. Another thing you can do is you can go for your own monks. But for now, I guess his plan is just to try and avoid the monks. Vivy's found the stone out here. Yo, Plump Pulp, thank you. So many gifted subs from you, Plump. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know if I love Hussite wagons against the monks because they're so slow. Like, you can't get away from the monks if you overextend. I guess that's what devotion's for. Viper, 5 on food, 1 farmer. He is working on getting the relics. This relic's still hiding from him in the corner. We will send some organ guns this way where Vivy's exposed. Vivy not having a town center here is a little surprising. He will outpost just so because he knows he's exposed there. And down here, Viper's chasing him. And Vivy snipes another Viper villager down here. That outpost is so good. To recognize that this is risky and keep an eye on this is crazy. That is so good. And Vivy will save the vills now. And Viper, he didn't know anything was there. He'll just see the outpost, now the mining camp. Viper's still chasing these Hussite wagons, still tracking with the monks, but the economy's not looking good. He needs every conversion he can get. What's the movement speed difference? Monk is 0.7, wagon is 0.8. That's really slow, man. That's really bad. Vivy will come this way with the Hussite wagons to clear up Viper's organs. He's still running away. Still love his eco-management. His eco-management is fantastic. He's got farms everywhere. Don't love the fact he hasn't taken Viper off that gold, but he's got bigger problems. Viper's actually bringing a monk this way, too. Feels like a fast imp game for Viper, but he might need the gold for that, and Vivy will take the monk. Devotion pays off. Viper loses the monk. Vivy can be back on stone, and the wagons are still rolling on home, and Viper's monks are still left behind. Unable to get the conversions as we now have atonement for Vivy. So with atonement, he can convert Viper's monks. But the organ guns can still take down Vivy's monks. But the organ guns are getting picked off. Viper snipes a monk. Viper's losing his organs. Atonement could pay off. 1 conversion there. 3 conversions. Its units are back and forth here, but I think that's fine for Vivy, guys. He's got a 20 villager lead, so this is fine. It is awkward, though, because Hussite wagons do so little damage against other Hussite wagons, and now Vivy doesn't have redemption, so he can't actually reconvert the units. All in all, I think that's not bad for Viper, but what's bad for Viper is he can't move this way now. There's Hussite wagons this way. He wanted that gold. He really needs gold. He's making monks. He's making organ guns, and he wants imp for trebuchets. This is Viper's gold income, and then the 2 relics. That's it. He could maybe take this gold. He's clearly going to go imp here, which is probably the right play from this position because he's so far behind economically. But Vivy has put up a really strong fight. Vivy and is now research Bodkin as well to push Viper off that gold. So 69 eco for Vivy. 40 for Viper. Viper's got 2 monks and a mangonel, converted Hussite wagon, and 4 organ guns. That's not a lot. It sounds like a lot. It's a bit of a mouthful, but that is really not a lot. He's bringing everything he can. This weird assortment of units. This is kind of like a family reunion, you know? You've always got the super religious guy. You've got the couple, people who've gained some weight over the years. You got the clunky people. You just got like such a random assortment of units at the family reunion. Probably bad timing because I was just home to see family 2 days ago. I probably shouldn't say that, but that's probably why it entered my mind. Viper loses half of that army. He is on the gold at least, but now Vivy is looping around the backside. Vivy's still not imp. I just think if Vivy commits to full Hussite wagons, he can even snipe Viper's trebs. But the nice thing is Vivy's army isn't actually doing any immediate damage to Viper. Viper's got everything over here. Vivy's monk is going to convert a house in Viper's wall. And Vivy is directing all of his attention, all of his focus to this area. Now he sees. He's probably wondering where Viper has been. If only Vivy had brought all of this army to the right side instead of looping around, I think it would have been so good. Guys, there's mangonels. There's mangonels. Mangonels are great against Hussite wagons. There's also monks. Can Viper clear this? That's at the very least a good value fight for Viper. I don't know about everything else, but that is a really good value fight. It doesn't get much better than that. He got a lot of conversions. He'll pretty much trade off the entire army. He will have monks. Vivy is imping too. This would still be a crazy win for Viper. His economy is horrible, but he's got the Treb. And monks can snowball games so hard. And that might be the only thing we see in this game. It's just monks. Vivy needs more monks. Vivy converts an organ. Vivy will convert another organ here. You probably need to convert and then delete, so Viper doesn't bring units back to his side. Yeah, the units are still consistently changing sides. Here's just some gold income for Vivy, if you're wondering what that is. But 84 vills versus 40. This is horrible for Viper economically. This really doesn't feel like he was fully aware of what could happen on this map. The extreme in the Dark Age, and then the rest of the game. I mean, it's been super well structured and super clean from Vivy. No question about that. Vivy's just got to hold. He'll always lose this castle. That's fine. I think it could be really tough when you're ahead against a player that you don't have a large history of getting wins against. You could get very nervous. So Vivy needs to relax his mind a little. I like the decision to switch out of Hussite wagons and to switch into a unit that isn't as costly now against the monks. And that's his plan. Archer ranges. Hand cannons would be sick. I'm fine with hand cannons. I'm fine with skirms even. Hand cannons are probably the best option. But you still probably need a couple of your own monks. Still probably a couple Hussite wagons. There's a lot you need. And Viper just took down one castle. If there was a time for Viper to go Faitoria, this would maybe be it. But I think he needs a castle here too right now before Vivy starts to push this. Vivy's making hand cannons. Viper wants the hill. Viper always has enough army where I think Vivy could overextend. Like 12 range monks shut this down. So Vivy can't stop that. He'll want to. But I don't think he can. That's too many monks, man. And the hand cannon numbers are not healthy enough either. Viper can win this game. Vivy won't realize Viper is 50 villagers behind. And also, Vivy needs all this stone and gold. So if he loses this area, it could be the game. Or a couple organ guns is very helpful against the hand cannon numbers. Vivy's under a lot of pressure right now. And Viper's on the hill. Trebuchet on the hill. These castles are on cracked terrain, so they go down so quickly. And then bombard cannons can still be converted by the monks. Vivy needs an answer to the monks, guys. What might be a play here, and we nerfed it ourselves with the map scripts. We'll see what the devs do with the patch. Is a siege tower. And you could siege tower the hand cannons in. Because you need to get close to the monks without losing your whole army. So you can only put 5 inside of a siege tower with the way we've adjusted it in our map scripts. Vivy just has to hold as long as he can. And both players will have to repair castles, but Viper doesn't have as many vills. This gives Vivy time to mass some bombard cannons. But where is that one going? Viper will convert it. Viper converts the cannon. Oh, what a waste. What a loss for Vivy. He's getting heresy now. Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like Viper's monks could still get value. They could still get conversions maybe. Heresy just means the units die. Viper doesn't need Vivy's units. He needs to massacre Vivy's units, which can still be accomplished. Viper's base is open. The Hussites might run through. Vivy's dropping another castle back here. He is sweating hard right now. Heresy's still a nice tech. If you're going to have the gold in addition to researching Heresy, it's still probably worth it. It allows you to maybe sacrifice some units to go kill the monks. Interesting, though. Vivy is trying to avoid the main fight from Viper, where the monks are, and he's going for the castle. Viper will go for conversions. He will no longer gain any units. If he loses his monks, he's dead. And that's what Vivy will focus down. Is Heresy the game swinger here for Vivy? Finally. He takes the mangonels. There's still the siege firing on the castle, and Viper's monks are going down. Crazy plays for Vivy. There's still some Hussites. I mean, Heresy's huge with the Hussites. Viper's Hussites from before are really tanky. Actually, I was a little judgy on Heresy there. I think Heresy is a really nice call. Viper just 64 pop. No Fatorias with the Portuguese. Game 1, Titans League Season 5. He's got such a history against Vivy. He's beaten Vivy so many times in tournaments. He's never lost a set to Vivy in tournaments, ever. He has lost a game or two. But in TTL group stage, every game matters. Every game counts. You play 5 rounds, and then you tally it up to see where you go. I don't think Viper's got enough left, guys. This seems like a YouTube video. The Fatoria on the hill. I mean, he needs to try it. He needs to try it. He still has the hill. He will have a Fatoria. The issue is he has no army. And of course his economy's crap, so he can't field an army. And yeah, he's gonna lose this castle. Did he ever get chemistry himself? I don't think he did, so he can't make a bombard cannon here. Vivy's still, he did a good job expanding this way. Even expanding this way, that's a little heavy on the berries there. But still, he just made it happen. This has been stressful. He's been staying consistent. Now we could start to push Viper's hill, maybe. He's attacking Viper's trebuchet. Viper's going to run out of wood to repair trebs. He has nothing on wood. Weird scenario when you see someone run out of wood to repair a treb, but that's what happens. He does have the mangonel, though. And he will kill those Hussites, and he could maybe kill those trebs. Over here, he's losing a treb as well, though. You have to imagine Vivy can always make more. Vivy's hand cannons could actually move this way and kill all these vills. Viper just has no eco. There's no units. It's been low eco the whole game. Vivy can just make pure hand cannons from here and probably win it. This is going to be Vivy's win, guys. What a great game from him. That has to be said. Like, type a 1 in chat if you've seen a top player have kind of a sloppy game where maybe they're not at their best and they do a couple weird things and they still make it happen. If you've watched any of the top guys, you see all the time. The underdog gets stressed out. They get nervous. They start to throw. They start to choke, and the game ends. So, like, the fact that he's remained this consistent is awesome. So this is still hilarious to me. But, hey, he's still got the food eco there. No judgment. And Viper about to get castle dropped. His castle is about to get castle dropped by Vivy. That is a bold play. Castle dropping Viper's trebs. But what a play, too, because Viper has to back up. Trebs are coming from Vivy for the hill. And the Fatoria is obviously behind there, so there's nothing Viper can do. He will lose his castle faster than he can take down Vivy's castle. And then the Treb behind will just be sniped. Sloppy from Vivy, maybe. Because he loses that one Treb. But he's still got enough. And he knows it. He'll send the hand cannons in. Super risky to run underneath the castle, but he doesn't care. Castle will fall. Viper's Fatoria will fall. Vivy can gain access to more of the golds. And Vivy's castle should stay up as well. He could just take Viper's trebs. His castle will still stand. And quick Viper eco check. I mean, he's got basically nothing, guys. First game, though. First game. Probably feels like he's got to get it out of his system here. But fun storyline to start it off. Viper loses the first game to Vivy. Vivy has come to play. What a really relaxed game there from Vivy. See, to explain part of why Viper got into such a low eco state, when you have a castle drop game like this, typically what you have is like crap economy behind. But let's think back to what Vivy did with that castle. He went castle, He made 2 units. He sniped a couple vills, and then he's booming. 2 town centers. He got fervor super early, so his villagers worked faster and more efficiently. That's just super calm play. Now, it did get crazy later on, of course. But this was even good, too. Like, he ran around the map away from the monks and the organs so nicely. The outpost over here, he was locked in. He knew that he could be raided there. He defended himself. He then got devotion early, killed the monks, killed the organs there. Like, Vivy did all the hard work here. This was all the heavy lifting to get the 20 villager lead. And then even later on, he researches Bodkin Arrow to push Viper off this gold. I think if he made a mistake, he really just needed to bring all of this army here. I think if he brings all this army here, the game ends way faster. But still, great game from Vivy. And Viper will feel like he's still got more time to recover the wins, of course, but we'll see if he can get the wins moving into his home map next. Remember last season, I forget if it was round 1 or round 2. Well, no, after the first 2 rounds last season, there was mathematically very strong chances that Viper could get relegated. Now, nobody felt that was going to happen. That didn't end up happening, but that's what happened. So we'll move into game number 2 now. I cannot freaking believe what we're seeing here with this hit pick. Viper's certainly putting on a show for us today. Welcome, everybody. So it's game number 2. We come on the back of a Vivy victory, where Vivy played very well, and Viper went a little clowny. He built the castle. He made lots of monks. That's maybe off meta in some cases. Now Viper goes for Bengalis. And if you watch King of the Desert, you know Viper's been experimenting. Viper believes that he can maybe get away with a fast castle here. It's a crazy call to go for Bengalis. Now, we've seen this before. We saw it from Stone Please in Gold League. It was a crazy game between Stone Please and Classic Pro. I do think that the Phosphor Fast Castle Bengali Ratha Rush can work. I made a bunch of videos on this strategy. If you've never seen it before, you have a lot of catching up to do. But basically, the idea is fast castle. You get 2 vills from your town center every time you make it to the next stage. If you go fast castle, that's basically +4. And then the Ratha's got a melee and ranged mode, which could be very strong. I just wonder what Vivy does. Because if Vivy reads this, if Vivy expects this, he's playing as the Huns. Vivy might want to just play fast castle cav archers. Typically, you want to play scouts, you want to play archers, you want to adapt from there, but maybe Vivy sees this and feels like he knows what Viper's going to do. There's definitely some mind games here. But yeah, guys, this map is called Reverse Acropolis, okay? Reverse Acropolis is the opposite of Acropolis in that you're no longer on the hill, you're now in a pit. And your wood lines are kind of hard to come by down at the lower level, and you'll eventually run dry. So if you play greedy and you stay at the bottom of the hill, you can get punished a lot more on this version. There is still the water in the middle, but there's no fish, so we'll probably never see a dock there. But it's tough, man. Like, people are placing lumber camps at the bottom because it's tough to find these upper wood lines. And it's a really far walk as well. So I don't think it's a bad play from the players to lumber camp down here. It's just something to keep in mind for the long term. Berserker, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you, Cryptic, for the raid. Appreciate it. Red River, thank you for the prime. G-Bus, welcome. Thank you for the prime. Ero, thank you for the prime. If there's anyone new here watching right now, we've got a fun set to jump into for at least the last set of the day. Vipers dropped the first game in a set where people would have predicted the sweep. MBL in chat. MBL said Viper to Silver League, Pog. Which he's, of course, joking about, but that's kind of funny because MBL and Viper go way back. Hopefully, I think I will remember that comment, and maybe Viper will if they end up matching in the playoffs against each other. T90, shouldn't the map be called Reverse Slopes? I didn't name the map. This was created by Young Panda. I was looking through for map concepts, and we found a very rudimentary version of this map that was not very good, but the concept was there. It was just basically imbalanced with the way woodlines and boars and stuff generated, so we did some adjustments, you know? Vivy's pushing in deer. as is Viper. Viper's walling up a little bit because Viper is expecting the potential for some pressure from Vivy. Will that actually happen? I think it's still a good map to pressure. The only thing is the Archer follow-up on this map is really difficult because you're really far away from the opponent. But super solid start for Vivy. He's going to play the meta here. MBL is very opinionated on this Phosphorus strategy. He seems to think that you can play meta and beat it. I feel as though the Bengali strategy is by far the best fast castle unique unit build in the game. I think if the player knows what they're doing, I think it's extremely complicated to stop. So that's more of a mid take. It always depends, right? But I do think this is really hard to manage. And I've seen Viper do it before. It's not like this is the first time Viper's doing it. Ooh, okay, Vivy. So Vivy is sending Vils forward. And Vivy will find Viper's base. He's going to find that deer as well. He knows Viper will want that. Vivy's going to really send it and build his production buildings forward. Now, your old school build would be Spears and Skirms. And you go Spears and Skirms trash build. I don't think Spears and Skirms is very good against this. The Viper is somewhat walled. The idea is you get enough stone to build a castle. When you eventually build the castle, you build it on the stone... Or sorry, on the gold and the wood area. So he would actually want the castle here. There's Vivy with the barracks. This is cool. He is trying to control the hill. And he is going to gold. So I think this will be Vivy going archers. Because at least archers can kill villagers quickly. Viper keeping a scout at home because he knows that Vivy could be up. He didn't want to lose the scout. That's the right play for this build. He just has some small walls here. There's the archer range. Viper does not know what he's up against. It is full adaptation mode. He hoped to get some damage there in the scout. He hoped to get a quick wall. Neither happened. He does have loom. Vivy gets to see the stone. But Vivy should know now that it's also about... It's really about denying the wood and the gold. It's like you need to poke the stone and deny the stone a little, and then you need to long-term deny the wood and the gold. Vivy will drop his tower there. Viper doesn't know what he's up against. And there's the tower from Viper. Viper might need to drop his own tower here. He'll drop some walls. I wonder how much of this is Viper saying, come on, I mean, it's Vivy. I can beat Vivy in my sleep. I've beaten Vivy so many times. How much of this situation that we're in is that? He thinks he can get away with it. He thinks he can be fine. Vivy loves his towers. And Vivy's tower will go up, which pushes Viper off of the stone. Viper will move a tower over this way. Vivy doesn't see any resistance. So he's moving over this way. And Viper's tower, he's building it with a weak villager. That's a villager down already. It's a lot of idle time as well. I'm not even sure he'll have the food to click up, guys. This is so good from Vivy. What is happening to start Titans League Season 5? Viper. I mean, he'll get the tower, maybe. But at what cost? He doesn't have the res to click up. He's going to have to sell off his stone. His stone is somewhat denied. He loses another vill. Okay, protects the wood line, but this is what happens when you go for these types of risks. You have no eco upgrades, you have weak economy, and the opponent goes for the military. MBL is pumped right now to see the meta beating this all in. The eco is still wide open for Vivy, though. So Viper can get to a castle. You got to stick to the game plan. Get to a castle and get units to Vivy's base. Vivy could have some real problems. But guys, I'm just... This is not gone according to the plan. Vivy is maybe one of the worst players to try this against because he's so good at like the early pressure. Where Vivy struggles is in meta play, which he actually did a really good job with the previous game, but like really clean economy. That's not really what Vivy thrives with. Vivy's just building a tower behind the gold now to push Viper off of the gold. So I think Viper wants to now buy a castle, basically. I think that's the plan. But, like, he's not going to have the gold to buy the castle. This might just be over, man. He's so far from a castle. He might need to adapt into a siege workshop more than anything. But he's completely surrounded. It's just so risky. And Vivy pressured it perfectly. Vivy would have never gone forward if it wasn't against the Bengalis. He's only done it because Viper's picked Bengalis and he knows what this build can be. Viper sells his wood. Okay, so I wasn't sure. He sells his wood. He's now buying stone, so he's now 200 more buys from getting a castle if he collects an extra little bit from this tile. But then he needs to build a castle that actually clears up the towers and allows him to take the golds. Or maybe he could go over here. Vivy's eco again. It's not the prettiest. Viper's in Castle Age. Viper is currently chopping a straggler tree with his villagers. Vivy's panicking. Vivy knows Viper's going to build a castle, and he wants those archers to get back into this position here. And there's the castle from Viper. Okay. As far as castles are concerned, that is maybe the best castle he could place. Because I think it, with fletching at least, would range both of these towers. And it protects the gold, and it protects some wood. But Vivy's going to bring in the archers. I like this, because you know Viper's eco is crap, and he's going to get the castle up anyways. Kill as much eco as possible. He didn't actually lose many archers at all. And Viper now wants this wood line. I mean, he can't even afford a single Ratha, man. And there's going to be another tower from Vivy. Viper can't even afford a lumber camp. Oh, you got to walk back to the TC for a lumber camp. Oh, my God. No, he's got a lumber camp here. It's fine. He's got a couple trees. And Vivy's eco's still wide open. Vivy still could be up against Ratha, which are very strong. But there's... He's got a slight villager lead. And here comes Vivy. Wants to pressure the right side again with another tower. Still waiting for Viper to make even one military unit. He's on the way. Very little food eco for Viper, so he can never really produce. And there's the Ratha. Okay, the Ratha to save the world. Ron the Ratha. Is Ron the Ratha good enough? Oh, Viper's going to micro it back to go heal up. That'll take forever to heal, but you got to try it, I guess. Here comes more archers from Vivy. Vivy, he isn't respecting this at all. He's like, you've got nothing, bro. No hesitation, no fear. I wonder how much game one influenced how he's feeling right now. After game one, he's probably like, I'm doing all right. I am the fat dragon. That's what he used to call himself anyways. He also called himself the fat pig. He also called himself 5CM Diao for a while. I'll let you guys guess what Diao means. Vivy used to be known for all his crazy usernames and his crazy style. Usernames usually just Vivy these days. A little bit more professional. Okay, here comes the great counterattack for Viper. This is the right play. You have to get counter damage because your eco is horrible. Here he comes. He finds Vivy's base for the first time. Still has a tower here, though, that will harass some gold miners. Still has some archers here, which could be a problem as well. Vivy's eco is actually kind of weak, but he has a market. Weak for 42 villagers, it is. I think he's just panicking a little bit. Has the tower, needs the wood lines more than anything. Viper's still microing the weak units back. His micro's actually been good. His micro's been really good. The weak ones are always getting microed back. That's nice damage. He's got the units over here now. You can tell how this, it's now reached a state where it's Castle Age units against Feudal Age units. This is why this push is actually a good strategy, because it's high risk, high reward, but the unit is insanely strong. And you can't wall it out because it has the ranged mode, and you can't fight it with melee because it has the melee mode. But Vivy is just, this whole time has been reminding himself, I have the better economy, I just need to survive. As long as he doesn't take any big damage, as long as he gets a wall down here real quick, I think he can balance it out. I think he could build, he can make cav archers, maybe just continue with skirms, make some monks, all this stuff, and he can hold. And if he holds, it's 2-0 up on the Viper. He has never beat Viper in a tournament set. I know it's a play all three, but this would be the first in Vivy's career, and it's been a long history between these two. Viper is coming to the middle for a wood line, which he needs to drop off the wood to get. Upgrades are coming in for Vivy. Again, Vivy wants a lead skirm. Vivy only has 6 skirms. Like, there's aspects of the situation for Vivy which are not ideal. Still feels like he could lose his army very quickly. Bodkin's in. Vivy tries to save his army in the tower. Wow. Whoa, he puts them on the other side. Not sure it does that much, but that was a nice attempt at least. Still has this tower over here. Still 2 villagers in there for Vivy. Viper's getting some good damage. I think Vivy is a bit resistant to making units at home right now. This is what I said in that previous game. Like, we have seen people fall apart against Viper before, even if they've done all the right moves early. But, like, Vivy needs army. I'm not seeing army. I'm just seeing towers, and Ratha is a very strong unit. So, Viper's eco is crap, but Vivy might think it's better than it is. Vivy could get snowballed hard here. I'd like to see Vivy buy stone. Buy wood and make archer ranges at home and play cav archers. Losing the skirms he did was pretty painful. There is a weak Ratha in there I'm sure he'd love to kill. Viper is slowly taking down this tower too. Vivy's playing tower defense, but here comes Viper again. Viper's up to 20 vills now, so he's booming. 25 villagers into the game. Stable from Vivy. He's going to play monks. I wonder if he's going to play knights too. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. He just needs to breathe. Just breathe, says the guy who's not currently in the game and is watching somebody else play the video game. Just relax, says the guy who's not playing up against Viper. And, like, I don't have 10 plus years of playing tournaments against Viper where Viper has always beat me. I mean, if I actually was good enough to match Viper in tournaments, he would have. But, you know. Skirms eject. Seems a little wasteful. Seems a little wasteful from Vivy. It wasn't intentional because the archer range goes down. Viper's still trying to find damage. There is a hole back here, but there are monks ready for Vivy. Hun monks are not the strongest, though. And these don't have sanctity. I think Viper's a little busy. Oh, the knight from Vivy got onto the golds. The knight from Vivy got onto the golds. Some nice damage there. He might lose the knight, though. And the monks didn't get any conversions. Ratha will beat a knight in the 1v1 engagement, I believe. It's very close. I think the Ratha actually win, which is ridiculous, but they do. It's a wood gold knight, as Phosphor once told me, back when the strategy was being perfected. Vivy now dropping the archer ranges, now going for cav archers. That's what I've been waiting for. I think a combination of monks and some knights and cav archers when you've got this big of an eco lead should work. And I don't think he's going to run out of resources yet. Viper can't build vills. Viper is one farmer, guys. Viper can't build vills. It's like not even a strategic thing. He's building vills as consistently as he can. But his eco's so bad, and he has to basically go full army to have any chance. So he does have 18 Ratha. So he's spending his res as quickly as he can. 18 Ratha is a ridiculous number. And remember, Ratha has 100 base HP. Cav Archer has 50 base HP. Ratha can beat this. Ratha can genuinely beat this. If Viper wins, this strategy is guaranteed overpowered, if there was any dispute. Like, Vivy was maybe a little light on the army here, but still, I mean... Vivy's still got some solid upgrades coming in. Vivy's still got some monks. I don't think Vivy realizes just how good the situation is because Viper's got a lot of army and because of the score. This could snowball fast. If Vivy loses his army, could snowball super fast. No Bodkin arrow for Viper. I think he might snag it. Yeah, there it is. But what Vivy does well is he'll just go hit Viper because Viper's castle doesn't defend his eco anymore. The build typically protects all of your eco on Arabia. But now your eco's up here because you ran out of wood. So now Vivy's like, oh, okay. Vivy will do this all day. Go to Viper's base. Viper can't pressure him. That's fine. And there's a TC from Vivy on a wood line, which feels pretty critical. But yeah, I mean, Viper, it's tough for him to ever do damage because when he arrives, there's monks and there's towers. Vivy always has enough. Vivy has just had a near perfect series against Viper so far. This game, I'm struggling to find which game was the most impressive. I loved how relaxed he was in the previous game. After the castle drop, Viper completely panicked and expected it would be a low economy game. But just the towers were well placed. The archers, everything was just perfect here from Vivy. It makes it look like if this was the first time you saw this strategy, you would think that this is a horrible strategy. To be honest, I think when you're Viper, you still got to think it's a horrible strategy to do. And you're so good, but that's besides the point. It is a good strategy. It has worked. We've seen Viper do it. Viper still seems to be looking over here. He's got 15 vills. The score says it's close. He's still waiting for good engagements, but Vivy just keeps running away. And Viper maybe sitting there in disbelief that he's about to be down 2 games to Vivy. This next game, by the way, becomes really important for Viper. If Viper goes 0-3 in this group, to start it off, tough to get first place position, potentially. And Vivy just running away. Runs away from the Ratha here. Moves into the gold and the woodline here. This is over, man. I was a little worried for Vivy because he wasn't playing Cav Archers and he wasn't making a lot of army, but he gets the win. 2-0 for Vivy. And we still have that third game that Viper desperately is going to need now. Wow. So yeah, high risk, high reward, right? I find that the strategy in some ways is more viable on this map. In many ways is less viable. It's kind of back and forth. What I don't like about this strat is that, I mean, if you feel like you're the better player, you're taking a very big risk, which usually the people that take risks are the players who feel like they need the risk to win, right? So that's what I don't like about the strat considering the player matchup. Also, I don't like it because you want the castle to protect your wood line and your gold, and there's just no wood. You eventually have to move up here anyways, right? Well played to Vivy. And Vivy, I mean, you look at this group, and he's probably like, all right, I can go top of the group. He looks at the rest of the group. He probably thinks, I could beat Mihai. I could beat Suto. I could beat Dragonstar. I could beat Dark. And very quickly, if you end a series with a 2-1 or 3-0 win over Viper, who's probably going to improve in the next sets too, Vivy could go places this season, guys. This is a really good performance. So, game number 3. Type a 1 in chat if your prediction contest results are going down because of this. I don't think there's many people that predicted Vivy winning the set. I think people would have said 3-0 for Viper. I said 2-1 for Viper. But, like, this is the first time in 10 plus years that Vivy will have beat Viper in a tournament series as things shape up. We will still have game number 3, though. I assume it counts as a set loss, right? It has to count as a set loss. All right, so shocked to see it. We've got Vivy up 2-0 over Viper. Vivy's played very well. He's played very clean, and so far it has just been the lack of economy for Viper. Game number 1, he probably felt like it was going to be that type of game, but he was put under pressure because of the castle drop, and he wasn't able to have a good economy. Game number 2, he went for a build which is low economy, and Vivy punished it perfectly, killed a lot of villagers, and delayed the inevitable. So, finally, I think we're going to have a bit of a standard game, at least for Arabia style. We'll probably have some scouts from both, and then see a transition from there. Vivy's gone for the Magyars. Magyars with the cheaper scouts and the free forging upgrades. So Vivy will probably opt for the scout builds. And I kind of expect the same for Viper. I think the same for Viper because the Hindustanis will like that too. They have great scouts. They'll want to play through camels. There is also that memory in my mind of Viper going fast castle into Ghulams before, but I just don't think that is a very good play here. And I think Viper's going to have to think, all right, let's settle down now. Let's at least snag 1 win. But I like the map setup. The map slopes. You've got the res on the sides. It's about 1,000. I think it ends up being 1,400 food here. You've got the 2 shorefish. Then you've got the hares. So that's 1,400. There's also a deer on each side or an ibex, which Viper's pushed one of them. So if you want to push deer or ibex, you have to send a scout to the opposite side because they're separated. But that's a lot of food income. So sometimes players don't want to take the risk. They don't want to move out there, which I can completely understand because then your vills could be picked off. But if you're making lots of army, what better way to fund the cheap Magyar scouts than to get a mill out here? But Vivy usually likes the wall. He likes to open army, and then he likes to go full wall. And with Magyars, he might want to transition into Cav Archers. They do train them faster, so I think Cav Archers is probably his go-to. So far, all the signs our players are going to play pretty standard. Stay in their base and just wall up here. But yeah, you know, some things change and some things stay the same, right? Oh my god, is he actually going to stone again? He's going to stone. He's going to try it again. Some people, all right, they go to the casino, they're down tons of money, and they say, you know what, let's stop. Let's stop now. Let's not make this worse. Viper, he triples down. Or I guess doubles down, because this is now another time where he's going to try Fast Castle. The thing is, like, can I be real with you, though? Can I be real with you? The build is bad. What? Oh! He trapped the scout. Okay, he's so back. Viper is so back. He's got the trap. He could lose a villager, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is he back? Is he back? Is he back? He's back! He's back! Who can question the snake? Not I. Damn, that's actually so nice because Vivy can't see it. Vivy doesn't know what the build is now. In the previous game, Vivy could guess it because of Bengalis, but with Hindustanis, you don't know. And he would have scouted the stone. Damn. Oh, that's a crazy play. I mean, that was so quick. So Viper. And now Viper could go over and see what Vivy's up to, too. So, but yeah, usually you're not this heavy on stone. I don't think he's going to have the food to click up. Like, this is not the timing of the stone. You go to stone when you're at 19 pop. I've covered 100 of these games and watched so many of them. Like, he didn't take his boar yet. I'm really confused by the build. He is front-loading the stone, so if he gets pushed off the stone, he'll have more in the bank. But you do need to have a decent feudal age time. Especially if Vivy was going to go scouts. Losing your starting scout is horrible. You'd almost prefer to lose a villager instead of lose a scout at times. But he is on the way up. He'll probably add more. Can Viper even click up here? If he can, what he's done here is okay. I'm worried about the food count. He's got 7 on berries. He will have a period where he's not spending food because of loom. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. And this wrecks feudal age units, by the way. This completely wrecks feudal age units. But yeah, you need to have the res to get to Castle Age, which is a bit tougher if you can only push 2 deer. Vivy sees Viper's scout. Vivy is dropping his barracks. He has no clue that Viper's going to try this again. And he's trying to mess with Viper here, like Viper did to him, and Viper's not really having it. That's what's fun, though. The high-risk, high-reward, fast castle strategies are really good with civs that can play normal as well. Bengalis on Reverse Acropolis, you kind of just know. But Hindustanis here, you wouldn't really expect it. So Vivy's playing like he's going to be pressured by scouts or something. Let's see how Vivy reacts to this. Because I think with Viper not being up, he's thinking about it. He's like, wait a second. Is he doing that? All depends on what's in his brain. I saw Viper do it before. Does Vivy seen him do it before? Yeah, okay, now he's like, wait a second. This is weird. Why is he not up yet? He is expecting that Viper is going to do it, and he's going to send the Vills forward. Win or lose, that's a correct play from Vivy. It was really unfortunate he lost his scout. That's delayed him a lot. But this is the correct reaction when you sense that your opponent is doing something off meta. Now, for most of my viewers, it's a bit of a different world, right? Because, like, people have bad games, and that just happens. But here, it's like, Viper's never up that late, so you have to know that something weird is happening. Vivy is running into the darkness. Oh my god, that's so bad. And he's not even going to pressure the stone side. He's hoping to find something. This feels so awkward. I mean, he can pressure the wood line. He can pressure the gold. He is bringing army forward. Viper could maybe see the villagers. Viper's on the way up. Viper needs to be careful with his villagers here. He's walling in his stone miners. He doesn't see the vills. Now he does. He wants his castle here, guys. He wants to be able to buy food and then use the gold for everything. So his plan all revolves around this area right now. And he's got a villager exposed. And Vivy's here. Oh, man. Vivy's here with Magyar scouts in his own vills. More scouts will follow. Not many, but a couple. Honestly, with it being Viper, you'd expect that he could maybe kill just as many vills with the vill fighting, but it is Magyars at the end of the day. Oh, and there's the weak vill from earlier. The weak vill from earlier will go down. The Viper's lost 3. Vivy's saving his vill. Vivy will lose 2. Again, this strat completely wrecks feudal age units. I know it looks bad, but Ghoulems just get completely they completely destroy scouts and villagers. But Vivy, decent enough start. He'll drop a tower here. It's a lot of idle time for Viper. The only villagers that are really working are the stone miners. Vivy's still adding more scouts. He'll drop the tower. This is Vivy understanding that Viper wants the castle to protect the wood and the gold. It's no use to find the stone. Even if he knew it was there, Viper will always get the castle. But Viper's going to get the castle anyways. I think Vivy could be in trouble here. He didn't kill that many vills. And these units are very strong. Okay, he'll kill 2 more. But Viper is prepared for this. He played so long with 14 vills in the previous game. He's at 18 villagers now. He's dreaming. Maybe not, but let's see. Viper could lose another vill. Vivy gets it. Castle will go up, which means the tower gets shot down, and then Vivy loses those 2 villagers. Vivy needs to full wall the front of his base. Full walls. Full walls, no holes in the walls. And he's probably asking himself, can scouts beat Ghoulems? We'll compare the stats. No upgrades for Vivy yet. So it's 5 base attack, 45 HP. The armor is important too. 0 melee armor. The Ghoulems have 1 melee armor after the, I guess, the upgrade. They have no base melee armor, but they got 60 HP and 9 attack. 9 versus 5 attack. 60 HP versus 45. It can go up to 65 HP, though. So I think what you do here, I've talked about this a lot in some of my phosphor videos. Going Castle Age is too risky, because by the time you click up, you're going to be flooded with units. You just play full scouts. And I think that's why Vivy's walking to the gold. I think he wants bloodlines for his scouts, and I don't think he actually wants to actively mine the gold. But man, that has to be walled. This villager's protected. Viper's coming over. This has to be walled up on the front. Ghoulems are good again. They're made, really, to go in situations against archers. Yeah, Vivy's getting the upgrades. I'd like to see a second stable from Vivy. He will know he has the villager lead. Viper's just going to buy food and balance res at the market and spam these Ghoulems. And Vivy cannot counterattack the critical areas because the castle's there. Vivy's villagers are in harm's way. He's not walled, which is bad. But maybe he wants Viper in here. Maybe he's okay with that. Maybe with bloodlines and armor now, maybe this is a good enough fight. Maybe he can do it with the scouts. Viper didn't react right away. Viper didn't react right away at all, and now he's getting overwhelmed by the scouts. And Vivy maintains the villager lead. Good scout micro. He pulls back the weak scouts, and he will kill the first wave. And sometimes, if you kill the first wave, you could just straight up win from that because the opponent's economy is so weak. High risk, high reward, right? Vivy's scouts are pretty weak. These units also do pass-through damage, so when the units group up like Vivy does, Viper can actually damage more multiple units in the group. Vipers could maybe look for overchops. Vivy has relocated his lumber camps because he's concerned about that. This still has chances, guys. Vivy takes one bad fight, and there's a hole into his base, and it's over. And Vivy can never counterattack. So he always has to make army to respect Viper. No real chance for Vivy to ever get any damage in here. I feel like he wants to tower there, but... Yeah, the Ghoulims are really strong, man. But I guess the scouts were still weak. This will be a long game. Viper could eventually flex into a boom here as well, to be honest. He's adding farms. And there, Viper takes the fight. He's completely fine. He adds the barracks, probably for squires. Vivy loses another unit. It's getting messy for Vivy. He's getting really nervous. Love to see Arson for Viper. With Arson, these units break through the building so quickly. Viper's looking around. Looking for the hunt. This villager here is still chopping the tree on the sides, but I don't think there's an overchop yet. And again, Viper may be a little late to reacting. Vivy finds a moment. He's been patient where he needs to be, and the micro has been so good. Look at that. Pulls the weak scout away, gets a bunch of free hits there, clears up another Viper army. Very well played from Vivy. Also could just take this gold in the back. Everything needs to be house walled, and he still has to make scouts. You can never stop, because Viper's never going to stop, and Viper's got enough production to keep it going here. Might need to be triple stable here for Vivy. For Viper, I don't know if you really benefit from upgrades because your economy is at a state where you have to decide between upgrades and military. This has me feeling kind of awkward for Vivy. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. He's not sure about that, and he needs to get the walls. Vivy, what's going on, bro? Be careful. You can tell he's panicking under this pressure. He's got scouts grouping up on different sides of the base and his stables. I'd still like to see a third stable here, but I still think this is within reach for Viper. If Viper breaks in, he will destroy Vivy's economy. But Vivy gets another clear up. But every time I see this, Viper's got more Ghoulims. And the Ghoulim production is non-stop, man. And the scouts are not surviving as much as they need to. They're not producing as fast as they need to. The Ghoulims are in. The Ghoulims are in. Vivy has to come all the way back now. He needs to re-wall this, too. You can't let Viper in again. More quick walls from Vivy. There's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole. There's a hole. He's crumbling. He is crumbling under the pressure. He deletes a fully built market. Yikes. If Viper wins this fight, he could win the game because he's got more army over here attacking the stable. He's still okay here, Vivy. He will still clear this, but he's just in this constant cycle. To deal with this, you need non-stop military. But as long as he accepts that that's the case, eventually, Viper runs out of gold here, which is stupid, but it is what it is. That's what this strategy does. It completely changes the game. Yeah, again, look, Vivy re-walls, and now he's got half of his scouts outside the walls. He's completely frazzled. He's completely frazzled. Meanwhile, Viper gonna get an eco upgrade. There's still a hole there, man. Palm sweaty. Mom is very much spaghetti right now for Vivy. 12 Ghoulims for Viper. He is getting the armor now. Vivy is maxed. He can't get his units any stronger. Look how fast the walls go down. If I had to pick someone right now to win this game, I think I'm going Viper. Because Viper's army is significantly stronger soon. I mean, maybe has been. He's still up in H. I know he's down by village, but it really feels like one thing goes wrong for Vivy. One overchop, and he has issues. Here's another re-wall. Remember, Ghoulims are high pierce armor, so archers do 1 damage a hit. Archers are not an option. It's just that it's a Cast Age unit with good HP, so scouts, they do okay against scouts. Viper patrols in. Vivy's units need to get a decent surround there and not stack up. Vipers is clanging on the house over here. He could maybe break through, and the Ghoulims are just too strong. Vivy, or rather, Viper wins the game, and he snags a win. This is genuinely an insane strategy, as bad as it looks for the Bengalis in the previous game. It looked just as good here for the Hindustanis. I think the big storyline of this game is that Vivy didn't get to scout what was happening. If Vivy could have applied pressure a little bit earlier, maybe he could have done more damage. But yeah, Viper is basically using these OP unique units, these fast castle builds, the phosphorus strategies, the market as well. You page up, market. And he just put his pedal to the metal there with the numbers. Now, I still think Vivy's going to want this one back. He's going to feel a little bit cheesed, right? I think he's going to want this one back. I honestly feel as though the entirety of Feudal Age, I could have seen a third stable. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I know his eco wasn't stellar. He didn't have wheelbarrow. He's got a lot of non-horse color farms. Just looking through here. It really felt to me like he was doing good initially, and then once Viper started to break through the walls, he started to panic a little bit. I think Vivy, with a little bit more scout production, maybe could have managed it. But it's so solid. It's such a strong strat. Viper knew what he was up to. So at least for Viper, he snags a win. Not the start that you would expect from Viper, but we've been here before, where the start to group stage is a little rough for him, and then he's able to turn it around. Maybe Viper didn't feel like he could play standard today because he was sick, and apparently very sick, and that's why we delayed the series. But certainly makes things dramatic for the standings. Again, I predicted a 2-1 victory for Viper. I thought Viper would drop a game today because I thought Vivy's going to have a really good season, but also that I thought Viper would maybe be a little off for the first round. But Vivy got 2 wins. So I thought, well played to Vivy there. And maybe a combination of Viper playing a little differently, but Vivy also played really well. So Liquipedia editors, we'll update this soon. I don't know if this will be edited within the next minute or two as we review things here. But it'll be Viper with 1. Oh, it is edited. It's updated. My bad, guys. It's literally, I'm looking at it. I saw this and I thought it's not updated because it didn't seem right. But I think it didn't seem right because Viper's down here in the relegation zone, right? After the conclusion of the first round, at least for Group D, we got Mihai at 3, Sato at 2, Vivy at 2, Dragonstar at 1, and then Viper and Dark in the bottom. Dark was top 4 in Season 4. He was top 4. He beat Yo and he beat Tato in the playoffs. He had an amazing run. He's bottom. Viper's Viper. He's bottom. And then we have Mihai, Sato, Vivy, and Dragonstar above them. Group D is crazy. Group D is crazy. Who knows what's going to happen there? We'll see them very shortly. Dark and Viper play in 2 days. That coverage will be on Sunday, I believe. Sato and Mihai we'll see in 2 days. We got Dragonstar and Vivy coming up tomorrow, I believe. So it'll be really fun to follow things there. All the other groups, we obviously haven't had the second round played yet. We got 3 more days of that. All the other groups kind of going as predicted so far, but it's still early days. We'll see how things end up flying, how things end up going. But I had a very good day, guys. I had a very good day. I had a lot of fun with these games. And the sets were good. I want to say shout out to a bunch of people. Again, to the players. I know it's a pain to try and get live sets. It's important for the event to go well. To everyone who's worked with the admins, worked with their opponents, to honor that. Really appreciate you. And also for the gameplay. Awesome stuff there too. Thank you to the fans who've been here so far to start it off. This is the official kickoff of round 2. We have a schedule to look over here because we've got 3 more days of the second rounds for Titans League Plats. This is probably the easier way for me to show it. I can go to this scene. It should show it, right? No, it doesn't. All right, well, that's fun. I didn't do my thing. I could just show you this. Hardy's going to be pissed at me, but yeah. I'm not casting all of this because there's a million things tomorrow. But what we are casting is Plat. So we got Dragonstar and Vivy. We got Barrels and Rapard and Leary MBL on the docket tomorrow. On Sunday, I think Sunday is going to be really good sets the whole way through. Not that these won't. Actually, Dragonstar Vivy is crazy. Barrels Rapard, I have no clue what to expect. Leary MBL should be a banger. So all these sets are good. But Dark Viper, I'm very excited for now because Viper's got to step it up and Dark's got to step it up. And last season, Dark beat Viper 2-1. Freakin' Andy and Lewis, I think, will be very close. And same with Mihai and Sato on Sunday. And then Monday, we got Siscon against Vinchester, Hart against Lucho, and then Lix against Tato. That'll be all the second rounds. And then actually things go on beyond that. I'm going to show you a calendar real quick. Try and act interested in this and say like, wow, because JBR put in work onto a website to make it so we're not getting flashbanged. Okay? So to give you an idea, oh, this is sick. To give you an idea of what the streaming schedule and broadcast schedule looks like, this is what February and March looks like on this channel. We've got Platinum listed on there. We catch every single Platinum set. But come Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we are covering Silver Round 5. It is our intention and our goal, and what we will do is to cover the last rounds of every Gold and Silver group, because we don't want to miss that, right? So, yeah, we got all that stuff on, basically from like today onwards until like here. No days off for me. I'll be live like every single day. That's what the schedule looks like. Maybe JBR wants to link that. But the point is, a lot of content to come. Combined with this, there's a new DLC coming to the game on the 17th. The Silver games will not be using the new patch and the new DLC, but I will also be making content talking about the new civilizations. My uploads start tomorrow. Little overview talking about the civs. And yes, there will be new civilizations. There will be new water balance. All of this combined with Titans League. So that's a lot. But, yeah, sick stuff. So, thanks again, everybody. Any questions, any thoughts, anything, send it my way. I feel like I was just so focused on the games I didn't get to answer much. But crazy day. We had some expected results. We had some not so expected results. I expect that to continue as we move through the group stage. So, do the players get early access to the new civs? I think that might depend on the player, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I don't think we pulled any strings to give like every single player in Titans League early access. I think that would depend. I don't know how much time everyone has to test them. I personally got early access. I was able to do a little bit of testing just so I could make a video or two and get some understanding. It also changed a bunch of my hotkeys, so that was fun. We'll see. We'll see. Llama Song when? Part-time Buddha. I saw your additional dono on YouTube. I'll think on it. I'll work on it. Okay? I promise I will be spending a lot of time and effort working on a llama song for you. Okay? T90, do you think we will get the T90 AWE to Olympics? Have the players fight for actual gold, silver, and bronze as money prizes? You mean like physical bronze and gold and silver? He says, have 1v1 categories like fastest fast castle, fastest to snag relics, first to acquire 10k food. I mean, those types of mini games are fun. I don't think I'd be able to host that in like in a standard fashion. There is speedrunning sites. So if you want to know fastest fast castle and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure that you could find some of those categories on speedrunning sites. So we'll stick to platinum, gold, and silver for now. And bronze for TTL. And then maybe that's an idea for the future. Avery, thank you for the 9 months. Yeah, quick wall champion would be fun. I could see that. I honestly, thinking about other ideas right now is a little much for me because I know what my whole year looks like. And obviously lots of Titans League, but that stuff would be fun. I think expanding it into like the mini games would be a bit much, at least for now. So I see people talking about the hoodie. I'm really happy that people seem to think it looks nice. If you would like to support TTL and get some of the merch yourself, it is on the TTL site. So you can do !TTL, click the shop there. This is all new stuff. We switched companies to better quality. I'm wearing one of the hoodies right now. We have bronze. We have silver. We have some that have the logos here. If you want like the full logo in the chest, it's there. Got the mouse pad in there. We've got a mix of my old merch as well. If you click more, you'll find my Force Nothing and Loey the Legends merch and stuff too. Trying not to be over the top with mentioning this stuff because I hate it when people promote stuff, but I feel like I should mention it, right? We got the zipper hoodies. There's a fan who really wanted zipper hoodies for a super long time. And like I said, all my other merch has been moved over to this company who ships faster and is cheaper and or I think it's about the same cost, but the quality's way better. And to any of the female vills watching, we now have the Loey the Legends female villager, which was requested for a long time. I never did an official announcement on that. But I think the person who is bringing that up to me constantly on streams recently found out about that. So if you want that too, all that stuff's there. But yeah. You guys may or may not have known that. Figured I'd mention it. Will there be a bracket, T90, for who gets into your wedding? You mean like players have to play to get into my wedding? I don't think so. No. What, would you do 0 prize pool? And then the interest is still there for the players? They want to be there that bad that they would sign up anyways? I don't know about that. I'll think on it, but probably not. No. You know what it would be? None of the top players would sign up, and then like it'd be a bunch of Twitch chat. It'd be a bunch of chatters. I don't know if the players would sign up for something like that, to be honest, unless there was a prize pool. So, yeah, crazy day. Crazy day. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna record a couple things to hopefully have some content out for the DLC, which comes out soon. So I still have a full day ahead of me, but I'm gonna go offline. All right. Again, appreciate all the subs. We had gifted subs today. We had primes. We had, dude, I mean, you name it. We had the donos in regards to the llama situation earlier. I mean, thanks everybody for supporting and trolling and having a good time, taking the event seriously with me, but not serious enough. That's important too. Scheduled tomorrow, 3 sets. We'll be back the next 3 days with 3 sets. Tomorrow again is going to be Dragon servers Vivy, followed by Barles vs. Rapard, and then Leary vs. MBL. Stay tuned. If you have any questions, just keep an eye out. You can always ask in the Discord. Take care, everybody. I'll catch you all soon. See ya.
Send your scout to find my base. You will find him trapped behind a woodland waiting for his fate. You are one step behind. Try to pre-war all your berries while you miss my sneak militia. Making woodland gives you worries. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You don't think I'm going. I just got my range behind your bases. I'm eager to departure. You are one step behind. Try to buy you with your castle and you see the price of stone. And now you'll never be up faster. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. You can go produce your nights. When you step into the fog of war, my pikes are there to fight. You are one step behind. Send your voice to forward castle. That my anger will be waiting, making sure it's a disaster. I am one step ahead. Always one step ahead. You are one step behind. Always just one step behind. I am one step ahead. Send your raiding army over. Have them running into castles, trying to keep your composure. You are one step behind. Out of gold, out of ideas. Where